Dragon King's Collections, Book 1, Fire and Ice, Books 1 to 2, by Amelia Shaw. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Taken by the Dragon King. The Dragon Kings of Fire and Ice, Book 1, by Amelia Shaw. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Chapter 1. Stavrok. I glared at the elder standing before me. How dare he suggest something so barbaric? Sure, I hadn't found my fated mate. Sure, I was one of the only bachelor kings in our realm. But kidnap a woman from the closest human town? He had to be fucking kidding me. I slid my sword back into its sheath, finished with my morning training session, and handed it off to a nearby servant. Then I narrowed my eyes at the elder. I am your king, Hilson. Do not presume to tell me what I must and must not do. How dare he lecture me as though I was shirking my duties? I stormed away from the elder, though I didn't want to walk away. I wanted to stay and tell him exactly where he could go. Anger was sparking fire through my veins, and testosterone was pumping after a heavy fighting session with my training partner. I would do the old man serious bodily harm if I stayed here. My shifter was enraged by everything going on around me. He wanted his mate as well, but the elder was suggesting I grab any woman that took my fancy, like King Magnic. Not a chance. Even though he was wrong about the route to my future queen, Hilson didn't deserve to be on the wrong end of my dragon. He was, after all, only interested in the betterment of the kingdom. As was I. That had always been my focus. But, kingdom or no kingdom, I would never stoop to mating with some random woman. Nor would I entertain what the elder had suggested, kidnap a woman to be my wife and mate, as was tradition. My father had done it before me, and his father before him. Just because they couldn't control their shifting animal didn't mean I would be so weak and give in to my baser urges. When I met my mate, I would woo her, sweep her off her feet, charm her. I jogged over to the staircase, stepping underneath the large oil painting of my parents that hung high on the castle wall. Their faces stared down at everyone who passed through the great hall. In death as in life, they kept a faithful watch over their kingdom. Love squeezed my heart as I remembered how caring they had been. The perfect parents, in truth, always taking care of me, even when they had a whole kingdom to run. They'd had everything a person could ask for, but I had been their only son, their only child and heir. They'd left me with the crown only a handful of winters ago. Their deaths had both been accidents. That night still haunted me with all its unanswered questions. Why had they been in the woods when the hunters had come? And why couldn't my father, the biggest of us all and the greatest fighter I'd ever known, survive the fire that broke out after he carried my mother's lifeless body back to the castle? The courtiers whispered that he had died of a broken heart. My parents' faces smiled down at me, golden and glowing as the sun crept in through the windows. I looked away before the bad memories could steal inside my mind and tarnish the rosy hue of my perfect memories before that terrible night. I kept walking until I reached my bedchamber. I strode through the door and slammed it shut, still reeling with anger from my run-in. As king, it was my duty to hear the counsel of my closest advisers, but that didn't mean I had to like what they said. Out of nowhere, loneliness filled my gut, like an icy cold soup. A creak came from the huge wooden bed at the centre of the room. "Hello, my king," Daphne said, her tone seductive. Once upon a time, she would have induced me to fall into bed with her. Not tonight, though. I sighed. My loneliness could be assuaged for an hour, a day, but not for long enough. And not by this one. Daphne, what are you doing here? She was sprawled across my bed, dressed only in her underwear, though it barely contained her ample curves. I liked women with more flesh. Large breasts, huge ass. Something to hold during lovemaking and curl up against on long wintry nights. My mate would need to be big and lush, strong enough to carry my airs. But this woman was not the one for me. She pushed up onto her hands and pouted. "It's been so long, my king. Don't you crave me as you once did?" She reached out her hand, and I was tempted by her words. Tempted to lose myself in her body. To forget my aching loneliness and the long winding quest for my mate for a few lust-fueled hours. So far, the search for her had proven fruitless. "No, I'm sorry, Daphne. I can't." Her wide, hopeful eyes narrowed and her eyebrows drew together. A part of me was relieved that the savage side of her would always emerge sooner rather than later, especially when crossed. She could be so innocent and meek in bed. When she was getting her way, that was. Deny her wishes, and you would soon see the real face of Daphne Montani. Experience had taught me well in that regard. "How can you say that to me?" she said. "We've been lovers for all our adult life. You know you want me. No one can please you as I do." I chuckled at the arrogance in her words. She had no idea what I truly craved in the bedroom. She was a servant in my household, but nothing more. I wanted someone who would love me, submit to me, give only to me. Not to every man in the kingdom who looked her way. I didn't voice these thoughts, but I let a healthy dose of irritation bleed into my tone, hoping she would get the message. "Daphne, leave me. I need to take a shower, and if you stay, I'm afraid you'll see the rough side of my temper today." She opened her mouth, clearly gunning for a fight. I held up my hand, letting loose the growl that had been building in my throat from the moment I'd stepped into the room. "Daphne, I am your king. I am commanding you to leave me or face the consequences." With a growl of frustration, she sprang up from the bed and scurried out of the room. She knew my temper. They all did. I'd always had a stormy disposition, but the last couple of years had sent me over the edge. The loss of my parents, my lack of a mate. Most days I found it a challenge to rein in my moods, and no amount of anything, food, wine, or women, could sate my appetites for long. I walked into the bathroom and stripped off my sweat-soaked shirt. The scent of my heat rose around me, making me groan with the need to fulfill my destiny. To locate my mate. To fuck us both into sweet, sweet oblivion. Maybe then I could finally find some peace. I'd been told by my father that true happiness in the arms of your mate existed. He was the greatest king our clan had ever known. The most powerful. The most loved. But I'd never experienced such peace for myself. Unlike my father, my mate had not been born into the local town. I couldn't smell her, despite all the nights I spent prowling down every alleyway and corner. Wherever she was, it wasn't nearby. I'd been told, time and time over, that I would know her by sight, by taste, by smell. I sighed. Until I found her, I had to deal with the heated dreams, the frenzies of rage, and the arousal that no number of trysts with easy women could abate. I flicked on the hot water and walked beneath the flow, groaning out in the simple pleasure of the feeling. I cast my mind back to Hilson and the conversation that had interrupted my training session, and had gotten me so riled up. Aside from his bullish demands that I take a wife, there were more immediate troubles that I had to attend. Our world was surrounded by the human world. We were enclosed, like a bubble hidden away from the eyes of ordinary souls, in a secret realm. A paranormal portal bridged the gap between us and the humans. The barrier kept us safe and hidden, deep in the mountains of Siberia. Our clan was one of 6 dragon-shifter kingdoms that populated our hidden pocket of the world. We lived in peace, most of the time. Of late, there had been rumours of an uprising by Magnik, the king of the most southern tribe. He had always wanted the land surrounding my castle. It was rich in rare, precious ore. We were sitting on a potential fortune if we chose to mine it and sell it to the humans beyond the portal. But that wasn't my deal. I avoided trading with the humans as much as possible. I didn't trust them. I'd met one, once. They were selfish, without loyalty or bravery. It was for the best that our 2 worlds were separated and we were hidden from them. Before their death, my parents had made me vow that I would never mine the land that we'd owned for generations. It would see thousands of people lose their homes and would tear apart my kingdom. All for the sake of money. Majesty, the evening guests are assembled. It's time to dress for dinner. Maddie, the housekeeper who'd looked after me since I was a child, said, stepping into the bathroom and laying out a fresh towel and my formal suit. I groaned, venting my annoyance. You know I don't like wearing that. It's too stiff. She gave me a hard stare. Unfortunately, it was one I knew well. It told me I would do as she asked, or else. I know, sire. But unless you have lost your crown since we last spoke, I won't have you turning up to dinner wearing clothes fit for a farmer. With a huff, I turned off the shower and grabbed the towel. Maddie had been like a second mother to me since forever. These days, with my parents gone, she barely left my side. We'd had this argument on countless occasions. Who's coming tonight? I asked. Remind me. The leaders of the other 5 kingdoms, Majesty. What? I froze, halfway through drying my back. Had Maddie just said that all of the monarchs were dining here tonight? Since when? More to the point, why haven't I heard of it until now? Some of the elders decided to get everyone together to look over our yearly plans. The wedded monarchs are bringing their families with them. What? 4 of us 6 were married already. Damon was the only other bachelor king, and as far as anyone could tell, he rarely stepped outside his castle. To make it more of an informal affair, as I understand it, rather than an official one of state. A growl began to rumble through my chest. With difficulty, I tamped it down. Don't shoot the messenger, Stavrok. You've got to be kidding me, I said. What do they want now? Maddie shrugged. How would I know? I'm simply the maid, Your Majesty. Maddie, please. I crossed my arms and stared down at her, trying to maintain authority. You know more about this kingdom than anyone. If you know why they're here, then you better tell me. Her smile was secretive as she backed out of the bathroom. See you downstairs, sire. Chapter 2. Stavrok. I grabbed the suit Maddie had laid out for me and considered throwing it after her retreating form. Instead, I took a few deep breaths and pulled it on. Was this a setup? Why was everyone conspiring against me today? This meal had to be an aid of something, but I couldn't for the life of me figure out what. I rubbed the silk tie Maddie had laid out between finger and thumb, wrinkling my nose with distaste. A tie as well. Shit. What am I, human? I threw the narrow strip of material in the direction of the trash and tugged on the crisp white shirt. Even custom-made and tailored to perfection, these clothes did not sit right on me. It was expected and befitted my position, but I had never felt comfortable dressing like this. I slicked back my long hair so that it didn't fall over my face and let out a slow exhale. I couldn't put it off any longer. It was time to make my way downstairs. There was only one other king I got along with, Vlakid. He and I had hunted together many times. I was there when he found the woman who would be his queen. She was so beautiful that it made me sick with envy every time I saw them together, even if she'd been a servant before he'd seen her. As for the rest of them, well, where the night would take us was anyone's guess. The rumble of deep male voices came from the formal dining room, and I paused before entering, gathering my strength to face them all. Another thing my mate would make easier for me, formal gatherings. She would be the perfect hostess, I was sure. I craved my fated mate for more than the chance to secure my lineage. With her, I would have comfort, companionship. I wouldn't have to be the bachelor king a moment longer. The elders and my kingdom would finally be happy with me. I pushed open the door, and everyone turned toward me. The men were standing, drinks in their hands. The women were already seated at the table. They were all dressed as I'd been instructed to, in their royal robes. Rich fabrics topped with furs, purples, reds and blacks. And when they looked at me, there was a mixture of jealousy and friendship written across their faces. The men I'd known my whole life. But that was the price of power and privilege, living and knowing there were more than a few vipers in the nest. Magnic especially. That one was a true bastard. Welcome. I surveyed the group before me, hands clasped behind my back. I had to look regal, self-assured, in control. I trust your journeys were comfortable. Please, take your seats. Delicious smells wafted through the air. The food was ready to be served. As I greeted my guests with the customary handshaking and kisses, my stomach growled. It had been too long since I'd last eaten. And my dragon was hungry. Always hungry. I indicated the table where the women sat waiting for us. Please, let us eat before discussions begin. The men around me nodded, their eyes lighting up as the servants entered, bearing platters piled high with delicacies. A dragon shifter's hunger was ravenous all the time, especially through winter, when our metabolisms burned the hottest. I grabbed for the cuts of stag and bear meat in front of me, loading my plate with a small mountain of food. I poured gravy over the lot and tore open the fresh, warm bread right in front of me, inhaling the steam that came from within. I filled the bread up with meat and dipped it into a bowl of gravy before devouring the handmade sandwich in a handful of bites. My carnivorous nature really got the better of me sometimes. The dragon demanded meat, and lots of it. I had barely slaked my hunger by the time Barrack called out to me from the other end of the table. Stavrok, I heard your elders are pushing you to enter the human realm to find your mate. He grunted, showing his disgust. Are you willing to taint the pure blood of your dragon so easily? Barrack was the oldest of us, closer to 50 than 40. He was thinner and smaller, with long black hair that reminded me of a crow. I shot a glare at him and picked up my wineglass, downing the thick red liquor and preparing my answer carefully. Though I agreed with him that the mixing of my blood with a human would weaken my offspring, I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of knowing that. It was vital to show strength when conversing with another king. I took the remark for the challenge it was, and I knew I had to parry the blow with one of my own. "I'm not going to grab the first woman who climbs into my bed, Barrack." I let my gaze wander over to the woman by his side. A peasant. His wife. Pregnant for the 3rd time. Or was it the 4th? I raised an eyebrow and watched as Barrack's face coloured with heat. "You neglect the continuation of your bloodline, Stavrok," he said. "Your heirs. Without a son, your kingdom is weak, vulnerable." I laughed aloud. "Vulnerable? I am not weak, and neither is my kingdom. I will find my true mate, no matter how long I have to wait." I looked around the room at the 5 kings and 4 of their queens. Together, we ruled the kingdoms of fire and ice. It wasn't the official name of our hidden country, but it was a name I'd given to my snowy lands a long time ago, when I was a child, and it had stuck. "That may be a mistake, my friend. You're not getting any younger," Vlakid said to my right. I glared at him, but there was no real heat behind the look. Vlakid was too relaxed to be a king, too kind. He had never been anything other than a firm friend and ally. "Just because you found your mate working as a laundress in your town, Vlakid." I gave his beautiful wife a smile, then shifted my gaze back to my friend. "You think such fortune will fall to everyone around you. Some of us aren't so lucky." I'd scoured the city and the surrounding towns. All the married kings in the room had found their wives practically on their doorstep, in their own hometowns or thereabouts. Everyone except for Damon and myself. Mine had either never been born, died early, or she was yet to reach maturity. All of those possibilities were devastating and frustrating in the extreme. The worst part was, I simply didn't know. A servant stepped forward and refilled my glass. I reached for my wine and glanced down the table to Damon, the stoic, quiet king, who was also queenless. He met my gaze and inclined his head in a silent moment of respect. Marienne, Magnic's queen on the other side of me, reached out and touched my hand. Her long fingers were elegant, just like the rest of her, but the touch was brief, as if she feared I might lash out at her forwardness. "Would you allow me the honour of reading your palm, King Stavrok?" I moved my hand further away from her, feeling her subtle magic reach out after me like a shimmer across a pool. "Readings." My gaze snapped to her husband. "Is that why your kingdom has grown so prosperous of late, Magnic?" He merely shrugged. "My wife has many talents," he said, a lecherous smile lifting his lips. "And she advises us regarding the weather and our crops. As she should. It is her duty, and it benefits our people." I gave him a knowing stare before sliding my gaze to Marienne. I was certain she helped with more than that. Magnic had renovated his palace in the past year, and his clothes and jewels had multiplied in number. Their kingdom was more powerful than ever. Perhaps she was predicting shifts in the humans' economy. The stock exchange, maybe. The practices weren't technically forbidden, but it was frowned upon to make money on the humans in such a way. Especially when Magnic had married a sorceress. It was the very definition of cheating. Marienne was looking more tired than I'd ever seen her, with dark circles beneath her eyes. Did Magnic treat her well? As I pondered their relationship, she said to me again, "Stavrok, I implore you to let me help you. I may be able to tell you where to look." Her purple irises whirled like rock pools, betraying some kind of emotion that I couldn't read. "Why would you want to help me, Mari?" She gave me a gentle smile that seemed genuine. "Because you are a good and kind man. And your dragon is growing impatient. I can feel him stirring. You will not be able to control him much longer. I opened my mouth to tell her she was wrong. Not about her character assessment, but about the strength of my will against my dragon's restlessness. I had been fighting him all my life, but the heat of my dragon was stronger in my blood now. I could feel it flowing and shifting, ever impatient under my skin. It was just as she said, though I wouldn't admit it out loud to anyone, even on my deathbed. I relented, gritting the words out before I could rethink them. "Fine. Tell me. Where is she?" She bit her lip. "I don't know yet. My magic isn't as strong as I would like at present. But if you'd let me hold both of your hands for a moment, the connection might help. I can try to give you the answers you seek." A chuckle rose in my throat. "The sorceress wants me to let her inside my mind, does she? Not a chance. Thank you for your offer, but I'm afraid I'll have to decline." She sank back in her seat, her shoulders slumping a little as if my answer dejected her. I turned away from her and focused my attention on Vlakid, who threw me an easy smile and started telling me about his youngest child, a baby girl born over the last winter. Even in this den of powerful sovereign rulers, I had friends. People I could count on to turn my mind onto happier things. After that exchange with Queen Marienne, I forced the conversation to politics, to trade and councils. After all, that was the purpose of our gathering. But I couldn't ignore Marianne's intent gaze upon me throughout the remainder of the meal. I sensed she was measuring me, weighing her options. I wasn't convinced that her offer of help came solely from the goodness of her heart. Witches and mages in our kingdoms regularly foretold the future, but such services always came with a price. Although Marianne was a queen by marriage, with all the wealth of her husband's kingdom already at her beck and call, I was concerned the payment she would require for this information would be more than I would willingly give. We finished dinner, and to my relief, the subject of my future wife didn't come up again. In fact, everyone seemed to be steering clear of the topic entirely. Perhaps they were fearful my temper might get the better of me. It was infuriating to be the object of such speculation, but I knew it wouldn't end until I found my mate. Why didn't they pester the solemn, quiet Damon? With his golden hair and bright blue eyes, it was a mystery why he was unmarried, and why he never spoke. We moved into the grand hallway. My guests glittered in their finery, the women's skirts swirled in the candlelight, and the children ran in and out of their parents' legs, shrieking with the excitement of staying up so late. I wished they would all leave. A pressure was starting to build behind my eyes. I just wanted to be somewhere else, alone. Preferably in a dark room. Queen Marienne strolled up to me, unspeaking. What did she want? Surely not to offer me guidance once again about my mate. Her foot caught on a crooked flagstone. As she fell, crying out, I grabbed her hands to steady her. I realized my error moments too late. Her hands clasped mine, holding tight, and electricity shot through my palms as her magic and my dragon wove together. Her head snapped up and our gazes locked onto each other. I saw what she saw. It raced from her mind to my heart and back again, flowing in an unstoppable current that pooled together, forming a clear image that was almost vivid enough to reach out and touch. It hit me like a thunderbolt. My mate was a human, alive and whole and beautiful, and entirely unaware of my presence over all these years. She was just waiting to be found, across the magical void that kept her land separate from mine. Chapter 3. Stavrok. A gasp filled my throat, making it feel as though a hand squeezed tight around my heart. The shock of the realization pounded through my brain, over and over. My mate. That was my mate. Or was it? What exactly had I seen? A picture Marienne had possibly forced into my mind on behalf of her husband. A cunning deception intended to destabilize a rival king. Or was that image the truth? I dragged Marienne to her feet and she came up, trembling. Her husband materialized beside her, pulling her away from me so quickly she stumbled backward and almost fell once again. The moment her connection with me was broken, my mind cleared, and all the feelings about the woman who was to be my queen, my fated mate, were gone. "Stop that, Marienne! You're embarrassing me!" Magnic hissed at her, and Marienne instantly flinched, as though expecting him to strike her. I frowned at the exchange, not enjoying seeing anyone flinch away from a loved one. I'd heard rumours over the years that Marienne and Magnic's marriage was not a happy one. She had no children, and it was clear he had chosen her for her powers, not for love. Had those rumours been true? And worse, did he raise his hand to her on occasion? "I need to help him." She whispered the words in Magnic's direction, but he was already storming away in a rage. I narrowed my eyes again. If this was a deception, they didn't seem to be on it together. "Did you see her?" Queen Marienne asked me, her strange ethereal eyes wide. She sounded part enthralled, part fearful. I stared at her, my arms twitching with a strange sort of energy. I could feel my shifter inside my chest, stretching, his wings unfurling. Ready for flight. Damn. This was not the time to lose control. "Did you put that vision inside my head, Marienne?" I demanded. It was a struggle to keep my voice steady. She shook her head vehemently, purple magic swirling intensely behind her eyes. "No! I told you that if you would spare me a moment, I could try and help you find your mate." I shivered and clenched my muscles, drawing my shoulder blades together in a fruitless attempt to control my dragon. "That woman was my mate. Are you sure?" I asked, urgency growing in my tone. I wouldn't be able to speak soon, and I needed to know if what I saw was real. Echoes of the vision flickered through my mind, a blonde woman with hair that flowed and shone in the sunlight, curling all the way down to the small of her back. Her eyes were a brilliant emerald green, like the stones we mined from the caves near our home. She had a fire about her, a vivacious energy that was a rarity in a human. "Yes, I'm sure." "I don't control my magic, King Stavrok," Marienne said, spreading out her hands in a supplicating manner. "The vision was a gift." I stiffened against the word. "A gift I did not ask for, Mari, and you should not ask for payment." Her eyes met mine. Her gaze was as unreadable as ever, but I could detect a shadow of hurt and frustration in her expression. "Stavrok, your friendship alone is payment enough. We are to rule our kingdoms alongside one another for the rest of our lives, are we not? Let us try to be friends." She turned away, as if not expecting an answer, and glided back across the room to Magnic's side. When she reached him, her husband turned his back on her and filled his goblet with wine once again. I could almost see the defeat in Marienne's posture, and for a moment my heart went out to the woman. But I had no time to dwell on the state of another's marriage. I could see my mate so clearly in my mind. My dragon wanted to hunt for her, shake free. Leave the castle this very night. Did I dare? "Marienne," I called after her, quickly crossing the room and closing the gap. "Tell me, what more do you know? Where should I look for her?" The Queen whirled and faced me squarely. "You must let me complete your reading if you want to know everything, Stavrok." Damn. I didn't have much of a choice. She had me pressed into a corner. I wanted to know who my mate was and where I could find her. "No payment required," she added wryly. "Very well." It was a dangerous gamble. If she probed too hard in my mind and found out too much about my kingdom, it could tip the balance of our world too far in her husband's favour. The 6 clans relied on a mutual fear and respect of the other kingdoms, and we kept our secrets closely guarded. If I wanted answers, I had no choice. Extending both of my hands, I kept my expression steely. Before she could take hold, I drew back. "Marienne, my mind is my own. Do not rifle through my thoughts. Tell me only what I want to know." "I give you my word, Stavrok." She granted me a short nod, and I allowed her to clasp my hands. Her gaze snapped to mine. This time, I willingly surrendered to her power. Our eyes clashed, and a myriad of images flashed across my mind as I struggled to keep calm and not fight against the jolts of electricity coursing through my veins. I saw an image of the woman flowing through my mind again. She was with a child, no, with many children, laughing with them, helping them paint with their fingers on a giant sheet of paper. Human children. Then the picture changed. It was the same woman, sitting with an older couple on their front porch, clutching steaming mugs of coffee and talking quietly. The images came faster, forming and reforming in front of my eyes. Now she was asleep, spread out in the middle of a large 4-poster bed, alone. Her long golden hair was pale in the moonlight, fanned out over the pillow, and her arms were curved upwards, elongating her torso. Her eyelashes brushed her cheeks, hiding her bright eyes. I watched her chest rise and fall, my eyes tracing over her full breasts and her long, pale throat. I broke away, gasping for breath, unable to handle the force of my wanting for another minute. My heart ached for the woman who would fulfill me. And damn it all, she's human. "Did you get enough? Do you know how to find her?" I panted as I spoke, my heart thundering as though I'd run up 1,000 steps to the highest turret in the castle. Marianne nodded, staggering backward. Her lips were pale and her frame seemed smaller somehow. Drained of energy, I guessed. Her husband turned to watch our exchange, a snarl on his face as his wife stumbled, then caught herself against a chair. He didn't step forward to help her. I did, feeling the need to extend my arm and offer her the support she so obviously needed. That wasn't my place. It should have been Magnek's. "She's human?" I asked, gently this time. I needed to confirm I'd gotten that part right, at least. "Yes, she belongs to the human realm. But—" I tilted my head, confused by the caveat. "But what?" Marianne frowned, fiddling with the rings that studded her slender fingers. "I sense some magic in her. It's possible that one of our ancestors ventured out and bred with a human in that area a long time ago. I can't be sure. What I do know is she is yours, Stavrok. Your fated mate. And she isn't far away. She lives in the first town past the border. You'll know her on sight. The last thing I wanted was to head out there. I didn't trust the human race. But what choice did I have? Fate knew best. If she was my mate, surely there would be good in her. I swallowed down the bile that rose. "Are the old stories true? Will my dragon kidnap her when he sees her?" A small smile rose on Queen Marianne's face. "What's wrong, Stavrok? Never met a woman who didn't dive into your bed the moment you set eyes on her? Apart from me, of course." I gave her a wry smile. "No, I haven't, actually." My pride balked at the idea of kidnapping anyone, let alone the woman who I would make my queen, the mother of my children. As Marienne had pointed out, I'd never wanted for willing women in my bed. As the king, every courtier all the way down to the lowliest townsperson wanted my favour. I was generous with bestowing it. As a virile man, I could have 1, 2, even 3 in a night without tiring. My father once told me that a true fated mate would not fall for me on sight. She would need to be taken and brought here, and only then would our bond be sealed. The whole concept irked me. Why the hell would I force a woman into my bed who didn't want to be there? Marienne shrugged her slender shoulders. I can't help you any further, Stavrok. Your dragon will know what to do when the time comes. She turned to her husband, and I saw her recoil. Why, I wasn't sure. Come, my king. Let us return home. I fear I have overexerted myself. Then go sit down before you fall down, Magnic snapped. And you will wait for me. I am not ready to return home yet. I saw it again, the strain in her body, the faint lines that had appeared at the corners of her eyes and around the edges of her mouth. How much did it cost the sorceress to call upon her magic in such a way? She pulled out a chair and sat upon it, and I saw her fighting to keep her posture straight. Mari, I said, feeling pity when I looked at her weary form. I thank you. She threw me a small smile. Go, Stavrok. Fly there now. I know you need to. Don't hold out against it any longer. My gaze went to the window on my right. It was huge and ancient and bolted heavily. Its diamond-patterned glass winked at me, as if in invitation. I couldn't, not now. It was pitch dark outside, and heavy snow tumbled from the skies above. The idea was absurd, surely. Sire, please. Hilson's voice interrupted my reverie. The elder who had advised my father on many important decisions now advised me, and it seemed he had gleaned the current direction of my thoughts. The council and I are in complete agreement. Surely you must see our point. As the only unmarried king, you must. I put up my hand, silencing Hilson. I quite agree, Hilson. I will not return without a queen. I unbolted the large window and pushed it open. The castle was built high up on the mountainside. Cold, blustery air blew in, and snow landed on my overheated skin. I was glad for the relief of it, but the flakes melted as soon as they touched my flesh. I was as hot as a furnace, but exposure to the elements wouldn't be enough. Only one thing could sate the fire within. I'd made my decision. I stripped off my coat jacket and tossed it to the floor. My shirt and my pants followed. My king, this is not advisable. Where are you going? I looked at the elder and raised a brow. I told you, Hilson. I need to find my queen. I will return home before the sun sets tomorrow. Now completely unclothed, I stepped up onto the ledge and called to my dragon. He wasn't far away. He had been under the surface of my skin for hours now, through the whole evening, circling inside of me, impatient, ready and waiting for my shift. I dove out the window. The cold air whipped around my body as I plummeted through the snowfall toward the jagged rocks below. My dragon jumped forward, and my body transformed into an animal designed to cut through the air like a blade through silk. A creature of flight, huge and majestic. My skin rippled, and my scales emerged. My toes curled into claws. Wings sprouted from my shoulder blades, spreading wide and catching the undercurrent of air in a heartbeat. And with that, I was soaring, skimming along the ground before shooting up and over the castle in a wide arc. Fire lit up my throat, and there was a heavy ache in my heart. I needed to find my mate, my queen. The woman who was born to complete me. The one who would rule my kingdom by my side and provide me with my heirs, secure my dynasty for generations to come. Children. Baby dragons. Hopefully, if a human could breed with a man such as me. There was only one way to tell. And that was to do what my father had always said I would do, and what I always hoped to avoid. I must find my mate and bring her back home with me, taking her away from her world and everything she held dear. Chapter 4. Stavrok. My wings carried me toward the border that connected the human world to ours. I closed my eyes as I hit the invisible barrier. A cold shudder passed over my scales as I emerged through the other side. It was warmer in the human world. As I sank down and flew close to the ground, it occurred to me that these people were not used to seeing dragons flying around in their airspace. The last thing I needed was to collide with a passing aeroplane. My feet hit the ground as I shifted back to my human self. The transition was smooth and steady despite my agitated state. My skin burned against the night air, and I looked around, wondering where I would be able to find clothes at this hour. The most inconvenient part of shifting was not being able to carry clothes with me. Not that I worried much when I travelled in our world. Everyone knew who I was, and my noble standing ensured that they would come running with robes to cover my nakedness. It was slightly humiliating to stand out here with no one around. I walked through the woods, trudging along until I came upon a ploughed field. At the edge of it stood a small farmhouse with a flagpole in the front yard. The flag fluttered in the wind, and even from this distance I could make out a large red dragon emblazoned on it. Happiness lit up my heart. I knew that sign. It appeared that a tiny piece of my world had crept into theirs. These people would help me. I strode across the field and thumped several times on the door, covering myself the best I could with my hands. I was thankful that it was dark at least. After a few minutes, a man emerged. He took one look at me and called back into the house. "Joni, we have a visitor." He opened the door wider and grabbed for a large fur greatcoat that hung in the entrance hall. "Here, take this. You'd better come in." I had to duck my head through the low doorway. I wrapped myself in the coat and glanced around. It was a comfortable home with humble furnishings. A fire roared in the hearth, and I gravitated toward it. "Thank you," I said, turning back to him, "for your hospitality." The man gave me a tight smile. His gaze roamed up and down my body as though he'd never seen a dragon shifter before. Which didn't make sense. They had the flag flying and had welcomed me inside. We were slightly different to humans. Far taller on average and broader with it. My tattoos indicated my royal blood, not that these two people would know it. A woman came into the hallway carrying a steaming mug. Her eyes widened when she saw me. Then her gaze dropped. "You're a dragon king!" Her husband blinked, staring at me. Slowly, he began to back away. I lifted up my head. "How did you know?" I knotted the tie around the coat and took the cup of hot drink the woman handed to me. "I recognize your chest tattoo." She motioned to it, giving a shaky laugh. "My mother taught me all of the royal heraldic symbols, in case I ever met one of your kind." I nodded before taking a sip of the bitter drink. I couldn't complain, though. It spread much-needed warmth through my belly. I turned my head toward the fire, staring into the flames. "Your mother knew of our ways?" I asked. The woman took a seat in the armchair beside the fire, motioning me to sit on the love seat opposite. I sank into it and barely fit. The seat was tiny, made for humans. Yes, she was born in Geriac, but she settled here with my father many years ago. We are the gatekeepers, Majesty. I have been charged with the responsibility of helping anyone who crosses the border. I hadn't known such people existed until now. I was grateful for them. My kind had a friendly face to turn to when they entered this realm. I set my cup down on a nearby coffee table that looked handmade. I leaned forward. On behalf of my people, I thank you, madam. I shall need some clothes, though I'm afraid I don't have any coin with me. My impromptu visit seemed more ridiculous with each passing moment. I hadn't brought clothes or money, and I had no plan that extended beyond making it to the human world. I'd simply followed my instincts and the words of a witch. Not one of my smarter moves, truth be told. "Oh, that's no problem, sire," she said. "Stavrok." She got to her feet with a smile. "King Stavrok, please come this way. We have lots of clothes in storage, although I have to admit, you're bigger than most of the men we've seen cross the border." I inclined my head at the awkward compliment. Aside from the clear difference between me and human men, I was taller and broader than most of my kinsmen. Being of royal blood, and a man with a desire to be the fittest warrior I could be, I was unusually large. I stood up, grateful to be out of the clutches of the love seat. "Thank you. Anything you have will be appreciated." The woman led me into a spare bedroom with a single small bed, then pointed to a huge closet. "In here," she said. She opened the doors to the closet and revealed the contents. It was filled with clothes for every sort of person who may visit them. Winter dresses with long sleeves, jackets and long coats, shirts and pants. I wondered how long she had been helping people cross the border. My kingdom owed her a great debt, it appeared. And even more so, it seemed that I was wrong in my assumption that all humans were selfish creatures. There was a woman in front of me who came from a line of people who looked after my kind. I had to hope that my mate would be of the same ilk. I grabbed some thick pants, a long-sleeved shirt and a sweater. Simple human fare. If the clothes survived the journey home, I suspected Maddie would be most displeased to see me in such attire. Once I was dressed, we walked back into the living room to rejoin the woman's husband. I turned to them. "Can I ask, how often do you see my kind pass through from the border?" I'd had no idea that humans even knew about us. Perhaps I was more out of touch with my kingdom than I'd realized. "Not often." She shrugged. "Maybe once or twice a month." "A month?" I struggled to keep my voice level. That was so much more than I'd anticipated. I needed to investigate this further. Were people so unhappy in the kingdom they would abandon it for this strange land? Or did they only visit for a short while, then return? Did they want for things that our world couldn't provide? Whatever it was, it couldn't stand. I cared for my people, and they cared for me in return. But those were considerations for another day. I had a big enough task ahead of me this night. "I'm looking for a woman," I said. "I need to get into the closest town as soon as possible." "Of course. We'll help in any way we can," the woman said. "Do you know her name or where she works?" I shook my head. "I know nothing except what she looks like and that she may have children. Or else she cares for them in some capacity. It wasn't clear. I'm afraid the manner of her discovery was unusual." I paused. "It's essential that I find her." The couple glanced at each other. The woman gestured that I should follow them back into the living area. I went with them. The man stoked the fire in the grate, his back toward me. I sensed his tension. My kind made human men nervous. Something in their biology saw us as a threat. The woman walked out of the room and returned with a plate of food, fit for a common man. "Forgive me, sire. We don't have anything special." I smiled and took a cake that she offered. "This is perfect." We sat and they turned to me. The woman leaned forward. "Perhaps if you described the woman, we might be able to help." "She has bright emerald green eyes and long blonde hair. She is striking and strong, and though I haven't met her, I believe she will have a temper that could shake the foundations of this house." The woman's eyes went wide. "We, know of such a woman. She lives in the next town over. She's quite famous around these parts." "For what?" I ask, fear sinking into my gut. Please don't say that she is the town whore. I couldn't bear it. "Well, for one thing, her striking looks." The woman furrowed her brow, staring into the roaring fireplace. "And for the other, turning down every guy that asks her out. She's had plenty of offers, I can tell you that much." My heart leapt, threatening to burst out of my chest. That sounded like the beauty I'd seen in Marianne's vision. "I must go to her, immediately. Do you know where she lives?" The couple shared a look. "Yes," the woman replied. "A few blocks over from the daycare centre she works at. But she will be asleep now, so it may be better if you stop here for the night. We can take you to her in the morning. It's no trouble." The idea didn't sit right with me. I looked at the clock. Yes, it was almost midnight, far past the time that humans typically went to bed. Now that I knew her location, I could practically feel her presence. She was so close. Even sitting here was proving difficult. My urges were like an ever-present itch under my skin, and I needed to take care of them before my dragon took control. "Thank you for your concern." I lowered my eyes, trying not to fidget in my impatience. It was unbecoming for a king. "I'm afraid there is a possibility I may shift when I meet her. It is best I go now, while the cloak of darkness can cover me." I stood up, unsure whether I should have explained so much to complete strangers. And humans at that. Still, they'd provided me with warm clothing, shelter and food. My trust in them hadn't been misplaced so far. They got to their feet. The man seemed hesitant, but the woman carried a look of determination on her face that reminded me of Maddie. "We will help you, King Stavrok," she said, drawing herself up to her full, if diminutive, height. "I'd consider it an honour." "I'll get the keys to the truck," her husband said, before heading through a low doorway at the back of the room. "You're sure you know where she lives?" I asked the woman. I had to be sure. I had left too much of this excursion to chance already, and I couldn't afford to linger long in the human world. The woman pulled on a winter jacket. "Yes, we do. My mother told me stories about her lands when I was a child. Is she your mate, sire?" Technically, I wouldn't know until my dragon sensed her. But I had hope. "I have been told that she is," I said, my voice soft. "But I cannot tell until I meet her in person. So we both shall see soon enough." We headed outside to a large truck. It was a huge, rusty thing, older than me by the look of it. Hopefully, it would transport me to where we needed to go. If it couldn't, I would walk. 100 miles if I had to. Nothing in this world or the next was stopping me from meeting the woman who could be the mate I'd dreamed about for so long. Chapter 5. Lucy. The dream was back, swirling around me in the darkness. I had dreamt the same dream for as long as I could remember. Over the years it came and went, sometimes plaguing me for months on end, then disappearing for a time before returning, more vivid than ever. It was always the same. I dreamed of a world of fire and ice, a dark, howling storm where the elements tore through my hair and clothes. The wind would whip around my form while I shivered, fear and awe rooting me to the spot. At the centre of it all was a man, standing on the cliff top. Thunderclaps shook the sky above his strong frame, and lightning flashed across his harsh features. He belonged in this hazardous world. He wasn't afraid of anything. He held my gaze, unmoved by the chaos around him. He never spoke, but I knew that he was calling to me, and I knew that I would go to him. A bolt of lightning split the sky in two, and I screamed as the world darkened and my vision was obscured by a pair of huge, leathery wings. I shuddered, crying out, as my subconscious clawed its way back to reality. Panting hard against the fear racing along my veins, I managed to struggle onto my elbows and pull myself into an upright position in bed. What had woken me? Surely not the dreams. I'd accepted them as a matter of course long ago. A loud and persistent knocking came from downstairs. Someone was hammering on my front door like they were going to break it open. I froze. The clock told me it was just past midnight. I relaxed back into the pillows with a huff. Who on earth would be knocking on my door in the middle of the night? On a Tuesday, no less. Talk about rude. I closed my eyes and prayed they would go away. Whatever it was, I would deal with it in the morning. I had an early start and a bunch of rowdy kids to manage tomorrow. "Lucy! Open the door! Lucy!" The call was loud and insistent, but I didn't recognize the voice. I groaned as I pushed back my thick, warm duvet and fumbled in the dark for my dressing gown. There better be a major emergency to be disturbing my sleep like this. The noise was sure to wake the neighbours, which was the last thing I needed. I shoved my feet into my slippers, cursing under my breath, and padded downstairs. A glance through the spy hole told me my visitors were an elderly couple I knew vaguely by sight. I was more confused than ever, both by their presence and the fact that they apparently knew where I lived. I pulled open the door, trying to quell the worry that seeped through my chest. I drew my robe tight around me, shivering at the blast of cold night air. "Can I help you?" They moved apart, revealing a third figure in the group, standing in the darkness behind them. He was huge in stature, dwarfing the man and woman on either side of him. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on mine. I knew him. I knew him! In the marrow of my bones. I felt a shiver pass through my body, and my breath caught in my throat. "Who are you?" My voice came out as a shaky whisper. He was the man who had haunted my dreams all these years. The recognition shocked me to the core. This figment of my imagination appearing on my doorstep in the dead of night, it was like falling under a spell. Those eyes. Those silver-grey eyes. Glowing, lighting me up from within. Calling to me. The man moved as if to step into my house, and I held up a hand in warning. "Don't come any further. You are not welcome in my house." Despite my words, my body was overtaken by a sensation I'd never experienced before. I ached, throbbed, lusted for this giant of a man. My body curved toward his without my permission as I stared up at him. He towered above me. His shoulders spanned the width of my doorway. He was the biggest man I'd ever met in my life. His thigh muscles bulged through the thick pants encasing them in a way that made my mouth dry. Despite the anger in my gut that roared like a fire in the dead of winter, honey melted in my core. A sure sign of a pure lust. I'd been turned on before, but not like this. This was different. This was terrifying. Stop! Seriously! I put up my hands to try and halt him as he moved into my house. The look in his eyes was strange. It was almost like he hadn't registered my defiance at all. I backed up and pressed my hands into his chest, glaring at him with all my might. My hidden desires, my carnal needs, spiraled up inside of me, and my hands clung tight to his sweater. I stared at his mouth and knew, deep within my soul, that this man was meant to be mine. No. It was impossible. This was a stranger. I should be quaking with fear right now, not flushed and heated with desire. I especially shouldn't be raking my hands over his chest, because I couldn't decide whether to push him back or pull him closer. "You're coming with me," he said. He bent down and lifted me up like I weighed nothing at all. The world tilted. I shrieked with rage, hammering my fists against his rock-hard ass as he marched outside into the cold, with me over his shoulder. "Put me down!" As soon as I spoke, my feet hit the earth, and I swayed, feeling the ground move under me. I staggered a little before regaining my footing. The man in front of me was shaking. With rage? With desire? "Get back! He's going to shift, and you need to get out of the way!" The woman who'd knocked on my door hooked a hand around my elbow and yanked me back. My breath caught in my throat as I watched, stricken. Before me, the man began to glow. An unreal shimmer of light encased his body. Suddenly, he changed. He grew even bigger, his clothes ripping and shredding, as a beast emerged from the man who'd once stood in his place. It's a... I couldn't say it. My heart burst into song and started pounding against my chest. Every part of me should be terrified of the creature looming over me, but I couldn't run. Couldn't hide. I could only stare at the magnificence before me. "It's a dragon," the woman behind me whispered. I dragged my gaze away to look at the couple surrounding me. They stared at the mythical creature, awe shining in their eyes, like they were witnessing a miracle. How were they not frightened? Adrenaline zinged through my veins at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I twisted in the woman's grasp, managing to break away from her and stumble back a couple of paces. "We have to get out of here!" I yelled. "Don't run," she said, as I edged back toward my house. "Don't go back inside, Lucy. He'll destroy your house to get to you if he has to." At that, I froze. I'd worked day and night for years to afford the deposit for this house. I wasn't letting some man, dragon, thing destroy it right in front of my eyes. "What does it want?" I yelled at her. The sound of the dragon's ragged breathing was as noisy as a storm blowing through the trees around my house. The woman turned toward me, and a strange smile tilted up her features. "He wants you, Lucy. You'll have to go with him." I didn't even hesitate in my answer. "No fucking way!" Dragon-clawed hands lifted me, holding me firm against the cold scales of his belly and chest. The grip of the dragon was strong, and the more I struggled, the tighter the hold became. "Help!" I screamed, thrashing against my restraints. It was absolutely no use. The clawed arms held me effortlessly, securing me as if I weighed no more than a sack of grain. For a creature this size, I probably did. My confusion and rage began to ebb away, and fear rippled through my body. A cold sweat beaded at the back of my neck, and I shivered. The erratic pulse of my heart thundered in my chest, making my head spin. This has to be a dream. Surely. There was no other rational explanation. As soon as I'd had the thought, my breathing settled as I began to calm down. Of course. Now it made sense. Trust me to dream up something this ludicrous. I plummeted toward the earth as the great beast crouched down. I shrieked, pushing at its toes that held me firm. Then the dragon launched up into the air with one powerful push of its wings. My stomach lurched and I cried out. I heard a hysterical peal of laughter as the snow and cold wind blasted my face. It took me a second to realize the sound had come from me. I had to wake up. This was totally insane. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! I muttered to myself. Beneath us, the ground flew past my eyes at a dizzying pace, spiraling and shrinking, familiar landmarks growing smaller and smaller as we climbed through the air. Once we reached an altitude that made me dizzy, the dragon stopped flapping his wings and began to soar through the air. Then suddenly we struck against something. It was an invisible force field of some sort, a barrier I couldn't see, but I felt the shift in the air as we passed through it. I whipped my head around, trying to get a good look at it, but all I could make out was swirling darkness behind us. I gasped and trembled, gazing down at the landscape below. I was in a different world now. Below us stood craggy, snow-topped mountains. I glanced ahead, and there in the distance stood an ancient castle nestled amongst more mountains. We flew over a dense, dark forest, and off in the distance there were dark, soaring shapes in the black sky. Oh my God! They were riding the currents of air, spiraling through the heavens before swooping down into deep ravines. In the far distance, there were echoes of an unearthly roar. More dragons. I whimpered. "Wake up, Lucy! You have got to wake up!" This couldn't be real. Maybe if I refused to accept what I was seeing, the images would dissolve and my conscious mind would take over. I squeezed my eyes shut, burying my face in the sleeve of my dressing gown, and pictured my bedroom. I was tucked up in bed, warm, snuggled under the covers. Yes, that's it. I had overheated under my duvet, and this nightmare was set to wake me up. Oh, come on. Just push back the covers and wake up. Stand up. Go to the toilet, wander to the bathroom. Just move. Anything to break this damn dream. I was used to having vivid dreams about this mystery man. They were such a constant in my life that I hardly thought about them anymore. But this was getting ridiculous. I had my eyes squeezed tightly shut. I dug my nails into the back of the opposite hand and prayed to every deity I could think of. Nothing happened. It didn't soften the grasp of the tight claws that circled my chest. It didn't lessen the bite of cold against my face and my hands. Thank goodness I'd remembered to put my dressing gown on before venturing to the door. And bed socks. Chapter 6. Lucy. The dragon pulled me tighter into his chest as the beating of its wings began to slow, morphing into a glide. I was glad for the gentler movement. The harsh motions were beginning to make me feel sick. I chanced to open one eye a slit, just to see what was going on. We were circling atop the huge castle over the tallest tower. Below us, people gathered, their heads upturned. From this vantage point, they looked the size of ants. If I could have slapped myself in the face, I would have done so. The dragon's wing movement slowed almost to a standstill as he lowered us down onto the flagstones of the tower. It was like he'd transported us back in time 1,000 years. I managed to get a better look now, and the people looked human. The men wore formal suits, and the women wore high-necked dresses with fur around the collar. They looked like any wealthy group of people, though prepared for the cold climate. The dragon set me down, more gently than I was expecting. My socked feet hit the flagstones, and I stumbled, disoriented, as he released his grip on me. He landed just behind me, the shadow of his wings falling across my body before they came to rest. A man rushed forward with a warm blanket, catching me before I fell, and wrapped me up. He was dressed like a butler from some television drama, right down to the high collar and gloves. My stress ebbed away slightly. I was impressed with the level of detail and accuracy my subconscious had managed to conjure up for this dream. "Here you go, miss," he said. "Quickly, come inside. You'll catch your death out here." I didn't argue as the warmth of the blanket engulfed me, and several hands tugged me forward. I glanced over my shoulder as I went, just in time to see the dragon transform back into the gorgeous caveman who'd kidnapped me. He stood in silhouette, and my face flushed as I realized he was naked. Whoa. I looked away and tried to focus on getting myself safely inside, but the image of his perfect body was burned into my mind. I'd never seen a man of that size. His muscles were huge, and his cock was bigger than any I'd seen. How was he real? I giggled to myself. He wasn't. I'd dreamed him up, obviously. To be my perfect man. All dark and mysterious, stealing me away to a foreign land. Taking me away from my boring life to a place where he would love me forever and keep me always by his side. What a joke. Should I just go with it and see where my imagination took me, or should I try to wake up again? Not that it had worked the first time. I shook my head. I could think about that once we were in the castle. The butler opened the door and we stepped inside. The warm air was a welcome change, and I shivered in anticipation of soon being toasty warm. "Are you all right, miss?" he asked. "Oh yes, I'm fine." I giggled, hearing the tone of my own voice and distantly admitting I sounded hysterical. "A man who turned into a dragon just kidnapped me from my home. How are you this evening?" The man cocked his head in such an elegant way that I burst out laughing. "I'm Lucy, by the way." I stuck out my hand. I'd been raised to be polite, after all. The man stared at it, like he wasn't sure what he was supposed to do before putting his palm against mine. "I'm James, miss. King Stavrok's head of house." "Head of house?" I asked with a slight scowl. "You mean like a manager?" Sounded just like a butler to me. James nodded once, then the rest of his words came flowing into my mind. "Hang on a second. Did you just say king?" "He did," a man boomed from behind me. I whirled around to face off with my fantasy kidnapper. I really hoped this wasn't one of those dreams where I got tied against some wall and ravaged. I had those on occasion, and they embarrassed me for weeks. "What is going on here? You need to explain, because to me, this is simply—" I searched for the word, my mind exploding in a shower of light as it battled to string a sentence together while he was still so close to me. "This is unacceptable." The man laughed. The deep, rich sound rippled over my skin like a lover's caress. He stalked toward me, his face set with single-minded determination. "What are you—" I retreated, backing up and away from him until my back pressed flat against a cold stone wall. He kept coming at me, not slowing his pace in the least. Part of me was terrified, but as I watched each muscle flex and his intent became clear, my body melted. I knew that look in men. He was going to kiss me. I moaned when he finally pressed his body against me and cupped my face. "You're mine," he said with a growl. His mouth descended, pressing against mine so firmly I gasped. I didn't even get to offer a blistering reply. If I could have managed one. He took my lips like they belonged to him. like they were his territory, ripe for conquering. My perfect lover. My brain shut down as years of sexual deprivation soaked up every inch of this man's body against mine. My hand slid up to his face, and my fingers moved through his hair like I needed to touch him just to survive. He rumbled with approval and drew me even closer, his chest pressing against my breasts. His mouth was magic. As my eyes slid shut, his arms encircled my waist like a vice, and he pressed his thickening cock up against me. A hot jolt of lust shot through me, pooling in my stomach. I moaned again, shameless, parting my lips and thrusting my tongue into his mouth. Then he pulled back. Pain sliced through my chest at the loss of him, and I held back a whimper. "What's wrong?" I whispered. Would even my fantasy lover reject me, as so many had done before in the real world? His eyes roamed my face and body with lascivious intent. With an inhuman growl, he grabbed my hand. "This way," he murmured. His voice was so low I felt it vibrate through my chest. He led the way along the wide hallway, withdrawing from the crowd of astonished onlookers. I knew I should feel self-conscious after my little display, but I couldn't bring myself to care. This was my dream, after all. Let them look. I had to run to keep up with his long strides, and I found myself giggling as we hastened along the corridor. This was an incredible dream. The level of detail was amazing. The stonework, the carved ceiling, the tapestries, even the paintings on the walls. They had a strange, otherworldly beauty, like everything here. Their brushwork glowed in the dim, flickering candlelight as we rushed past. The man, King Stavrok, what kind of a name was that, pushed open a door, then turned and swung me up into his arms without hesitation. "Oh no! I'm too heavy!" I squealed, then wanted to slap myself. This was my fantasy man. As if he couldn't carry my size 16 butt. "You're light as a feather." His low tone rippled through my chest as he strode across the floor. He threw me down onto the massive four-poster bed. I laughed as I lay back and sprawled over the silk pillows. I was going to be so annoyed when I woke up in my cold bed alone after this. I may as well make the most of it while the dream lasted. I threw playing hard to get out the window and began pulling off my dressing gown, eager to get to the good part before the dream ended. It always pissed me off when I woke up just before the sexy stuff started. After my dressing gown came my pajamas. I tried to be as seductive as possible, not an easy feat when sprawled out across a huge bed with a king staring down on me in wonderment. I giggled again. "What's funny?" he growled. "You're a king," I said with the wave of one hand. "Of course, you're a king. What else would you be?" He didn't seem to understand the joke, but he started to undress. Which was what I wanted. He pushed off the robe he'd put around him, and he was standing before me in all his naked glory. "Fuck, you're perfect," I sighed as I unbuttoned my pajama top and pushed it away. The room was warm, with a fire burning and sparking in the grate not far away. I was already flushed as it was, my cheeks burning with anticipation and my stomach tingling. "As are you," he said. That sealed the deal for me. This had to be a dream. What real guy would say something like that? Ha! Sure, all of this is so perfect. I lay back and gestured to my huge thighs, soft tummy, and massive boobs. He crawled onto the bed, his powerful frame looming over me. He grabbed for my hand and put it against his rock-hard erection. "Yes." I gasped as his flesh filled my hand. "You're exactly the woman for me. You're exquisite. He slid down and lay on his belly, pushing open my thighs and staring down at my pussy. I covered my face with my hands, feeling the heat rising from my neck, and not in a good way. Why can't I be cool, even in my own dream? Oh, fuck it. None of this was real. When would a guy like this ever want a woman like me? What the hell did I have to lose if I threw everything into this night? After all, it was just a dream. Chapter 7. Lucy. I moved my hands away from my scorching hot cheeks and opened my legs wider, displaying myself to him. He growled with approval and leaned in, licking me with slow, purposeful intent. I whimpered at the sensation, pushing myself up onto my trembling elbows so I could get a better view of him. Then he licked me again, flicking his heated gaze up to meet mine. The sight was too much, and I collapsed onto the bed, arching my back helplessly, wanting him to come even closer. "Oh my God," I groaned. "This is the best dream ever." I rolled onto my side and wasn't surprised when he spooned me, his huge body making me feel small, safe, loved. The perfect end to the perfect dream. And tomorrow I would wake up in my safe little world where dragons didn't exist. Thank goodness. Chapter 8. Lucy. I rolled onto my back and tried to swim up to the surface of consciousness. It wasn't easy. My mind kept dragging me back down and into the deep sleep I'd been enjoying. I'd had the craziest, most intense dream of my life last night. Part of me wanted to replay it before I woke up properly. I smirked to myself, eyes still closed. I had to get up for work. What time was it? Had I slept through my alarm? It wasn't a weekend, was it? I reached out and blindly groped around for my phone on the bedside table. The surface my fingers hit was smooth, cold, and unfamiliar, and there was no phone to be felt on it. With a huff, I managed to force my eyes open. I stared up at the ceiling above me. My eyes widened and my stomach sank as my gaze focused, the last vestiges of sleep evaporating. Was that a dragon carved into my ceiling? It was. Holy shit! I sat bolt upright and whipped my head around, looking left and right. This isn't my room. This was the room from the crazy dream I'd had last night. I looked to the other side of the massive bed and gazed at the indent in the pillow where someone had slept beside me. My hand flew to my mouth. It couldn't be. No, it wasn't possible. No matter how hard I blinked, the picture didn't change. My eyes weren't deceiving me. I was in a castle room, with a wolfskin rug laid over the flagstones and a small fire still simmering in the grate. The bed I was in was huge, with an intricately carved headboard. Was that an actual suit of armor in the corner? What the fuck is going on? The blankets fell into my lap and my naked breasts tingled in the air. I looked down at myself. My nude self. Where the hell had my pajamas gone? I leaned over the mattress and saw them on the floor next to the bed where I'd thrown them last night in my dream. Oh, no. I brought my arms together, reached my right hand over to my left and pinched the skin. Hard. Pain blistered my arm. Ow! I rubbed at the offending limb and bit my lip, moaning. If I wasn't dreaming, then last night was real. And that man I'd had sex with was real. More than that, he was a dragon. It sounded crazy even in my head, but I could hardly deny the evidence of my own surroundings. I threw back the covers and jumped out of bed, reaching for my pajamas and pulling them on as fast as I could. My belly was tight and sore. My thighs were still slick with last night's sexual escapades. Oh my God. How is this possible? I pulled at the tie on my dressing gown, tightening it around me. I rushed over to the wall and glanced out the narrow window. It was still snowing. Despite the warmth of the room, I shivered, remembering the wild journey last night. How the hell am I going to get home? One of the massive doors opened, and I jumped, my heart pounding against my ribcage. It wasn't the man from last night. The king, I reminded myself. A young, rather beautiful woman stepped into the room. Jealousy welled up in me at the sight of her slight figure, her beautiful face. "Oh, I'm so sorry, miss. Did I wake you?" she asked as she came forward. She made a weird move as though bowing to me in some way. I ignored her. I didn't know what that was all about. I wasn't a queen. "You didn't? Can you tell me who I should speak to about going home, please?" I pitched my voice to sound as authoritative as possible, pleased when it didn't tremble. "Home, miss?" she asked, her eyes big and wide. "Yes, home." I shook my head, gesturing vaguely at the window, though I didn't know which direction home was. "I'm late for work. I have bills to pay. People will be looking for me." She frowned as if I was speaking a foreign language. I realized how alone I was in this strange town? Country. "If you wouldn't mind, where am I right now, exactly?" I twisted my mouth, chagrined. I had kind of a weird night. She smiled shyly, but there was something in her eyes that told me she knew exactly what kind of night I'd had. I forced myself to maintain her gaze, praying I wasn't flushed. "You are in the kingdom of Bravdock, miss." "Right." There was no such place as far as I knew. Then again, I reminded myself there were no such thing as dragons as of yesterday. "And how do I get back to Livia?" "Livia?" "Yes, it's a town about an hour outside of Munich." I swallowed. "My home." "Are you talking about the human city, miss?" Now this was just getting weird. Yes?" The girl began to back away as though I was scaring her and not the other way around. What the hell had I fallen into here? "I think you should speak to the king. He's training downstairs in the armory." The king? My fantasy lover? The man I'd dreamt about my whole life? Oh, God. I didn't want to face him after last night. But what choice did I have? He was obviously the one in charge around here. He was the king, after all. I seemed to have fallen into some crazy medieval wormhole by mistake. My subconscious told me to pay attention. Though the woman's clothing was ordinary at first glance, there were strange patterns on her sleeves that weren't like anything I'd seen before. The way she'd said the word human, like she wasn't one. She looked human enough, but her eyes were a shade of amber that gleamed just a little too brightly for my liking. I pushed down my fear and straightened my spine, brushing back the hair that had fallen over my face. I wished I could do something about my unkempt appearance. Whatever. It was time to put on my big girl panties and deal with whatever fate had dealt me here. "Take me to him, please." The woman scurried mouse-like toward the door. Wearing only my dressing gown, I followed her out of the massive suite and into the hallway that looked vaguely familiar. My gaze skittered over the furnishings, from the magnificent paintings to the thick rugs that scattered the floor. This place looked like a 14th century medieval castle. In daylight, I could fully appreciate how gorgeous everything was. Shafts of sunlight pierced the stonework and illuminated the intricate carvings. Dragons were everywhere, in the paintings, roaring from the carvings in the ceiling, even embroidered into the tapestries that covered the high stone walls. What the hell was I doing in a place like this? The maid or servant, whoever my silent companion was, opened a door and indicated the stairs leading down into what I had to assume was a dungeon of sorts. My belly twisted. First, I'd been kidnapped from my home, and now I was being imprisoned. It just added insult to injury. "The king is down the stairs, just along the passage," she said. "It comes out to a courtyard. You can't miss it." I stared, first at the dimly lit stairwell and then back at her. "You expect me to walk down those stairs by myself?" She nodded. "The king doesn't like to be disturbed when he's training with his fencing master, miss. But for his mate, I'm sure he will not mind the interruption." "His what?" Had she just said, mate? She bobbed another one of those weird curtsies at me and walked away. I was left standing in an opulent hallway, by myself, staring at the stairwell that may or may not take me to the man who could clear up all this confusion. At this point, anything could happen. I waited, hoping that someone would arrive to help me decide whether to venture down or try and find my own way out of here. But no one came. I leaned into the hallway, keeping an eye out for anyone who might push me, and heard the distant sounds of metal clinking against metal. Had the servant said something about armour? Oh, come on! I blew out a breath and shoved my hands into my dressing-gown pockets. "You can do this." I grabbed hold of the cold stone wall and took a deep breath. The steps were narrow and crooked, and I took them one at a time, slowly and carefully, focusing on my breathing. As the ground flattened out, my legs got more and more jelly-like, and I was ready to run and flee at a moment's notice. No dungeon waited for me at the other end of the narrow corridor. Just a bright, massive courtyard that could have held a tournament once upon a time. Inside this courtyard, two bare-chested men fought with broadswords. They grunted with every blow. I steeled myself against the feelings I knew I would experience when I saw him again. The bastard had kidnapped me. Surely, I'd be furious when I saw him. But as I stared at him, the only feeling making my belly tighten and my heart pound was lust. Unfulfilled, deep aching for the man. God, he was magnificent. The muscles of his chest and back shone with sweat and bunched with every swing of his sword. The sunlight caught every movement, and his blade cut through the air like an extension of his body. He made every strike look effortless. When he saw me, he stopped the fight with a simple flick of his hand. The man next to him let his sword fall, and it clattered against the flagstones. His chest heaved with the stress of the fight. He wasn't as big as the king, nor as old, but he was more exhausted from the fight than Stavrok. My kidnapper turned to address me. "Good morning, my future queen. Did you sleep well?" The other man bowed to us, falling back to a respectful distance, before practically running away in his haste to get out of there. Maybe it was the look on my face that caused that. I wasn't sure, but I was glad that he was gone. This first conversation was going to be awkward enough as it was. I'd slept with this man, and I didn't even know him. I took a couple of careful, measured steps towards Stavrok, tilting my head. "What did you just call me?" I said, enunciating every word. I could feel the lust draining away. In its place, there was an icy amount of fury. Mate. Queen. Had I fallen into the twilight zone? Stavrok grabbed a towel from the ground and rubbed down his body, tussling his hair as he went. It had the effect of making him even more gorgeously rumpled. Damn it, concentrate. "Answer me!" Are you always like this first thing in the morning? He levelled a crooked grin at me, and I flushed, irritated. I stamped my foot. No, I am not. When I wake up at home, in my own bed, I'm pretty goddamn happy, actually. But when I wake up in a stranger's bed in a bloody castle, yeah, I guess I get a little grumpy. Ugh. Why do I sound like a petulant child all of a sudden? I took some steadying breaths and tried to suppress my anger as he chuckled to himself. Can you please just answer the question, King? Please. His gaze was open and friendly in the face of my hostility. Call me Stavrok. Tingles coursed over my bare forearms at the sound of his deep voice, and I rubbed my hands over the traitorous skin, fruitlessly attempting to erase the effect he had on me. Okay, Stavrok, can you please explain to me what I'm doing here? What's your name, dear one? Heat blushed up my cheeks. He didn't even know my name, but he'd made me come several times the night before. I'd never had a one-night stand before. Shit, I hadn't even meant to have this one. I'm Lucy. Ah, beautiful. He pulled on a shirt that had been lying next to the towel, hiding his perfect physique from view, which was great for me. My concentration could only improve without the visual distraction. I must bathe, and then we shall talk, he said. He moved to walk past me, and I grabbed for his arm. No, please. Tell me what's going on here. I want to go home. He turned and slipped his hands around my waist, squeezing me gently against him. That is not possible, my dear one. We mated last night, and you will stay here and be my queen. The fates have already decided. Despite the calm and happy feelings his touch brought me, his words shattered me. I broke away from him. What? No! You can't do that! You kidnapped me last night, and now I want to go home, said every kidnap victim ever. He smiled softly. I'm sorry, but that's not possible, especially as you may be carrying the heirs to my kingdom. Heirs? I squealed. How many did he expect me to conceive after only one night? Yes. Dragon shifters are known to have up to 4 babes at a time, but as you are human, it may be different with us. Dragon shifters? 4 babies? Oh my God, I have to sit down. My mind was whirling, the blackness beginning to cloud my mind. I was going to faint for the first time in my life. And then I did, and the whole world, such as it was, went black. Chapter 9. Stavrok. I rushed forward and caught my mate before she hit the ground. Humans, I muttered, shaking my head as I swept her limp form up into my arms. I didn't know if this swooning phase was normal for Lucy or an early sign of her pregnancy. Either way, I needed to call my physician to attend to her. I took the stairs 2 at a time, cradling her in my arms, and shouted for assistance. My voice carried down the corridor, and a couple of maidservants came running at once. Lucy has fainted. I hefted her up, my stance protective. I forced myself not to scowl. I'm going to take her back to my bedroom. Can you get the physician here as soon as possible? Yes, sire. They bobbed a curtsy in unison and scurried off. I strolled to my bedroom slowly, loving the feel of my mate in my arms. Last night had not been what I'd expected. I'd thought I would go to my mate and talk to her, perhaps even get to know her. Instead, my shifter had recognized its mate, and the dragon had ripped through me so fast I had no control over him. Then he'd taken her. Kidnapped her. It was something I had sworn I would never do to any woman. But I had. just as my father had done before me and my grandfather before him. This woman was my undoing, the thorn in my side. She'd broken through my defences, my carefully built control. I entered our bedroom and laid her down on the bed. Lucy had been incredible last night. Her passion and intensity had perfectly matched my own. She was utterly gorgeous, an ideal fit in every way. I'd been pleasantly surprised that my mate would be my match in the bedroom. She'd taken my body as though she had a right to it. Which, of course, she did. Now she was acting like she didn't even know who I was or what had gone on last night. Was that normal for humans? The door opened and the royal physician walked in, bowing when he saw me lingering at the foot of the bed. "Hello, Arnold," I said. "I'm sorry to disturb you so early in the day. My mate fainted, and I am unsure if that is normal for her kind." "Your mate, sire?" The physician's eyebrows shot upwards. "I didn't know that you'd found your intended queen." I indicated the woman on the bed and didn't answer him past that. I couldn't blame him for his shock. I was still struggling with the idea myself. Only yesterday, I'd been completely alone. A bachelor king, burning with frustration at the lack of change and transition with my life. No queen. No heirs. Nothing to give me the happiness that I saw in those who governed my neighbouring kingdoms. Overnight, everything had changed. My dragon had found its mate. I'd found my queen. And she may be pregnant already. The physician checked her over gently before eventually turning to me. "It seems as though she has simply fainted, sire. When she wakes up, we can do some tests if you wish it." "Thank you. I shall call you if we deem that necessary." He bowed again and moved away from the bed as Lucy began to stir. I couldn't help myself from reaching out. I walked around the side of the bed and touched her forehead, checking for a fever as her eyelids fluttered open. There was a recognition of sorts, and for a split second her eyes softened. Then a blazing anger raced across her green irises, twisting up her face with a rage that came over her like a sudden storm. "You!" she cried as she sat up, then grimaced before slumping back against the headboard. "Don't move so fast, my love," I said. "You fainted. You must rest." She swallowed strangely. I picked up the jug from the bedside table and poured her a glass of water. Thank goodness for servants. "Here," I said, offering her the glass. "Sip this slowly and try to stay calm. No one is going to hurt you here, I promise." She took the glass, though she eyed it as though I may have put poison in it. After a moment's hesitation, she took a sip, then pressed a trembling hand to the side of her face and glared at me. She still looked pale, though colour was slowly returning to her cheeks. "Are you well? Should I call the physician back?" It began to dawn on me then how little I knew about humans in general. Was their physiology exactly as ours was? Should I be worried about our offspring's health? "No. I'll be fine, I think." Sighing, she set down the glass on the bedside table again, then pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. I sat down on the edge of the bed and tightened my fingers into the blankets around me. I ached to touch her, to roll her beneath me, to sink into her body once again and taste the essence of her lips. But she was as frosty as the snow-topped cliff faces beyond the window. "Stavrok, what am I doing here?" Such a simple question, such a complicated answer. I stood up and moved around, pacing like a caged lion. May as well tell her the truth. "You're here because a sorceress told me you were my destiny and that I ought to seek you out." Lucy's eyes opened wide, then she nodded slowly. Okay, assuming I believe you, what, pray tell, were you planning on doing with me once you found me? Because I hope the whole kidnapping thing was an oversight on your part. She fiddled with the edge of the bedspread, glaring at the snowscape outside. I frowned. Where was the confident, sensual woman from the night before? Lucy, I don't understand why you are so shocked about everything this morning. As I recall it, last night you had no objections to sharing my bed. Redness blossomed over her cheeks as she glared at me. Last night, I thought you were a dream. How could I have known, honestly, that you weren't? You turned into a dragon, for fuck's sake. She whipped her hair over her shoulder, and I got the strong impression that she still wasn't fully convinced any of this was real. My eyebrows rose at her language. It wasn't exactly fitting for a queen, but who was I to judge at this point of our relationship? She wasn't wrong, was she? I had taken her. I shifted, uncomfortable now. I suppose, for a human, dragons are uncommon creatures. But here, everyone can do it. Everyone? Even the children? Lucy asked, her mouth dropping open. No, not the children. It was strange to have to relay such common knowledge to someone. Like I was describing the colour of the sky to someone who was blind. We begin shifting when we hit maturity. Around 13, 14, depending on the person. Okay, but you still haven't answered the question of why you grabbed me, or why everyone keeps bowing to me, or why on earth you said that thing before about me conceiving your babies. How many babies are we talking about? And why would you even assume I'd be pregnant after one night? The questions were coming hot and fast, and a laugh bubbled up and out of me before I could suppress it. Which would you like me to answer first? She crossed her arms over her chest. Stavrok! A wave of something I'd never experienced passed over my back before creeping up and over my face. A cold yet totally invigorating sensation that made my dragon shiver all over. I approached the bed and reached for Lucy, intent on sharing the sensation with her. She jumped away from me so fast I barely saw her until she was over by the fireplace. No! We are not getting into bed together again until I know what's going on. I couldn't help but grin. She certainly wasn't ruling it out, which of course I didn't expect her to. Even this angry, it was reassuring to know that she wasn't making any declarations that she knew she couldn't keep. I smiled at her. Let's make a deal. You'll let me escort you to breakfast, my dear one, and I'll tell you all you wish to know about how you came to be here. She seemed to need a lot of information so she could process everything herself, an unusual characteristic in a female of my kind. They were much more submissive, which was probably why I found them no challenge. Lucy, on the other hand, would keep life interesting. I guess I could eat, she grumbled, but I could tell she was calming down. It suddenly occurred to me that she was wearing the bedclothes she'd arrived here in and didn't have anything else. As delicious as it would be to eat breakfast with her naked, I got the sense that suggestion wouldn't be welcome right now. She looked ready to get up and go home, back to the human world, and I couldn't let her leave. Not now. Not ever. Chapter 10. Stavrok. I pulled on the servant's bell that dangled from the roof by my bed, and within moments, James stepped through the door. Yes, sire. We're ready for breakfast. I turned toward Lucy. Would you prefer to eat here or in the dining room? The dining room, she answered quickly. Too quickly. I quirked an eyebrow at her, then turned to James. Could you bring some things for Lucy to wear today? And we require the royal seamstresses to take her measurements. She'll need a full wardrobe." "I won't be staying that long," Lucy interjected. I ignored her comment and waited for James to leave before turning back to her. "I need a shower. Would you like to join me?" She shook her head and I smiled. The blush to her full cheeks said otherwise, but I was happy to allow her the illusion of control and space while she became comfortable with me again. That didn't mean I couldn't tease her a little. I stripped off my sweat-soaked shirt and threw it to the floor. Next, I unbuttoned the fly and pushed my pants past my hips, letting them gather around my ankles. I glanced at the bed, but Lucy was turned away, focused intently on the scenery out the window. I grinned to myself. I worked hard every day to keep my body strong, fit, and ready for a war that could come at any moment. But I wasn't oblivious to the fact that womenfolk enjoyed my bulk and musculature. I wanted my mate to desire me in the same way. I certainly wanted her. I turned and sauntered toward the shower, feeling the heat of her gaze on my back. I glanced over my shoulder and caught her looking just as she whirled away. I flipped on the showerhead and stood beneath the warm water, letting the heat sink into my tired muscles. I'd found my mate. She was here. The idea was finally resonating with me on a deeper level. All those years of emptiness would be behind me. The only thing that remained was for Lucy to accept my world and all the changes that her new life would bring. I'd never thought my queen would be human, or that she wouldn't know our ways. The concept of shifting was completely foreign to her, coming as she did from a world without magic. The memory of grabbing her the night before now felt surreal, strangely out of body. Usually I remained lucid when the dragon emerged, but this had been different. My shifter had taken over completely, in a way that it never had before, and I'd been dragged along for the ride. Perhaps that was what had happened to my ancestors also. I'd always thought the way my father and grandfather had grabbed their brides had been primitive and barbaric, but the drive from our shifter to claim our fated mate was far stronger than I had anticipated. Never mind that now. I found her at last. Well, it had been Queen Marienne who had found her for me. She had sensed her through the magical boundary and handed me the key to a puzzle I'd been trying to solve my whole life. At the thought, a cold feeling washed over my skin. There was something about King Magnic that I didn't wholly trust, and I wasn't sure what role Marienne played in that scenario. There seemed to be no love lost between the king and his queen, but could that be a ruse to lull me into complacence? I couldn't guarantee that Marienne hadn't taken something from inside my head after she put Lucy into it. Nor could I understand why she'd want to help me in such a way and not demand payment. The uncertainty weighed on me. I knew that, if it came to a choice between the payment or the woman, I was keeping Lucy no matter what. I could already feel our connection strengthening with each passing moment. My need was growing to keep her safe, healthy, and satisfied. Our bond would only grow with time and age. My own parents were besotted with each other until the day they died. People were talking in the other room, and I switched off the shower, interested to see what my servants had brought Lucy and what they were saying. I toweled dry my body and grabbed a pair of comfortable pants from a nearby shelf. The high voices of the women overlapped one another, chattering and gossiping away 19 to the dozen. Lucy laughed at something one of them said, and my lips twitched up into a smile. She was my mate, which meant fate had chosen her to be my queen, to rule my people. I wanted her to belong here, to feel this was her home. I walked out of the bathroom to see Lucy standing in a simple shift dress, her luscious breasts pressed high and together, creating a cleavage that called to me to press my face against. "Sire, how many dresses were you wanting for your new mate?" the seamstress asked me. Lucy's gaze flicked straight to me. What is this mate business? I don't understand it at all. She was holding her arms out and turning this way and that as the seamstress asked, her earlier protests at odds with her actions. Get something on and we'll talk over breakfast, I assured her, before turning to the woman on the floor with pins stuck in her mouth. As many as she will require. I trust she will let you know once she's had a chance to settle in. I flicked my hand, and the woman got up and curtsied deeply. Yes, Your Highness. She grabbed her materials and left the room. Lucy drew up the dress and stockings they'd left for her in the meantime, draped over the back of a chair. The dress was finely woven with rich purple hue, befitting for a queen. I'm not really a dressy girl. She held up the dress, turning this way and that in front of my tall mirror that stood against the wall opposite the bedhead. I'm more of a jeans and t-shirt sort of woman. Why is that? I asked her, as I pulled on a shirt and my shoes. It's just easier to hide all of this, she said, gesturing to her shapely, perfect body. I laughed. Why should you hide anything? Your body is strong, dear one. Healthy, beautiful. You should carry yourself with pride. Lucy looked down at the ground, and I reached over and touched her chin, tipping her head up and staring down into her eyes. In my eyes, you are perfection itself. I leaned closer, dropping my voice to a whisper. Believe me, if I had my way, I'd strip both of us to nothing at all and devour you all over again this instant. A smile trembled on her lips. Do you like bigger women? Is that it? Because I can tell you, where I come from, men like you don't want women like me. Women like you? Confusion filled me. What did she mean? Yeah, frumpy, chubby, big girls. I let my hands run down her body, pausing at her tiny waist and then gripping her ass. She yelped in surprise, but didn't fight me. Lucy, I don't like big girls. I like you. All of you. I'm not sure how stupid human men are, but anyone who made you feel less than you are is an imbecile. You're perfect in every way, and I desire you more than any other woman I've ever met. Can't you feel how much I want you? I pressed her pelvis closer to mine, where I was sure she could feel the hardening of my cock in my pants. She bit her lip in an innocent, vulnerable way and then whispered, Thank you. It was too much for me. I had to kiss her. I dropped my head, and she lifted hers up to meet mine. Our lips met, and a mutual moan was pulled from both our mouths. Oh, God. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her closer, sliding my tongue into her mouth and tasting her. She gripped my face with her hands and held me to her, and I let the kiss go on and on. My cock throbbed, and my lust swirled in my heated blood, but I knew that the next time I took my mate to bed, it needed to be something she was desperate for. I'd never taken a woman against her will, and I never would. Finally, I pulled back and stared down at her beautiful face. Her cheeks were rosy, her green eyes dazed. Her lips were blood red from my kisses. Shall we go to breakfast? I asked her, and I could see her disappointment and rushed to reassure her. I'd love to take you back to bed, so if you'd rather stay and make love first. She stepped away. No, you're right. Breakfast. Talking. I'm sorry, but your kisses are just... Intoxicating, I finished for her. She frowned. Is that how everyone else feels about them too? I laughed. Who's everyone else? The women of my past were not interested in my kisses. I was referring to your taste for me. If my kisses have half the effect on you that your kisses have on me, I'm surprised we're still standing here dressed." She giggled and tightened the belt around her waist. "Well, we have to be a little bit smart about this." I took her hand and pulled her to the door and into the corridor, leading the way to the dining hall. Though I didn't say it, I was looking forward to eating in company for once. It was depressing, eating alone in a room designed to seat 20. I shook the thought away and turned to her. "Do you always do what is right, what is logical?" That was a great attribute for a queen, though I hoped when it came to the bedroom she would be more adventurous than that. "Yes, I try to. But I do have a bit of a temper, and I can sometimes be—" "Less than perfect?" "Yes, I know that feeling well." She smiled at me with an understanding that we hadn't shared yet, and there was a moment that I recognized of our souls linking and connecting. It stole my breath away. My God, what would I do if she left me now? I shook away the feelings of dread and loneliness that such a thought gave me. "Here we go." I pushed open the door and led her inside to the massive dining table. The chef and maidservant stood by the table, welcoming us with smiles. As I had ordered, it was laden with everything anyone could possibly want for breakfast. Fresh breads piled high, a selection of jams and butter to accompany them, hot eggs and sausages on silver trays, and fruit and berries of all kinds. Jugs of sweet wine complemented the spread. I nodded, satisfied. I wanted Lucy to know that I could provide for her. She would want for nothing while she was here. I looked over at my chef, who still hovered nearby. "You've outdone yourself." She smiled, then tapped the side of her nose. "I heard it was an important day, sire." I walked to the head of the table and held out a chair for my mate. "Thank you, Cherie." I smiled, waving her off. "That will be all for now." I had a big job ahead of me. I had to convince my mate to stay with me. Even though I considered myself a civilized man, I didn't want to see what would happen if she tried to leave me. My dragon wouldn't like that. Chapter 11. Stavrok. My chef smiled as she left, accompanied by the maidservants, and I focused back on Lucy. "Let's sit." We took our places at the huge dining table, and I glanced over at my mate. "Wow, this looks amazing!" Lucy smiled, as big and excited as a child with new toys. She obviously liked to eat and enjoyed food as I did, but something told me not to mention it. I gestured toward the table. "Please, dig in. Take as much as you want." I reached for the hot bread rolls and smothered them with butter before grabbing the meat. Lucy took a few berries and eyed the bread on my plate with envy. "Please, eat." I pushed 2 rolls onto her plate, and she practically shoved them straight off again. "It's good food, I promise." I shot her a crooked smile. "Not poisoned." She gave me a reluctant smile before she sighed, fiddling with her fork. "It's not that. I can't. It's the carbs." She trailed off, looking longingly at the plates piled with steaming morsels. I laughed. There were no such stupid rules in my kingdom. "Lucy, you're in a kingdom that must seem magical to you, a world full of dragons and castles. You've accepted these, yes? Why deny yourself the pleasure of good food?" Her face twisted strangely before it cleared. She nodded, like she finally saw my logic. "God, you're right. To hell with my diet." She wrinkled her nose in a manner I found adorable. "They never work anyway." She tore into the bread, slid a sausage into a roll, and bit into it in a way that had me groaning with need. "You okay?" she asked, and I took a long drink of the sweet wine they'd poured for us. "Yes." She gestured with her hands that I should go on, but I didn't know where to start. I didn't know how to convey how much I wanted her. The best I could do for now was deflect. "You have questions. What is it you want to know?" She swallowed and glared at me, but this time there was a note of playfulness in her expression that made my chest spark with hope. "Tell me why I'm here, for one thing," she said. I leveled my gaze at her, considering. "It may be easier if I go back a bit and explain a few things. Is that all right?" She nodded, sipping at the water in front of her. "Sure, tell me everything." Where to begin? "I may as well tell you about my history. My parents were married for 30 years before they both died a few winters ago." Her face was stricken, pale and pained. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "They died together," I said shortly. One day I would tell her the full truth. But the story was a long one, and I didn't want it to cast a pall over our happiness. "It was what they would have wanted." A soft smile filtered across Lucy's face. "Yeah, I think I can understand that. I've dreamt about that sort of love, but never experienced it. And neither have I, until now." "Well, you see, most dragon shifters have a mate that the fates choose for them. When we find them, we know them by their smell. There's an instant attraction. They are our perfect match in every way." I dropped my gaze. "My parents had that. In fact, my father kidnapped my mother right out of her village and never took her home again." Lucy laughed. "God, that must run in your family." I grinned at her. "It does. My grandfather was the same. When our dragons see their fated mate, there is no holding him back. It was last night, uncontrollable." "Hang on a second. Are you telling me that you think I'm your fated mate, or whatever it's called?" She stared at me like I was insane. "I don't just think it," I said, my voice solemn. "I know it. The feelings I'm experiencing, the way I shifted with no control last night, my dragon recognized its mate. I've been waiting for you for a long time." I didn't want to say something corny like forever or my whole life, but now that I had her, I knew what it felt like to have that hole in my heart filled. I wasn't letting her go. "But that's impossible! I'm not like you," she spluttered. "I'm human, in case you haven't noticed." "Yes, I know. I don't know what sort of offspring you will have, but fate has chosen you for me, and fate is never wrong." I smiled. "I have every faith in you, Lucy." I didn't want to tell her that Marienne believed she had a dragon shifter ancestor somewhere down the line. That may be too much for the woman to take in right now, on top of everything else. Her face creased up, and I longed to pull her close and soothe her. But no! Stavrok, come on! You can't be serious about this. Fated mates, soulmates, it's not real. I don't know what you felt last night or why we—" Her cheeks flushed. "But it isn't because some mythical thing like fate made us do it." I just grinned at her. She hadn't fled the room screaming yet. There was hope for this strong little human. "What did you feel last night, Lucy? Tell me." Her confident gaze dropped away from me. I leaned forward. "Because for me, it wasn't a choice. I had to have you. You were the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen in my life, and I felt like I would die if I didn't kiss you." Her eyes came up and met mine, and the fragility in her eyes broke my heart. I reached out and took her hand, cradling it between my palms. "I know you must be feeling lost and extremely overwhelmed at this point in time," I said. "But I need you to stay with me at least until we know if you're pregnant or not." She stared down at her plate. Her eyes were filled with tears, but when she spoke, her voice was strong. "Why? You must know that I can't simply vanish off the face of the planet. I have a job. I have friends. They'll all come looking for me soon enough." I admired her courage. Even lost and disoriented as she was, she held her ground. "We have access to the internet in some parts of the castle. Perhaps you could email them and tell them you've jumped on a plane for an unexpected holiday. 2 weeks, that's all I'm asking for, Lucy. Can't you see that this is an opportunity to fulfill all of your wildest dreams?" No woman had ever reacted like this to finding their soulmate, let alone finding out that their soulmate was a king. She would want for nothing for the rest of her life, and yet she was acting like I had given her a prison sentence. "But my job? What if they fire me?" I waved my hand around the room. "Then I will fill your bank account with whatever money you need. That is of no consequence to me. You are my first priority now." "Oh, I could tell she had nothing to say, and the topic of money seemed to embarrass her, which was interesting. "If you need money," I began. Her gaze snapped to mine, and her tone was flinty. "I don't need money, thank you. I've paid off most of my house, completely by myself." I tilted my head and gave her a broad smile. I had no idea what that meant. I was born into a royal family and would never have to pay for any piece of real estate for as long as I lived. "You'll stay, then?" I pressed. "You said—" Her voice was small, careful. "If I'm not pregnant, I can go home." No. As much as my dragon resisted the idea of her leaving, she also hadn't asked what would happen if she was pregnant, and therefore I didn't need to tell her I would be using every opportunity to ensure it. "Well," I said, trying to balance the truth with a comfortable white lie. Luckily, I didn't need to think of one because she kept talking. "The odds that I'm pregnant are low." She tilted her head, counting the days off on her fingers. "I'm quite late in my cycle, and at my age, we only slept together once. It's not likely is all." I grinned at her. She clearly had no idea how strong the bond between us was. If there was any chance at all of her becoming pregnant, then she already would be. "How old are you, Lucy?" 33. And you?" 42. She gaped at me. "You don't look anywhere near that." I shrugged. "Our shifter genes keep us young. So, my beautiful mate, the woman who will be my queen if you decide to stay in this land of fire and ice, do we have a deal?" I stuck out my hand, and she looked at my fingers like they might bite her. "You know that saying things like that to me, a perfect stranger, makes you sound totally insane, right?" she asked. "I wouldn't say we're strangers, Lucy. Not after last night, would you?" She shook her head slowly. "I guess not." I kept my hand out, wanting her reassurance that she wouldn't run away the first chance she got. Not that an unaccompanied human would get far in this climate, but she was far too precious to lose to our brutal weather. 2 weeks, you say? She pursed her full lips. "And I get to use your computer?" I nodded. She could do whatever she wanted if it was within the castle walls. "Absolutely," I said. "I want you to meet everyone in the castle. Then I'll take you out and show you our town." She put her hand into mine, and a current of awareness passed over my skin, making a growl rise in the back of my throat. "All right, then. You have a deal," she said. Chapter 12. Lucy. The excitement fluttering through my belly was unlike anything I'd ever felt. It was like waiting for an exam, a first date, and the beginning of a roller coaster all at once. Stavrok spent the morning showing me his favourite parts of the castle. It was truly beautiful, like stepping into a fairy tale. He showed me his parents' portrait in the entrance hall and the family tapestry hanging beside it. He drew me close and whispered that my name would be embroidered there before long, the glittering golden threads entwined with his, and I fervently hoped he couldn't hear my pulse fluttering at the thought. We headed out, hand in hand, into the brisk morning air. I was glad for the thick scarf and muff a maid had brought me, because the weather was far chillier than I was used to. Stavrok walked me down the narrow cobblestoned path into the little town that lay below the castle. He took pleasure in introducing me to passers-by as we went, and it charmed me that he seemed to know so many of his subjects on sight and had a vested interest in their activities. The town itself was a strange combination of modernity and old-world charm. The technology seemed to be similar to ours, but there were open-air markets that could have been pulled straight from another age, and I spotted apothecaries selling herbs and crystals that I'd never seen before. The people were red-cheeked and happy, the streets were clean and inviting, and the castle loomed over everything with a majestic beauty. As we wandered back toward the castle, I gestured to the people around me. "You said that you were self-sustainable. How do you manage that in such cold weather?" The chill in the air had me pulling the cloak around me even tighter. I didn't know how it was possible to go from my home, where we were enjoying a mild spring, to this place, where there was snow on the ground and the tip of my nose was frozen. "We eat seasonally," Stavrok said. "Being dragon shifters, our diet does contain a high meat component. We only grow hardy animals that survive our winters." "What are your winters like if this is spring?" Stavrok laughed. "It gets colder, certainly. All homes in town have fireplaces and a great heating system." "And if someone can't afford to pay their bills?" "Their bills?" He quirked his eyebrow at me, as though he didn't know what I meant. "Yes, for electricity, water. How does everyone pay for that?" He grinned. "The royal family pays for the entire town, in all ways. As long as the townspeople are doing their jobs, all the essential amenities are taken care of." I gaped at him, shivering as he opened one of the castle's great oak doors. I ducked inside, the heat enveloping me like a hug. "So there's no money?" "Of course there's money. We use a similar currency to the euro, but when it comes to the basics of life, things like water, sewerage, heating, even food if the family is struggling due to illness, the castle takes care of it." I stared at him, shocked to the core that there was such a place. I wish our government did the same thing. There are so many homeless, struggling people. I shook my head, trying not to think about the depressing parts of the human world. So many starving. "Would you like some lunch?" he asked. I looked around. Surely there were things he needed to attend to. "I'm all right for the moment, although a shower and then access to a computer would be great," I said. "I really need to write to my work to let them know what's going on. Or a version of it, anyway." I'd meant to find the computer straight after breakfast, but Stavrok had wrapped me up in a cloak and encouraged me to come out with him and meet his people. And how could I say no to a tour of his beautiful lands? I smiled up at Stavrok. "Thank you so much for the tour. I loved it. Especially the shop full of all those silks. The clothes were spectacular. Some of the fashions were far too feminine for me, or more feminine than I'd ever allowed myself to be. My job demanded simple and comfortable clothes. All that lace, silk and ruffles, those intricate buttons, they weren't designed to end up covered in poster paint. Modern women in my town were either high-powered career women or stay-at-home moms. I didn't really fit comfortably into either group. "The dressmaker will return this evening," he said. "You can order anything you like from that shop. They'll have it made up for you to your specifications." "But," I wavered, "I won't be staying that long, surely. Besides, how would I pay for any of it? I didn't have any money on me." Stavrok reached out for my hands and pulled me closer. His burning gaze made my knees weaken, and I moaned softly. "Shall I join you in the shower?" Images swirled in my head of steam and heat and cold tiles at my back. I'd always had a fantasy of having hot shower sex up against a wall, but no man had ever come close to fulfilling it for me. How could they, when I weighed more than most of my ex-boyfriends? With Stavrok, I could see him easily overcoming my weight and clumsiness. But the last thing I wanted to do was make him think that I had decided to stay, or that we were developing a relationship I wasn't certain about yet. "I'd rather stay clean after my shower, thank you very much." Stavrok kissed me, his lips tasting like snow and sin. I pushed away from him, the heat of his chest soaking into my palms as I tried to put some much-needed space between us. "And I'm pretty sure, King Stavrok, that you have more important things to do than show me around and have showers in the middle of the day." Stavrok grinned. "I do have a kingdom to run, it's true, but I'd prefer to have a shower with you more than anything else." When we were a respectable distance from each other, I could finally breathe more easily. "Please, let me do what I need to do, then I'll be more comfortable." "More comfortable?" he asked, tilting his head. "Yes, I have obligations that I need to fulfill. My work, my parents." I could hardly believe that I'd just left my whole world behind. Then again, the daycare centre probably assumed I was in bed sick, and my parents only called weekly. That wasn't what rattled me, though. What disturbed me most was how little I'd thought about it all morning. I'd allowed myself to get swept up in Stavrok's icy world, seduced by more than the man himself. This place called out to me like a siren song. Even though it had only been one night, it was the other world that was starting to feel like the dream. Stavrok took my hand and held it as we walked through the castle. "Well, after you finish all of that, I will meet you for dinner. I think you may like my proposal." I wasn't sure I liked the sound of that. "What sort of proposal?" The wolf-like grin that sparked Stavrok's teeth made me jump. "Wait and see. Until then, you need a guide. I'll have one sent to your room." "What do you mean, a guide? Like your chief of staff?" Stavrok backed away from me. He must have finally realized that he did indeed have things to do. "Not exactly. James runs everyone and everything, so he'll be somewhere making sure the house isn't burning down without me at the helm. But I'll send someone you'll like, I promise." He waved and strode off, the sounds of his leather heels tapping along the hallway until he disappeared into a room. I sighed and let the happiness that I'd been holding at bay filter into my mind and fill me up. What am I doing? This is utterly crazy. I should be working out a way home, plotting my escape, but instead I was luxuriating in all this enjoyment. Worst of all, memories of the heated moments from last night kept cropping up in my mind at the most inopportune times. I wandered back to our room, Stavrok's room, and soon found myself alone in the large, hot shower. The bathroom was fitted out with every modern convenience. The towel racks were heated, as were the flagstones underfoot. The walk-in shower had a giant overhead waterfall built into the wall, and there was a huge bathtub sunken into the floor with jets embedded in the sides. And yet, this was a castle. If I didn't feel so awake, I could probably convince myself that I was still dreaming, because not much was making sense at this point. It took a while before I could properly feel my toes again, but when I did, I was glad of it. It was cold here, much colder than I was used to. These dragon shifters were obviously immune to it, but I was not. Maybe they ran hotter than I did. I swallowed, thinking of Stavrok's chest pressed up against mine. Even through my clothes, he was a total furnace. I would have to take precautions next time I went outside. Thicker socks, more layers. Maybe I could find some earmuffs. I giggled at the thought. Tilting back my head, I let the warmth of the water flow over me. What am I doing? Rearranging my life around Stavrok. I'd only known the guy for one night, and all his promises seemed way too good to be true. Fairy tales like this didn't happen to women like me. I should get out of here before I got too attached. I didn't want to get myself hurt. But what was I really rushing back to? A job that paid me just above minimum wage to help raise other people's children because I didn't have any of my own. "Hello? Lucy! Can I come in?" The sound of a young, chirpy female voice echoed through the room. Did she want to come into the bathroom? I wasn't sure how comfortable I was with that. "Just give me a second," I called. "I'll be out in a moment." I switched off the water and grabbed a fluffy towel from a nearby rack. I rubbed the towel over every part of me. The room was so warm I was comfortable, but the knowledge of a stranger in the adjacent room made me want to get dressed as soon as possible. Since my clothes were in the other room, I ventured out into the bedchamber wearing only the bath towel. A young woman, who reminded me of our daycare centre receptionist, greeted me with a beaming smile. Her curly brown hair tumbled over her slight shoulders, and her eyes were the brightest blue I'd ever seen on a person. Then again, those striking eyes seemed to be common around these parts. "Hello," I said, holding the towel tight against my huge breasts, which as usual threatened to spill out over the top. "Hey, I'm Cass, His Majesty's cousin," the woman said. "And you must be the famous Lucy. It's so great to meet you." Cousin. All right. I could deal with that. Chapter 13. Lucy. I lifted my chin and answered, "Yes, I am." Cass clapped her hands together like an excited child. "This is going to be brilliant. When Stavrok told me you'd arrived, I couldn't believe it. People have been waiting for my cousin to marry for ages. Years. And now he's finally got his mate." I groaned and rolled my eyes. Why does everyone keep jumping forward, planning out my whole life for me? I met Stavrok last night. Last night! I'm not about to just marry him tomorrow because he thinks I'm some mythical mate thing. The girl's face bulked, her smile turning upside down as she went pale. "Oh." I clenched my teeth and forced some deep breaths. "Look, Cass, you seem lovely, and I would really enjoy a rundown of how things work around here if you can spare the time, but I'm human. And I'm not used to being told what I must and mustn't do, so if you don't mind." She giggled. "You sound just like Stavrok." That stopped me in my tracks. "In what way?" "He's always said he wouldn't marry just because it was expected, and that he wouldn't succumb to the fated mate's curse like his father did. But look at you. He snatched you out of a human town, didn't he?" I bit my lip. "Yes." "I knew it." She began pulling clothes from a huge oak wardrobe on the other side of the room. "The servants have left some things in here for you. Here, try some stuff on. I want to see." Cass wasn't looking in my direction, but I was still self-conscious. I didn't have much of a choice about changing in front of her, and as a fully grown woman, I knew I should get over myself. She was a girl. I was a girl. Before I chickened out, I dropped the towel to the ground and grabbed for the thick stockings and the long-sleeved shift that had been laid out on the bed for me. Layers, that was what I needed. Layers. Over the shift I slid on a soft, fine-knit sweater, following it with a low-necked garment that seemed to be a cross between a sweater and a dress. I smoothed it down against my body, finally feeling like I would be warm enough to face the rest of the day. I didn't want to venture outside again, though. I'd always imagined huge castles of this kind to be drafty and uncomfortable, but with the crackling fire in the grate, I felt cosy as hell. That's better. I shuddered, remembering the icy air outside. Goodness, it's cold here. Cass turned around with her big smile. You'll get used to it soon enough. I gave her a smile in return, although my stomach twinged with unease. That was my worry. I was already far too used to this place. I kept letting my guard down without realizing, sliding into the role Stavrok seemed so eager for me to play. Cass was looking at me expectantly, and I shook my head to clear it. Did she say something? "Wow, you're miles away," she said, her eyes merry. "I said you look the part. You should ask Stavrok about jewellery. I know he has some of his mother's old pieces squirreled away. You'll be the belle of the ball when the other royals come to dine here." "What do you mean?" I asked, but Cass was too busy rummaging through the contents of the wardrobe. As king, it was clear Stavrok had duties to his kingdom and people. I wondered what my duties would be here if I stayed here. Hostess? Peacemaker? Diplomat? I swallowed. I wasn't qualified for this. I couldn't even keep the peace through Christmas dinner with my extended family, let alone organise a feast for such important guests. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." Cass put her hand on my arm, frowning, and I jumped at the contact. "Yeah," I managed to say, giving her a shaky smile. "Just processing." She smirked at me before looping her arm through my elbow and tugging me toward the door. I yelped, having no choice but to follow her. For such a tiny thing, she had alarming strength. Must be a dragon trait. "You can process on the way. Come on, there's so much to see before dinner." Her curls bounced as she whipped her head round, flashing me a grin. "Stavrok wanted you to get the whole tour, and I'm the resident expert." Cass continued chattering happily as we proceeded down the corridor, and I half listened, catching glimpses through half-open doors as we passed. There were a group of women working on a huge tapestry in one room who inclined their heads at the sight of us, and shouts echoed from another room, along with the sound of metal clashing together. When we got closer, I realised the men were combat training, the way Stavrok had been when I'd confronted him and demanded answers. It felt like such a long time ago. I was startled to realise that it was only this morning. "The kitchens are in the basement, and the greenhouses are through there." Cass flung a hand, indicating a high archway at the end of the walkway we stood on. "We grow our own produce. Any surplus is donated to the townsfolk." I craned my neck over the ledge of the huge glass window, gazing down into the valley that lay below the castle. The town looked tiny from here, the little houses and shops like toys. "It's so—" I struggled to think of the right word. "Old-fashioned." Cass giggled. "I guess it must seem that way to you, but we have our technological advances, same as your world. Have you ever been to Chicago? I spent a summer there once." I cut her off, remembering my request from earlier. "Speaking of technology, did Stavrok mention anything about a computer to you? I need to send some emails and check in on a couple of things." Understatement of the century. With any luck, I hadn't been gone long enough to raise any alarm bells. Cass gave a heavy sigh. I'm afraid the Wi-Fi kind of sucks here, but the East Tower has a couple of hot spots. We have a small office space next to the library. You can use my laptop if you like. Perfect. I grinned. Can I show you the greenhouses first? Cass drew her eyebrows together, eyes wide. She looked so hopeful that I found myself softening. Fine, I said. The greenhouses were beautiful, built into the centre of the castle's intricate roof system, and therefore sheltered from the strong winds of the rocky cliff faces on either side. The roof was panelled with multicoloured glass, which dappled the floor with prismatic patterns. After letting Cass show me the grapevines which produced the sweet wine I'd had at breakfast, the fragrant hothouse flowers, and the sunken pool where huge koi fish swam in and out of water lilies, I finally turned to her with a sigh. It's gorgeous, but I really need... Cass threw her arm around my shoulders and steered me to the door. I know. I'll take you to your precious computer. Her scrunched-up face made me chuckle. She reminded me of the face my toddlers made when I took away their crayons. Thank you for the tour, Cass, I said. It was useful to have a mental map of this place, after all. Whoever built this place was really onto something. I glanced back at the beautiful, bright hothouse flowers as we exited the greenhouse, breathing in their dizzying scent one last time. The place was like a little bubble of happiness, a pocket of summer hidden away in this icy, wintry landscape. I take it your ancestors put all this together. I turned to her as we wandered back down the covered walkway, heading for the entrance hall. She nodded. Back there, though? She pointed toward the greenhouses. Stavrok built all that. My heart skipped a beat or two. Really? She grinned, looking as if she could read my train of thought. It's been a personal project of his for years. He spends time in there still when he can spare it. Self-sufficiency is very important to him. I struggled to square my image of Stavrok, stoic, strong, the pinnacle of masculinity, with the leafy oasis at the heart of the castle. Still, I knew that first impressions didn't count for everything. Maybe there was more to him than met the eye. Cass was watching me carefully. I know our ways must seem strange to you, Lucy. The human world is a far cry from ours. We passed through another corridor, one with doors that opened into a large hallway where people sat along long tables, chattering as they worked. When I looked askance at Cass, she smiled softly. Everyone in this place plays a part, Lucy. Our kingdom is run not by dominance and fear like some of the other kingdoms, but by understanding. Stavrok protects everyone, gives them the chance to hone their skills. She pointed to an old woman who spun thread on a giant spindle while a young girl watched her closely. They provide for us and themselves, and the kingdom prospers. In return, he will defend us to his dying breath. I gazed at the scene, lost in thought. This was what Stavrok was offering me, a world where I could flourish and nurture those around me, where I could be safe, where our children would grow up happy and loved. I swallowed. You say that like it's different here. She took my arm again, and we continued walking. I guess it is. Stavrok can be fearsome, but there are parts of this world where true darkness lingers. Cass bit her lip. It was strange to watch her mood change. The happy, cheery young woman from before disappeared in front of me, like a shadow passing over the sun. What do you mean, darkness? I asked. I thought about what she had said before. Dominance and fear. Clearly, those other kingdoms Cass mentioned didn't run on the same playbook that Stavrok and his people did here. King Magnic rules the kingdom nearest to ours. Cass frowned out of a window as we passed it, like the man himself might suddenly appear. He's a tyrant. He only cares about wealth and power, and his people suffer for it. I was silent. My heart hammered as I thought about having to come face to face with such a man in the future. If I stayed with Stavrok, surely I'd need to see him at some point. After all, what did I have to protect myself if I needed to? No magical powers, no mysterious shape-shifting ability. I was just an ordinary human. Cass must have seen my face, because she nudged her shoulder into mine. "Hey, don't worry about that now. Come on, we're almost there." I wanted to get her to tell me more about the kingdoms, about how things were done around here, but I forced myself to focus. One thing at a time. She led me into a gigantic library full of floor-to-ceiling bookcases. We wove through the shelves, and I gaped up at the ornate gilded books that lined every wall. A spiral staircase in the corner led up to a small balcony, and through another door we came upon a smaller anteroom, complete with a desk, office supplies, and... bingo. I made a beeline for the computer that sat on a small desk in the corner of the room, and Cass giggled. "It should be all set up for you," she said. "Give me a shout if you have any problems, yeah? I'll be right outside." I threw her a smile, grateful for the chance to be alone with my thoughts for the time being. I opened my email and began to scan my inbox. My depressingly empty inbox. I had one unanswered email from the daycare centre asking me if I was sick. It wasn't like me to just not show up for work, and I detected a note of worry in the message underneath the polite annoyance. I thought hard about what Stavrok had said. I knew the impromptu vacation excuse wouldn't cut it, but... I began to type, my fingers flying across the keyboard. The more I typed, the more I thought about my life back home. What I would be returning to once I got out of here. The small house where I lived alone. My day job where I cared for other people's children. The occasional drink I treated myself to, down at my small town's only bar. Spending the night getting hit on by guys who were only after one thing. Rinse and repeat. Laying out the facts, it made for a pretty bleak existence. Not that it was all bad. I liked my job well enough. I got on with my colleagues. I saw my parents every week or so. It was all perfectly fine. I looked at the message I'd written, a simple, short email explaining that I had been taken ill suddenly. It didn't sound that convincing, but I hit send anyway. I thought again about Stavrok. About the way he talked, offering to lay the world at my feet if that was what it took to get me to stay. I had to admit it, there was something charming about his unwavering belief in me. His certainty that the fates had brought us together, and he wanted to build a life with me. Granted, if a guy back home had told me he would father my children after only one night together, I would have turned tail and run. But this wasn't my home. The rules were different here. Every time I thought I was beginning to understand them, something new came along and turned everything on its head. I had to keep my wits about me. But it seemed like the longer I stayed here, the deeper down the rabbit hole I fell. Chapter 14. Stavrok. I looked over the perfectly set table. The candles were in place, and all the silverware was laid out precisely. Normally I didn't care about such things, but now I had someone to impress. The double doors at the other end of the dining room opened a crack, and I straightened my spine, hands behind my back. I had elected to wear a simple navy shirt and slacks for tonight's meal, a nice halfway point between my training gear and the formal wear my advisors forced me into for diplomatic visits. The door slid open, and Lucy slipped into the room. My heart lightened upon seeing her. She wore a simple, low-necked dress, and her long hair flowed loose around her shoulders. It was thrilling to see her embrace the fashions of the land so readily. She already looked like she belonged here. She looked like a queen. My queen. Her lips quirked upwards when she caught my eye, and she hurried over to meet me. "Your Majesty," she said, giving me a small curtsy and giggling in a way that made me smile. "My queen," I replied, giving her a bow in turn. She scrunched up her face and waved away my remark, but she accepted the chair I pulled out for her without fuss. The woman was a conundrum. A delightful puzzle that I couldn't wait to spend the rest of my life figuring out. Our food was brought in, and we began to eat in a comfortable silence. I surveyed her over the top of my wineglass, smiling at the way she flushed when she caught my eyes on her. "This colour suits you." I stroked a hand along her ruby-red sleeve. "You should order more styles in this palette. You make a pleasing picture." "Is that so?" she said, raising an eyebrow at me, but I could tell she wasn't angry at my remark. On the contrary, she looked strangely shy, as if she wasn't used to men complimenting her in this way. I couldn't fathom the motivations of human men. To me, she was a feast for the eyes. "I trust your day was pleasing," I said, taking a bite of tender lamb shank and eyeing her. She nodded. "Your cousin's fun." "Cass." I smiled warmly. "I'm glad you like her. She's like a little sister to me, talkative and always underfoot, but she means well. I hope she showed you all this place has to offer." "She did." Lucy met my gaze, her tone careful. "I got the works." "Good." I clinked my glass against hers. I wasn't hiding the fact that I wanted her to stay with me after all. "Did you find the computer you requested?" "I did, thank you." She cast her eyes downward, fiddling with her dessert fork. "I've tied up all the loose ends. So I'm all yours." I grinned at her and she snorted. "For now." She pointed her fork at me before taking another bite of lamb and groaning. "God, the food here is amazing." "Care to join me for dessert?" I said, lowering my voice a shade. She held my gaze. Her beauty was highlighted this evening, bathed by the candlelight's warm glow. She bit her plump lip, and it grew redder and fuller. "Of course." In due course the strawberries were brought out, but I found myself watching her more than anything else. She dipped them in melted chocolate and brought them to her mouth, her eyelashes fluttering with pleasure at the taste. Despite the servants standing by watching us, lust began to weave through my bloodstream. A drizzle of chocolate coated her little finger, and I couldn't help but take her hand and pull her finger toward my lips. I trailed my tongue over her flesh, and in answer, she took a sharp intake of breath. My heated gaze met hers. Her pupils were large, and her flushed chest was rising and falling a little more rapidly than before. I let her hand fall to the table and leaned in closer, sliding my hand up the outside of her thigh. She shoved away from the table, her chair scraping back as she stood up abruptly. Half a strawberry tumbled from her fingers, but she ignored it. "I'm tired," she said, biting her words out. "It's been a long day." I frowned. She clearly desired me just as much as I wanted her. Something was holding her back. "I'll take you to my bedchamber," I said, keeping my voice low. I didn't understand how the mood of the evening had turned so quickly. I wanted to take her again. My dragon demanded its mate, roaring with frustration. It would only be satisfied when Lucy and I were both sated and exhausted, but apparently my advances were unwelcome tonight. "I want my own, Chamber. Lucy crossed her arms, staring me down. You said I could have anything I wanted, right? I want this. I gaped at her. No woman had ever spoken to me in such a manner before. It only made me want her more. She wasn't afraid of me at all, this small human woman. I knew in that moment that I would level cities in order to keep her safe. I also knew that we should be apart right now. She wanted some space, and my baser urges were howling for me to throw her against the table and ravage her. It was only a matter of time before one of these eventualities would prevail. Very well, I said, keeping my voice impassive. I gestured to a nearby servant who sprang to attention. See to it that my mate has everything she needs for the night. Lucy turned to go, but before she could pull away completely, I took her hand in mine. Sleep well, dear one, I murmured, pressing my lips to the back of her hand. Just before she withdrew it and walked out of the dining hall, I swore I felt her fingertips brush, light as a feather, against my cheek. An hour later, I found myself alone in my bedchamber, staring up at the ceiling. I had spent my whole life in this bed, alone or in the company of an endless number of heartless women. It had never bothered me. I always slept a deep, untroubled sleep, or spent my nights in the arms of a conquest. Now the frustration itched under my skin. I ached for release, but I had nowhere to turn. The one thing that would sate my burning desire was in the castle, tantalizingly close, but just out of reach. I buried my face in my pillow and groaned aloud, praying for sleep to come and put an end to my suffering. Sleep did not come. Instead, there was a knock at the door. Hope flared in my chest, and I sat up, knocking my bedclothes aside. She'd come back to me. "Enter," I called, trying to keep the need out of my voice, but hearing it anyway. A figure entered the room, and my heart sank into my stomach. "Majesty?" The woman in the doorway gave a deep curtsy. "I came to make sure you were all right." It was the maidservant Daisy, was it? No, Daphne. "I'm fine," I said, dropping back onto my bed with a sigh. "I take it Lucy is settled." "She is, sire." Daphne edged the door shut behind her. I cracked an eye open to watch her as she approached my bed. "I was just wondering whether you required any other services before I departed for the night." Her hands came up to loosen the lacings at the front of her dress. "I could please you, if you wish it." I eyed her, a wave of exhaustion crashing over me. She was pretty. Her long black hair was fastened in a braid, and her brown eyes were fringed with long lashes. In bygone days, I wouldn't have thought twice before pulling her into bed with me. I'd had many beautiful women, including this one before me, but they were pale shadows to me now. I looked at Daphne, and all I felt was emptiness. A longing for the touch of someone else. I knew in that moment that I would never have another woman again. "Please." I passed a hand over my face, waving her away. "Leave me." There was a small noise like an inhale. Of shock, maybe. Perhaps the girl hadn't been expecting me to reject her so easily. Tough. Things were different. I'd found my mate now. I knew what true pleasure looked like, a real deep intimacy that was already blooming into love. I didn't hear her leave. Sleep pulled me under like a tidal wave, and I succumbed to it with open arms. Tomorrow I would win back my queen. I wanted nothing more to do with any other woman ever again. Lucy. I woke up to what I thought was the sound of birdsong outside my window. I lay in the pale morning light with my eyes closed, coming to my senses. As I regained consciousness, I realized the sound wasn't birds. It was the high, piercing sound of the icy winds that wrapped around the castle walls. I wasn't in my bed at home. The room I slept in was huge and high-ceilinged, and the silk sheets pooled around me where I lay in the centre of a vast four-poster bed. Memories of the night before flooded me, and I groaned, squeezing my eyes shut tight and sinking down underneath the covers. I couldn't pretend any more. This wasn't a dream. This was my life. I pushed the bedclothes back and shifted to the edge of the mattress, wincing when my bare feet touched the cold flagstones. There were no clocks in the room, but judging by the dim light and the silence that surrounded me, it was still early. I padded over to the empty fireplace and smiled as my feet sank into the lush rug that stretched in front of it. I traced the edge of the dragon woven into the centre of the rug and sighed. My night had been spent tossing and turning. The bed had been too big, too cold. The memory of Stavrok's body curled up against mine, his heat, the safety I felt in his arms. It was too much. My body hummed with the knowledge that he was somewhere within the walls of the castle. I craved him by my side, even after one day. Walking away from him last night had been the hardest thing I'd ever done. I'd wanted nothing more than to melt into his touch, to open myself to him again. From the fire in his eyes, I could tell he felt the same way. But I'd resolved to be cautious. My judgment was already out the window. I didn't need another crazy, intense night to scramble my brain further. When Stavrok was around, it was impossible to think rationally about anything. I refused to be a captive here. If I was going to stay, it would be my decision. The stone walls that surrounded me were suddenly suffocating. I turned and reached for the layers I had discarded last night on the chair beside my bed, dressing myself quickly. At this hour, a chill permeated the air, and I was glad for the soft fur against my skin. Towing on my shoes, I headed out the door before I could overanalyze my actions. With no particular direction in mind, I found myself wandering down the castle hallways. My head ached as I thought about everything I'd learned yesterday. About the town, its people. About the things Cass told me, Stavrok's vision for his kingdom. For all the years of his rule, he'd been by himself. It humbled me, knowing how much he'd built, all on his own. It was easier than it should have been to imagine myself by his side. There were things I could help with. I'd spent my entire adult life working with children, hadn't I? There had to be plenty of projects to run, lessons to teach. I could do so much. I was sure of it. In my mind's eye, I could see us, 5 or 10 years from now, surrounded by our friends, our servants, keeping them safe from those who would threaten us. The image expanded. I saw us surrounded by children. Our children, running down the staircase in the great hall, playing together, swinging between our joined hands as we walked through these hallways. My heart swelled. Stavrok wanted me to be his queen. If I stayed, I would have a man who wanted me just as I was, who didn't think I was too fat to be beautiful. In his eyes, I was perfect. I'd never have that at home, in my little town with narrow-minded men. I was so caught up that I barely noticed the figure watching me at the foot of the stairs, and I almost walked into her. Oof! I reached out a hand, steadying myself. Oh, I'm sorry, miss. My eyes focused, and I exhaled heavily, shaking my head at the maid who stood in my path. No worries. My fault. I smiled. The maid smiled back, but there was something guarded in her eyes. Right. I was still a stranger in these lands. It would naturally take a while for its people to warm up to me. Still, what was the harm in testing the waters? "What's your name?" I asked, feeling a bit foolish. I was probably distracting this girl from her chores for the sake of a little light conversation. "Daphne, miss." The girl's eyes flicked up and down, and she bobbed a curtsy. A strange smile played at the corners of her mouth. I already regretted starting this conversation, but I pressed on. "Have you been working here long, Daphne?" She straightened her shoulders and flicked her hair back. She was pretty, like all the women were here, with her long hair and dark eyes. "The castle isn't my workplace. It's my home." "Of course." I'd put my foot in it somehow, but in what way I didn't know. Daphne took a neat step forward, looking me directly in the eye. "I'm not some naive newcomer, miss. I'm devoted to my life here, just as I am devoted to the king." I nodded, lowering my gaze. "I understand. I didn't mean—" "I took care of the king's appetites last night," Daphne whispered. My stomach swooped sickeningly. She went on. "I consider it an honour to leave him well satisfied. I suggest if you can't keep up with our king's needs, human, you should fly off back to where you came from and leave him to those who can." I stepped back. My hands clenched into fists. I wanted to slap the smug look off her face, but I managed to control myself, taking short, sharp breaths as I struggled to regain my composure. Daphne's face settled into a placid smile. "Will that be all, miss?" I was trembling with anger, but I knew when I was beaten. The people here would never accept me. I wasn't one of them, and I never would be. The women would hate me for being an outsider, for being the one to lay claim to their king after all these years. The unfairness of it screamed out at me. It wasn't my choice. Stavrok had found me, chosen me, brought me here to rule by his side. "But you claimed him too," a small voice said in the back of my mind. "He's yours now, fate or no fate. Everyone can see it." Apparently, fate had a twisted sense of humour. I'd screwed up any chance I'd had of making things work between us. I'd driven him into the arms of another woman. I gave her a short nod, and she turned tail, leaving me standing at the foot of the staircase with a swirling mind and a heart that was, despite all my best efforts, broken. Chapter 15. Lucy. I only wanted one thing: to hide. The trouble was, I still didn't know the castle and all its hiding places well enough. Every time I ended up in some corner or other, a guard or servant wandered into the vicinity and looked at me like I was crazy. Eventually I settled for prowling through the great hall before making my way to the dining room. My blood was up, and there was nothing I could do to stop the rage that pooled in my stomach when I thought about my so-called fated mate. I prickled with frustration, pacing up and down in front of the roaring fireplace. The staff shot me nervous looks, but I ignored them. There was only one person I wanted to see. When the man himself finally appeared, I had worked myself up into an anger that threatened to crack the very floor beneath my feet. Stavrok was about to find out that this human woman had enough of a temper to take on a dragon. He closed the door behind him and stepped into the room. I drew in a sharp intake of breath. He was pale and there were dark shadows under his eyes. Maybe he'd slept as badly as I had. Or maybe he's been up all night fucking other women. When I met his gaze, his demeanour changed. He straightened up and his face softened, a spark of hope shining in his eyes. I met his eyes and kept my expression stony. He'd brought me here, into his life, his world. And he wasn't going to take me for a fool. Good morning, dear one. He ventured closer, coming to a standstill about 2 feet away from me. Did you have a restful night? I folded my arms. A hot pulse of irritation flooded through me at the way his eyes dropped to my chest. Folding my arms had pushed up my generous cleavage. I huffed and uncrossed them. Men. Not really, I said shortly. I'm sorry to hear it. He moved closer, reaching out to touch my shoulder. I missed you in my bed last night. I pushed his hand off me and stepped back, narrowing my eyes. He actually sounded regretful, like he meant it. The audacity of his behaviour threw me off my game a little, but I recovered myself. Did you? I smouldered up at him, and he frowned, like I'd unbalanced him. Good. Did you miss me, my king? More than you can know, he replied, before tilting his head. Lucy, is everything all right? You seem agitated. There's no point in keeping up the charade, Stavrok, I snapped. I know everything. He scrunched up his face, which only sought to enrage me further. He must think I'm a complete idiot. I ran into Daphne this morning. I let the words out in a rush of breath, relieved to finally release what I'd been holding back. She told me what happened last night. His gaze darkened, and I felt vindication sing through my veins. Finally, we're going to have this out. The maidservant. I can't believe I was actually starting to believe all the bullshit you fed me, I said. All that crap about fate bringing us together, and then, the minute my back is turned, you go off and fuck the first willing woman you come across. Stavrok's mouth dropped open. Dragon or no dragon, I was more than a match for this giant of a man. Lucy, he said, his shoulders squared off and taut with tension. I have no idea what you're talking about. Is that how it is here? I asked. A part of me thrilled at the heat building up between us. I wanted more of it. I wanted to stoke the flames until the inferno couldn't be contained anymore. You fuck other women whenever you please. What exactly am I here for, Stavrok? To give you airs while you take your pleasures elsewhere? I pressed a hand to my stomach, feeling a wave of something pass through me. I continued on, undeterred. You must think I'm an idiot. I gave a hollow laugh. Well, I might not be anything special. I might not be a magical shapeshifter, but I know when I'm being played. You think I took Daphne to bed last night? Stavrok's voice had dropped so low I could feel it in my chest, even from this distance. Lucy, I slept alone. She offered herself to me, yes, but I... There it is, I cut him off. Finally! I took a perverse kind of pleasure in getting the truth out of him like this, bit by bit. It was like touching a wound that hadn't healed yet. I couldn't stop the pain, but I liked being the one in control of it. Nothing happened, Stavrok said, his voice booming off the walls. Whatever she told you, it's a falsehood. I want no woman but you, Lucy. I scoffed, but tears pricked my eyes. I dashed them away. On some level, I knew this rejection was going to happen. Maybe it was better it happened sooner rather than later. A man like this, strong, handsome, virile, what did he want with a woman like me? He could have anyone he wanted. He was the kind of man that beautiful women threw themselves at on a daily basis. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. I don't believe you. What would you have me do to prove it to you? He asked. Have I not already offered you everything I have? Have I not laid it out at your feet from the moment we first met? I shoved down the small piece of doubt that threatened to crack through my defences and took a step toward him. "If it's not this one, it'll be another. Sooner or later, you'll see." "See what?" "How much you're missing," I said, running my hands through my hair so that it tumbled loosely around my shoulders. "The women here, I can't give you the things that they can. I'm not a shifter. I'm not beautiful. I'm not enough for you. You should never have taken me, Stavrok, because now I'll always know what it's supposed to feel like." I rushed forward and pushed at his chest with my fists. I gasped as he caught my wrists in his large hands and tugged me forwards until I curved into his body. "I'll always know how it's meant to be between two people, and I'll never feel like this again. You've ruined me." He snarled, his eyes flashing. In the depths of his gaze, I caught a glimmer of the dragon that slumbered inside of the king. Stavrok's hands tightened around my wrists, and his thunderous expression morphed into something deeper, raw and urgent. Lust raced through my veins as he pressed up against me, backing me into the wall and holding me there with ease. Chapter 16. Stavrok. Golden sunlight streamed in through the window. I stretched, eyes still half closed, and reached out a hand. A smile grew on my face when my fingers brushed up against the form, warm and solid, curled up beside me. Lucy. I had worried the previous day had been an illusion. A fever dream of sorts, conjured up by my fractured brain to mask the pain of my mate rejecting me. It appeared not. The real thing lay beside me, golden hair splayed out over the pillow. One hand curled upwards beside her slumbering face, and I couldn't resist brushing those soft fingers, watching her hand twitch and her eyelashes flutter. She looked like a princess, straight out of the stories my mother used to read to me as a child. Her gorgeous green eyes opened, and her lovely features softened when she saw me. Sleepily, she raised a hand up to push a lock of hair off my brow. At the gentleness of her touch, I bowed my head, pressing a kiss into her outstretched palm. "What a gentleman!" She giggled. "Good morning." "It is indeed," I murmured, pressing myself up against her side and combing my fingers through her hair, enjoying the soft texture. She snuggled closer. I was gratified by the contact and pleased at the assurance of the motion. She had no problem dragging my free arm tight around her waist, and I growled in satisfaction as I traced a hand over the curve of her waist. "What are your plans today?" Lucy whispered, pressing a kiss into my neck. I stroked her arm absently, thinking. "Matters of state, a few meetings this afternoon. Nothing urgent." She hummed approval and nuzzled into my neck. I wondered if the scratchiness of my stubble bothered her, but I didn't voice the thought. I was enjoying her kisses too much. "Besides," I murmured, running a hand up her spine, "my advisors will understand. I've found my fated mate after all these years. It's a cause for celebration." There was a long silence. I frowned. Lucy's back had grown tense at my words, and her body withdrew from mine under the bedcovers. Fated mates. She didn't turn her head, and her voice was quiet, but I was hanging on to every word. "You really believe in that stuff, don't you?" My frown deepened. I pulled my arms back, and she flipped onto her back, staring up at me with a blank expression. "Of course," I said, puzzled. "You feel it, don't you? The pull toward me, our connection. Don't talk of it as if—" "As if what?" "As if it's some—" I cast out a hand, struggling for the words. "Fairy tale. I assure you, what's passed between us is real. It is a bond that cannot be broken. Neither time nor distance will weaken its power." She pressed her lips together. The thin line of them grew white, and my anger bubbled to the surface. You know this, I growled. I know you can feel it too, Lucy. Don't tell me what I feel, she snapped, and my stomach dropped. She pushed the bed sheets back, climbed out of bed, and grabbed a robe from my coat rack. I feel like this is a load of shit, if you must know. What do you mean? I clambered to my feet, mirroring her movements. She had already circled the bed and walked out of reach. I resisted the urge to pace after her, sensing that it would only escalate things. Escalate what? We were having a pleasant conversation 5 minutes ago. The mood had changed so fast I had whiplash. She rounded on me. Even though I stood a head taller than her, I backed up a couple of steps at the force of her glare. I mean, you promised me time, she said. You promised me I could go home if I wanted to. And I'll honour that promise. My heart hammered in my chest, and the blood rushed through my eardrums. She wants to leave me. I couldn't believe it. I'd never heard of such a thing happening before. When a dragon shifter found their fated mate, that was it. They were bonded for life. I swallowed. Maybe it was because she was human. I should have known that crucial difference between us would come back to haunt me. She stared at me, her face pale and her eyes flashing. Belatedly, I realized I had been yelling. At length, she drew herself up to her full height and looked me square in the face, shoulders back. She was regal. She may not have been born into it, but she was certainly a queen in my eyes. I'm going for a shower, she said, her voice trembling with repressed emotion. Alone. Before I had a chance to respond, she turned and strode into the bathroom, slamming the door shut behind her. A few moments later, the water turned on. I resisted the urge to release my dragon then and there. Love and rage warred within my chest. I wanted to scorch a forest to the ground, level fields and raise valleys in my fury. Instead, I turned on my heel and walked out of the bedchamber. It was time for a sparring session. Whoever I was training with today, I didn't envy them one bit. Lucy. By the time I climbed out of the shower, my skin was flushed and pruny, and my ire had cooled considerably. As I towelled off my hair, I cast a nervous glance at the door that led to the bedchamber. The shower had washed away my prickling frustration, but I wasn't ready to face Stavrok yet. When I pushed open the door, I revealed an empty room. The bed was neatly made, but there was no sign of the king anywhere. My heart sank, caught somewhere between relief and sadness. Ugh, I need to walk and clear my head. This place is driving me crazy. I slipped on a simple velvet dress, and after a moment of hesitation, a fur mantle that I found hanging in the vast wardrobe. It was fancier than anything I owned back home, but it was soft and warm. I smoothed the fur around my shoulders, turning to assess myself in the mirror. A knock at my door. "Lucy! Are you awake yet?" I smiled to myself. "Yep. Come in, Cass." The door creaked open and Cass slipped inside. She bounded over to me and bobbed up behind my shoulder. She grinned at me in the mirror, and I managed to smile back. "The royal furs," she said. "It suits you." I let out a groan of dismay, and her brow furrowed. The gesture reminded me of Stavrok, and my mood sank even further. "Oh, no." She bit her lip, eyes wide. "What's wrong?" I took her arm, shaking my head, lost for words. Where to even begin? "I'm going for a walk." I led her to the doorway, out into the corridor. "And you're coming with me." "Okay." Cass's voice trailed after me as I strode down the corridor, not bothering to slow my pace for her. She trotted after me, panting. "Do I get to ask what this is about, or?" I shook my head, hurtling down the wide staircase and rounding the corner. I was kind of impressed with myself. I knew the layout of this place like I'd lived here for years. Like it's already home to me. I forced the traitorous thought out of my mind and forced open the double doors, making for the outer walkway Cass had shown me a couple of days ago. Air. That was what I needed. Fresh air to clear away the storms swirling in my head. "Lucy!" Cass burst through the doorway in a flurry of chestnut curls, laying a hand on my arm. "Tell me what's going on already!" At her touch I deflated, pulling back until we were walking side by side. I took a deep breath of the cool air and exhaled, long and slow. I started feeling better just for being outside. "This is all happening so," I flailed. "It's a lot, okay? And A week ago, I was living a totally normal life in my totally normal town, and suddenly, overnight, I'm the soulmate of a king." "Slow down," Cass interjected, but I couldn't stop. I always got like this when I was angry or upset. Once the words started, they kept on coming, faster and faster. "He wants me to live in his castle and be his queen and rule by his side and have his babies and... oh my God!" I ran my fingers through my hair, rounding on her. "My kids are going to be dragons, Cass! Dragons!" "Well," Cass said weakly, "they won't be dragons all the time. It's more like a part of our souls." I shot her an incredulous look and kept walking. The wide stone archways we passed through looked out over a snowy vista. A light flurry was falling, coating the castle roofs and turrets with white. "We're shifters, Lucy." Cass's voice was gentle, reassuring. "And they won't just be his children. They'll be yours too." "That's exactly the problem," I sighed. "You, Stavrok, everyone is talking as if I've already agreed to spend my life here, just because the fates have decided it." Cass tilted her head to the side as though she was puzzled, so I sighed and tried to explain. "In my world, there's no such thing as fate or destiny." I looked out over the beautiful world I'd found myself in. I heard Stavrok's voice echo through my mind. A world of fire and ice. "I make my own choices, Cass. Nobody else. Not fate. Not even a dragon king." We were silent for a few more paces. The wind howled around us, and I shivered, drawing my collar up around my neck. "I hear you," Cass said eventually. "I just..." She looked up at me, eyes piercing through mine. I felt exposed. "I can't understand why you would ever want to leave this place," she said. "Or leave Stavrok." I bit my lip. "I guess it must be kind of hard to wrap your head around, huh?" Cass laughed. "Yes. If I found my fated mate..." She exhaled, fixing her eyes on the horizon, lost in thought. "I wouldn't ever want to be apart from them, let alone in another world entirely." I didn't reply. I tried to imagine crossing the border and returning to the human world, starting my life again like none of this had ever happened. Deep in my stomach, the thought didn't sit right with me. I didn't want Cass to know that. I sighed heavily. "Cass, I can't be a prisoner here. Whatever I feel for Stavrok, I'm my own person." Cass opened her mouth to say something, but before she could, there was a tap on my shoulder. Her eyes slid past mine, widening, and I whirled around to face two tall figures dressed in the livery of the castle guards. I didn't recognize them. That fact wouldn't have been unusual in itself. I hadn't been here that long after all, but from Cass's expression, I could tell she didn't know them either. I straightened my shoulders, trying for an aura of confidence that I didn't feel. "Yes?" The one on the left spoke. His voice was low and gravelly. "Ma'am, you have to come with us." Cass nudged me aside, stepping between me and the newcomers. "Why? Anything you can say to her, you can say to me." A glow of warmth shot through me, but it vanished when the men's expressions darkened. Their eyes were glowing in a faintly familiar way. "We were told to make this quiet," the one on the right said. He was shorter than his friend, and his voice had a mean undercurrent. "But we're authorized to use force if necessary." I shivered, but Cass was getting angrier by the moment. Her brows were furrowed, her fists were clenched, and her face had gone an unhealthy shade of red. "Authorized by who?" Quick as a flash, the taller of the pair lashed out, swift and merciless. The uppercut sent Cass flying into the stone edge of the walkway. She hit it with a sharp crack and fell to the floor, where she lay, unmoving. "Cass!" I screamed. I shot forward, stumbling toward her. She looked so still. I needed to check if she was breathing. She couldn't possibly be. Firm hands grabbed me, and I struggled as I was pulled back, away from her. No matter how much I thrashed, the grip on my arms was as solid and immovable as iron. "No! Let me go!" I twisted around, desperately casting around for anyone who might be nearby. "Stavrok!" The last thing I saw were a pair of glittering, malevolent eyes before a cloth was pressed against my nose and mouth. And then everything went black. Chapter 17. Lucy. When I woke up, a single feeling slammed into me with inescapable force. Cold. I moaned and shuddered, curling into my side and wrapping my arms around myself in a futile attempt to warm up. I'd been cold since I arrived in the land of fire and ice. But for the first time, the real Arctic temperatures of this world were hitting me. I'd seen the fire firsthand, and now I was getting the ice. I inched my eyes open, squinting as my eyes adjusted to the dim light. I was in a cavernous, windowless room. Damp trickled down the stone walls, and a torch flickered in a hollow crevice, casting long shadows over the uneven floor. I pushed myself up onto my hands, trying to keep my rising panic in check. I was lying on a thin wooden bench pushed up against the wall. There were iron brackets bolted into the stonework just above my head. Wow, I really don't want to know what those are for. I curled my legs up beside me on the bench, my eyes flickering back and forth, taking stock of my surroundings from the limited vantage point. Dark, damp room. Stone walls. Were those chains coiled up in the far corner? I didn't care to get up and check. I dropped my head, pressing my cheek against my knees. It looked like I'd finally made it to the dungeons after all. A cold, creeping misery swept through my chest, and I groaned. Had I crossed Stavrok one too many times? We'd fought badly this morning. Granted, it was just a continuation of the argument from the day before, but still. He was the king. He must be unused to dealing with the sharp end of a temper like mine. But to go so far as throwing me in the dungeons over it? That just didn't square with the picture I had of him. He could be fierce, sure, but he treated me with a deference and respect I was unused to in a man. Every scrap of evidence I had to go on told me that he was strong and just. A fair, kind leader of his people. I hadn't seen anything to point to the contrary. A shiver rolled down my spine. I pressed a hand to my stomach, and a jolt of rage sparked through me. I leapt to my feet, mentally and physically shaking myself out of my stupor. "Come on, Lucy. Get it together." I began to pace, examining every inch of my prison as I went. A quick assessment told me I was still wearing the clothes I had put on this morning before going out for my walk with Cass. Whoever had kidnapped me, they had taken out Cass first. Which suggested that Stavrok wasn't behind this whole thing. He wouldn't hurt Cass. She was family. I frowned, pivoting on my heel. My hand crept over my stomach again, cradling it. "You may already be pregnant," he'd said. If Stavrok thought the human world was too dangerous for any potential children I might be carrying, surely throwing me in a dungeon wasn't on the cards either. My gaze fell on the heavy oak door set into the wall on the far side of the room. I approached it slowly, cautiously, leaned in and pressed my ear against the wood. At first I heard nothing but water dripping and the sound of my own breaths. My breath misted in the air in front of me, reminding me ironically of a dragon puffing smoke. Damn, it really was cold. Then I heard voices. They were faint at first, but they grew louder and louder, like their owners were travelling down the corridor toward me. "Better be worth it, that's all I'm saying. If Magnik is wrong about her, it could bring our kingdom into open war." More footsteps. Then a second voice. "Our king isn't wrong. She's Stavrok's mate. I know Stavrok. He'll do whatever it takes to get her back. Those lands have belonged to his family for generations. Do you really think he'll give them all up over one woman?" The speaker gave a snort. "A human at that. Maybe one day you'll find your fated mate, Tristan." There was a grunt of protest, like someone just got elbowed in the ribs. "Till then, you should keep your trap shut about it." "Oh yeah? Maybe Elsie's tired of you. I could swing by your house later, find out if you can have more than one soulmate. Ouch!" The voices were moving off now, growing fainter. I waited, my body tense, but they passed right by my door without stopping. My mind raced. The name Magnik was so familiar to me. Where had I heard it before? Wherever I was, it wasn't Stavrok's kingdom. My stomach filled with ice. I was in enemy territory. And I was being used as a bargaining chip. All over some land. I burned hot with rage and embarrassment. They hadn't even bothered to tie me up. To them, I was just a powerless human, a pawn to move around as they played their political games. I watched my lonely flame flickering, casting strange shadows against the ancient stonework. Something curled in my stomach, something that made me stagger over to the bench and sit heavily. I sank my head into my hands. It was a new sensation, something I hadn't felt since arriving here. Dread. Stavrok. I spent the morning working out my frustration in the courtyard. The familiar heavy clash of metal against metal, the adrenaline pounding through my veins, the satisfaction of besting our strongest fighters, all of it soothed me, and by mid-morning I found that my temper had cooled. I waved off my sparring partner, standing alone at the centre of the courtyard and staring up at the sky. It was a cold, bright day, and I inhaled deep lungfuls of the fresh mountain air before stooping to pick up a water jug and gulping gratefully. The fight had cleared my head, like it always did. As I wiped down with a spare towel, my thoughts turned to the events of the morning. Already I regretted the way things had gone with Lucy. I should have calmed her the way only a soulmate could. It seemed that I couldn't help myself with her. When we fought, all the adrenaline I had as a warrior sprang to the fore, mixed in with a hot, tantalizing undercurrent of lust. Lust which she met in equal force every single time. Our bond was a powder keg, and I kept lighting the fuse. My limbs shifted, restless. My sparring practice had taken the edge off my frustration, but already the need for her was beginning to creep back in. My mind was made up. I pivoted on my heel, heading for the stairwell. I would track her down, and we could work through our heated feelings together, preferably up against a wall somewhere or in our bathroom tub. A shudder of anticipation ran through me, and a smile ghosted across my face. Before I reached the stairs, a shout echoed from across the yard. "Majesty!" I scowled, not wanting to abandon my new mission. "Yes, what is it?" I turned around. James strode up to me. He was breathing heavily, like he had been running. "Quickly," I said. "I have urgent business to attend to." "Not as urgent as this." James brandished a letter, holding it out to me. I wanted to brush him off, but there was an unfamiliar worry in his face that gave me pause. My eyes narrowed. I took the letter and opened it. "Stavrok, I want to see which you value more, that gold mine of minerals you refuse to part with, or your precious soulmate. Here is my offer. If you give up your lands to me, I will ensure your new queen is returned to you, alive and unharmed. If not, I'm afraid that I can't be certain of her safety. Think it over. Magnic." I read the words carefully. Then I read them again. My brain refused to believe it. My queen, my love, my soulmate, held for ransom over some petty political argument. I had never trusted Magnic, but even for him, this was beyond the pale. The depth of the betrayal shook me to my core. Rage unlike anything I'd ever known, screaming inside my mind. My anger was so potent, I was surprised it didn't crack the stones beneath my feet. I let out a roar and shredded the letter, leaving the pieces to flutter to the ground. James's face was pale and set, his mouth pressed into a thin line. "What is this?" My voice boomed over the entire courtyard. "Where is she? Where is Lucy?" People had begun to trickle into the courtyard, presumably to find out where all the noise was coming from. "Sire, please," James said. "You must calm yourself." My vision was distorting, my muscles clenching. My dragon was waking up. I growled, and James backed up a couple of steps, wide-eyed. With difficulty, I shoved my dragon shifter back down again. It could do me no good right now. I needed to be able to talk. "I'm very far from calm. Tell me everything." "Majesty!" someone called out, pushing through the small gathering of people. They grumbled and moved aside for her, and a small pathway formed through the sea of bodies. My eyes narrowed as I caught sight of the strange procession of people. The voice belonged to Maddie. She was leading a group of court officials through the crowd. Their long robes clustered protectively around a slight figure who was walking with the aid of 2 guards. I caught a flash of curly hair, and a fresh jolt of panic spiked through my chest. "Cass!" I rushed forward, jostling a guard out of the way as I took her by the elbow. My little cousin was ashen pale, and to my horror, there was a dark smear of blood at her temple. In spite of her obvious wooziness, she shot me a weak smile. "Hey, Stavrok." "What happened?" Her large eyes fixed on mine. Her usual bouncy energy was gone, replaced by a stark seriousness. "Lucy and I were taking a walk around the outer walkway on the eastern side of the castle. 2 men in guard uniforms approached us and asked her to come with them. I didn't recognize them. I got between them and Lucy. When I questioned them, they tossed me aside. The fall must have knocked me out, because I don't remember anything after that." She gave a hearty sniff, and her eyes filled with tears. "A guard, a real guard, found me. But Lucy was gone. I nodded, putting the pieces together as she spoke. My heart clenched as I recognized the anguish in her face. It was my own pain reflected back at me. "Stavrok," she said. Her slim hand found my arm. It was trembling. "I failed you. I couldn't keep her safe. I'm so sorry." Her head dropped. "No," I said. "This is not your fault, Cass. You couldn't have known." "Will we get her back?" Cass wiped a tear from her face, listing to the side. She was still weak, clearly unable to stand unaided. "We will," I replied. "I promise." She gave me another weak smile and brought a hand up to her forehead, frowning when she saw blood. "Huh." I turned to the guard on the other side of her. "Take her to the infirmary and see to it that she gets immediate medical attention." The guard snapped his heels and swept up Cass. She didn't protest, and her head lolled against his shoulder as he carried her off. Assured that my cousin was being seen to, I turned back to the matter at hand. Cass's state had distracted me from my initial spike of rage. Now my brain was cool and logical, drawing up plans, strategizing. I was in battle mode. If Magnic wanted a war, he would get one. I assembled my chief advisors in the old map room in the centre of the castle. The room had at one time been the scene of many war councils and state meetings, but there hadn't been a war waged in these lands since my grandfather's time. Consequently, it now lay quiet, the blinds drawn over the windows, slightly dingy from the years of abandonment. With the help of Maddie and the others, I shook off the dust sheets and unfurled the maps that covered the walls until the room was a flurry of activity. Once everything was set up, I stood at the head of the table, looking out over the map of the country, laid out in miniature. I tried to imagine myself in my other form, flying low over the tiny hilltops and villages. I glanced up, assessing all the expectant faces that sat around the table, waiting for me to speak. Maddie lingered in the corner of the room, her hands placed neatly behind her back. I nodded at her, grateful she had stayed. In many ways, she was my only true ally in this room. My hand dipped down, and I traced the carved, ridged hilltops that represented my ancestral lands. "Magnic has offered me a deal. If I give up these lands, he will guarantee Lucy's safe return." The council absorbed my words. Looks of despair and anger passed over the heavily lined faces of the older men. They were my father's age or older, old enough to know the stakes of Magnic's offer and the value of the land beneath our feet. They knew the magnitude of what lay ahead of us. Slowly but surely, I raised my head. I felt the weight of kingship settle across my shoulders, as heavy as it was on the day of my coronation. "I'm not giving up anything to Magnic," I said, low and certain. "Not land, nor territory. And certainly not my queen." "What are you going to do, sire?" The question didn't come from any of the elders at the table. It came from Maddie. She gazed at me with hope and pride, like she could see something shining out of me that nobody else could. "The only thing I can do. I'm going to launch an attack on Magnic's lands." There was a rustle of movement around the table as the elders put their heads together and murmured to each other in low voices. "Your Majesty, it has been over a century since any of the kingdoms have gone to war," Hilson stated. "It could be, catastrophic. For his people and ours." I bowed my head in acknowledgement, although frustration beat against the inside of my chest like a drum. I was done with waiting around. I just wanted to get Lucy back, as soon as possible. Even if I had to tear down every wall of Magnic's castle with my bare hands. Believe me, I am aware of the horrors that war will bring. I barely managed to keep the growl out of my voice. But Magnic has left me with no choice. He struck first. He broke into my castle, hurt Cass, and stole away the woman I love. The other council members looked grim, but I could see I was winning them over. My soulmate. You all know as well as I do how long I've waited for her. I wish it hadn't come to this, but I won't rest until she's back where she belongs. I knew in my heart I was right. There was no other choice. I raised my chin, addressing the room. Magnic must pay for what he has done. Chapter 18. Lucy. I don't know how, but I slept. It was impossible to tell day from night in this place, and I didn't bother trying. I dozed on the thin wooden bench, imagining myself back in Stavrok's bed, surrounded by soft sheets and silk pillows. Safe. I jolted awake to the sound of heavy iron bars sliding free. The huge door swung open on its hinges for the first time since I'd arrived. My chest tightened and fear trickled down my spine. A small, slight figure walked into the room. A woman, carrying a tray of food and a jug of water. It would be impossible to mistake her for a servant. It wasn't just that her gown was a rich, deep blue colour and her hair elaborately decorated with crystal hairpins. There was something regal about her bearing. This woman was nobility. She set down the tray on the bench beside me. I flinched, wondering if she might hurt me, and she quickly stepped back, her eyes wide and her expression sympathetic. In fact, she looked about as nervous as I felt. I gathered my wits, forcing myself to sit straight. "Where am I?" I asked. "Where's Magnic? This is his dungeon, I presume." Her eyes met mine, and I was immediately drawn into her gaze. The irises were a startling shade of violet, and there almost seemed to be swirling mists in their depths, like there were hidden secrets in this woman that cried out to be explored. I blinked a few times, dispelling the sense of mystery. She smiled in a tentative manner, as if unsure of my response. "You're in Magnic's castle. Our castle," the woman said. Her voice was hesitant, apologetic. "Our castle? Who are you, his henchman?" I snapped. "No offence, but you're not exactly threatening." The statement was only half true. The woman was tiny, definitely a lot smaller than me, but those eyes hinted at an untold amount of power. "I'm Marienne." Her voice was soft. She didn't seem perturbed by my sharp tone. "I'm King Magnic's wife." Her. For some reason, I hadn't expected that. Magnic was a monster, and this woman, Marienne, did not fit with my idea of a monster's wife. "Has he sent you here to get information?" I guessed. "Because I don't know anything. A few days ago, I didn't even know there were such things as dragons. And even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. You're wasting your time." I crossed my arms, turning to face the wall. "Magnic doesn't know I'm here." Marienne's voice was almost a whisper, and I detected a hint of fear in her tone. I blinked. Despite myself, I inclined my head toward her, curious. "Seriously? Won't the guards tell him you stopped by?" A wry smile ghosted across her face. "They didn't exactly notice me come in." She held out her arm, and I watched as the air rippled around her fingers. Her outstretched limb grew fainter, fading until it became indistinguishable from the stone wall behind her. "Whoa," I breathed, turning back properly to face her. "You're like a chameleon." She laughed. The sound was light, it sparkled like silver bells. I thought how lovely it would be to hear such a sound on a regular basis, but instinct told me she didn't laugh often. "Let's just say I'm the master of hide-and-seek," she said. "No shit. Are you a witch?" "The correct term is a sorceress." She fiddled with the ends of her hair. "Some of us are born with unusual abilities. My powers were the reason Magnic took me for his bride." She looked downcast, and I didn't blame her. I couldn't imagine being married to someone like Magnic. I felt a flash of pity for Marienne. Clearly, King Magnic was not the man of her dreams. Still, what do I know? "Aren't you his—" I fumbled. "Soulmate or what have you?" She flushed. "No, not every monarch accepts his soulmate." Her voice dropped again into a whisper, even though we were completely alone. "Magnic bought me from my family because he craves power above all else. Total dominion over his people and all the other kingdoms. To him, I am an instrument. I can give him these things, if I choose to." "Do you want to?" As soon as the question left my lips, I knew the answer. This was not an evil queen standing in front of me. Marienne was a victim just as much as I currently was, sitting imprisoned in this dungeon. She sighed, a deep, fractured sound that tore out of the very depths of her body. "No." Crystalline tears welled up in those otherworldly eyes, making them almost luminescent. She blinked them back as if determined not to lose control of her emotions. "When I was a child, I hoped to be more. I dreamed of marrying a man who loved me for me, not for my magic. I have never wanted to hurt anyone. The things Magnic wants, the things he has planned, they are wrong. I never wanted any of this. My parents sold me to him and forced me to be his queen." She wiped her cheeks and shook her head fiercely. My mind drifted back to my argument with Stavrok. It could have only been a few hours ago, but it felt like a distant memory. I frowned. "I think I know how you feel. Kind of. I'm not really here by choice either. This is all brand new to me. Stavrok just found me and carried me off." I snorted. "He's not exactly an expert on the human world. God only knows how he found me." Marienne didn't reply. Instead, she bit her bottom lip. I tilted my head. "What?" "I showed him the way to you." She glanced away from me. He was hurting, Lucy. He has been alone for years, waiting for his soulmate. I offered to help him look, and my vision led him straight to you." Shock ran through me. Destiny, fate, these weren't things I'd held much faith in before. Maybe I'd been wrong to judge them so harshly. "Are you telling me that it's true?" I croaked. "I am Stavrok's soulmate." She gave me a puzzled frown. "Yes, of course. I'm surprised you even have to ask. The fates have crafted you for each other. You're a perfect match." I thought about fate. I pictured a golden thread weaving through my life, connecting me to everyone I met. Stavrok, Cass, and now Marienne, seeing me in her vision and us meeting again like this. Marienne reached out a hand toward me, then dropped it again. Sadness filled her expression. "If my actions have caused you any pain, I am truly sorry, Lucy." "It's not your fault," I said, quickly, automatically, before I realized it was true. "You were trying to help." "I was." She held out a hand again, palm upwards. "May I?" When I nodded, I felt something pass over me, like a shadow. "Is that your magic, Marienne?" "It is. Don't be afraid." I smiled at her. "I'm not." Her magic was feather-light and soft to the touch. It felt comforting more than anything. Still, I hesitated before finally placing my palm in hers. Her eyes slid closed and she was silent for a long moment. I felt her going through my mind, turning over the chapters of my life like they were pages in a book. There were glimpses of my childhood, the house I grew up in, the children I had cared for. There were 1 or 2 doors that I didn't want her to open. I turned her away, sharp, before she could peek into those. "Nope. Stay out." She huffed a laugh, startled, and dropped my hand. When she opened her eyes and met my gaze, she grinned. "You have a little natural magical ability yourself, Lucy. You protected your secrets from me without even thinking about it. I had magic. If I thought about that for too long, my head would explode." "What did you find out? Anything interesting?" Her eyebrows drew together. "Oh, yes." She moved forward as if to provide a hug, then clearly thought better of it. Instead, she gently patted my arm. "Lucy, you're pregnant." I went cold. "What?" She didn't say anything else. She didn't have to. As much as I wanted to protest, I knew somewhere deep in my core that she was right. I had known for a while. I just hadn't been able to accept it. It was way too soon for any symptoms, and Stavrok and I had only slept together twice. I groaned. Stavrok. This was what he'd wanted all along. To my surprise, I felt a pang of something when I thought about him. I miss him. This was all wrong. We should have found out this information together. I would have broken the news quietly, in bed or over the breakfast table. It would have been our little secret, a private joy we could have shared before we told the rest of the kingdom. But he was God only knew where, and I was here. Oh, shit. "You realize that, once Magnik discovers your pregnancy, your value to him will only increase," Marienne said. She looked as panicked as I felt. "An unwed soulmate is one thing, but the mother of Stavrok's heir? That's quite another." I grabbed at her hand, still resting on my arm, and clasped it tightly. "Please, I'm begging you. I know I'm asking for a lot here. And I know you have no reason to do me any favors, but from one woman to another." I took a deep, shaky gulp of air. "Please don't tell him." "Of course I won't." Her gaze was solemn. "I won't speak of it, Lucy. I promise." I let out a breath I didn't even know I'd been holding and released her hand. "Thank you, Marienne. Call me Mari, please." She glanced at the door as if she was worried her husband might burst in at any moment. "I'll do my best to protect you. But, aside from my magic, I have no real power here." I thought about Stavrok. His strength, his fury. The way he looked at me, like he would do anything to keep me safe. I thought about the child or children that I carried inside me. His children. "I appreciate your kindness, Mari." I hoped her magic, along with my soulmate bond with Stavrok, would be enough to protect me and the baby. Stavrok will be here soon to rescue me, and then all will be well once again. I had to believe that, because the alternative was not an option. Chapter 19. Stavrok. In my dragon form, I glided through the air, zeroing in on my destination. There was no time to waste. Messages delivered to the other kingdoms had ensured that they would stay far away from this fight. They had agreed, some more warily than others, but it wasn't their feud. My own guards were on standby and would head this way the moment I sent the signal. But I hoped I wouldn't have to. This was personal. between Magnic and me. The peace that had protected us all for so long now hung in the balance, fragile as a gossamer thread. It was my duty to settle this. The lives of my people, of our whole world, hung in the balance. Magnic's castle sat lower than mine. It was nestled into the black mountainside like a forbidden secret. It was small as far as dragon castles went. The front of the structure hid an elaborate sprawl of tunnels and caves that wound deep within the mountain, making it almost impossible to attack through traditional means. The castle itself was just a facade, a deception. Just like Magnic himself. I let the air currents carry me closer, barely moving my wings. I hoped the cloud cover would serve to conceal my approach, but I knew that every eye in that castle would be trained toward the sky. Magnic would be waiting for me. Well, I was coming for him. My hackles were up. Why bother hiding any more? I let out a roar of displeasure that echoed around the rocky hilltops. A tongue of scalding flame shot from my mouth and illuminated the heavens like a lightning bolt. If they didn't know I was here before, they certainly did now. I wasn't some common thief creeping into enemy territory under the cover of darkness. I was King Stavrok of Bravdok, son of Titan and Eris. I was coming to take back what had been stolen from me. Fire would rain down from the sky on whoever got in my way. I swept into a low dive. My wings stretched wide, cutting through the air with ease. I cast a dark shadow over the ground as I flew. I sent a silent prayer out into the swirling storm, hoping against hope that Lucy might somehow hear me. Wherever you are, love, I'm coming for you. I let out another billowing fireball, sweeping in a wide arc as I neared the castle's main watchtower. Tiny figures stood on the parapets, aiming large crossbows into the sky. Directly at me. I roared, and my wings arched backwards. I was close enough to watch as their eyes widened with fear. They loosed their arrows, striking against my chest, snagging against my wings. In human form, they would have killed me 100 times over. As a dragon, the arrows were as harmless as flies. I shook myself, dislodging the arrows from my leathery wings. The thick scales that protected my chest smoothed back into place, and I continued my advance, unperturbed. It would take far more than ordinary crossbow bolts to slow me down. I was more than a dragon shifter. The blood that ran through my veins was the blood of a king. I was stronger than most others of my kind, and much harder to kill. One of the archers dropped his weapon, fleeing from his post. The other cowered in the corner as I lit up the stone wall. I barely spared him a glance. He wasn't my concern, after all. I couldn't enter the castle in my dragon form. I was too large, too cumbersome. So I landed on the wall and with difficulty quieted the seething fire of rage in the pit of my stomach. I felt myself shrink down, my limbs reforming themselves, my vision changing. Once in human form, I grabbed the abandoned crossbow and pointed it at the terrified archer. "Where is she?" I snapped. The archer pointed one trembling finger toward a low doorway set into the wall of the tower. "That way, sire." I ignored the numbness that settled through my bare limbs with the cold air and shouldered my crossbow. I half turned in the direction he indicated before a thought occurred to me. I was storming into the heart of enemy territory. It might be better if I weren't naked into the bargain. "Let's make a trade," I said. "Your life for your trousers." The archer didn't need to be told twice. After I dressed, I strode through the castle doors, into the unknown. Magnic's castle was chillier than the one I called home. The walls were bare and dark. The only light came from the torches that burned at intervals in ornate iron cages. I shivered. Moving quietly, keeping my head low and my senses on high alert, I couldn't help but feel uneasy. It had all been too simple. The lack of defences, the empty hallway. It was as if Magnic wanted me here. Like I was playing right into his hands. I shook off the prickle on the back of my neck and kept moving. I had no choice after all. I have to find Lucy. Through my carelessness, I had broken the one promise I had sworn to her I would uphold. I had allowed her to fall into danger. A cluster of voices emanated from the end of the corridor. Finally. As stealthily as possible, I slid the crossbow into position. I would have preferred the familiar weight of a sword in my hands, but I was nothing if not adaptable. It struck me again how impulsive I was being. My plan of attack was hasty, instinctive, fueled by nothing more than the drive to rescue my mate. Which, of course, was exactly what Magnic had anticipated. My fingers tightened around the crossbow as I rounded the corner. I took the guards by surprise. The nearest one didn't have time to draw his sword before I kicked him squarely in the chest and sent him flying into the opposite wall. I whirled around, bringing the barrel of the crossbow up hard against the sword that swung down on me. I grunted with the force of the blow and twisted, lodging the sword in place and sending its owner staggering backwards without his weapon. The third had taken advantage of my distraction. I hissed as the edge of a blade slashed into my arm. I slid sideways. His sword cut through air and he staggered, off balance. I pulled the sword free from the crossbow and turned it in my palm, testing the heft. Adrenaline coursed through me. I may be far from home, in mortal danger, but I was in my element here. And now I was properly armed. The clang of metal against metal echoed off the stone walls as I faced down the two guards. Their companion lay motionless on the ground, stunned by the force of my blow. Even though the fight was 2 against 1, I sensed my opponents growing tired. Their movements were clumsy, and I pressed my advantage, driving them further and further down the corridor. Was this the first real fight they'd ever been in? I wheeled around and slammed the hilt of my sword against the head of one of the men. He went down easily. The last of the men fought with more determination than his friends, his face twisted into an ugly sneer. A new thought occurred to me. These men could have been the ones to infiltrate my castle. The ones who hurt Cass, the ones who snatched Lucy away. I let out an inhuman snarl and pushed forward. He staggered back and I twisted my blade upwards, sending his weapon flying to the ground with a clatter. I pressed the edge of my sword up against his neck, a savage thrill running through me at the way his eyes widened. "Enough of this," I said. "Where is she?" "The throne room." I pushed the blade higher and watched his face grow paler. "Ah, please, it is no trick, your majesty. The king has your mate close by him, at the heart of the palace." I narrowed my eyes. My mind raced. Through vague memories of state dinners I had attended as a child, I knew that the throne room had to be somewhere nearby. I moved as if to sheath my sword and he scuttled away from me. I swung a glancing blow into the side of his head and he slumped over, unconscious. As I prowled through the castle, I stuck close to the shadows, pressing myself into alcoves and crevices as I neared my destination. The voices ahead were growing louder. The corridor widened out, intricate marble stonework beneath my bare feet. Magnic's family line was as ancient as my own. It pained me that he had thrown his noble heritage into the dirt by what he had done. Outside the wide double doors leading to the throne room, I halted. Beyond the doors was only silence. I pressed my hand against the handle. I could hear nothing but low murmuring from the other side of the doors. I had the element of surprise, but that would only last for a few seconds. I had to make that time count. So far, the guards had been easy enough to handle. Too easy. I couldn't shake the sense that the battle hadn't yet started. Whatever faced me on the other side of these doors was when the real fight would begin. If he's harmed her in any way, I'll kill him where he stands. With a huff, I shouldered through the entranceway and entered the cavernous throne room. It was just as vast as I remembered. The walls stretched so high that the ceiling was barely visible. Black polished marble cast dark reflections underfoot, and the sparse decor was ornate, cold, and uncomfortable. A raised platform held 2 thrones that were framed by carved columns. Queen Marienne sat on one of the thrones, but she no longer looked like herself. One of her eyes was swollen shut, and that whole side of her face was black and purple with bruising. Instead of sitting straight and regal, she hunched over to one side. She barely seemed strong enough to hold herself upright at all. Had Magnic beaten her? Was this new, or something she'd endured from him many times? Pity filled me for the Queen, but I had no time to dwell on that. My gaze swept across the other throne, which was empty, and landed on Magnic. He stood in the centre of the platform in front of another figure, his bulk hiding the person from my view. I could see the person had been tied to one of the dark columns rising up from the platform. As Magnic bent close to his prisoner, I spotted a familiar head of blonde hair, and my pulse began to race. The bastard had Lucy in restraints. He will pay dearly for this. His back straightened, and slowly he turned. He must have sensed my presence. "Stavrok." Magnic's voice echoed through the empty space with a note of satisfaction, and my skin prickled. "We were wondering when you would show up. I was beginning to worry you weren't coming." Behind him, Lucy's eyes widened at the sight of me. White cloth had been tied over her mouth, and my icy rage mounted. There was nothing Magnic could do to contain her temper, though. It was plain to see, even from this distance. Lucy's eyes were bright and wild, and her cheeks were flushed with fury. She didn't wear the whole damsel in distress thing well. Perhaps they had expected a human to remain silent and compliant. I could have told them otherwise. She twisted and turned against restraints that would never budge, but she didn't give up. Pride sparked in my chest. She wasn't one to go down without a fight, apparently. She may have been a human, surrounded by shapeshifters more powerful than she would ever be, but the courage in her eyes made my heart skip. We were more alike than she knew. "These are the actions of a coward, not a king," I snarled, turning my attention to Magnic. "Lucy has no part in this. Let her go." Magnic spread his hands wide, moving away from her and descending the steps of the platform with unhurried ease. "I gave you my terms, Stavrok. It's a fair trade. I get my lands, you get your mate back, safe and sound. Everyone's happy." I fought the rage that simmered inside me, threatening to spill out and consume them all. Up on the platform, a small movement caught my eye. Marienne. She had slumped further in her seat as if about to topple to the floor. But her gaze was fixed on me. I almost heard her voice in my head. "Hold on to your rage. Use it. But don't lose control." I blinked and turned back to Magnic as he spoke. "I have been waiting for this a long time, Stavrok. You've grown too comfortable, content to squander your riches. They lie buried in the earth, crumbling away." I gave a growl. "My duty is to protect my own." My gaze darted to Lucy. She had grown still in her confines. Clearly, she was hanging on every word. "Meanwhile," I said, "you hide away in your inner sanctum and let your men fight on your behalf.
You're not fit to hold this kingdom. I tried to reason with you."
Magnik strode close, his face twisting into an ugly scowl.
"Year after year, I offered you trade agreements, business deals. You wouldn't take anything I offered you. So, now I have taken something of yours."
He swept out a hand, indicating Lucy. I said nothing. Anger rooted me to the spot. I focused on drawing long, measured breaths in and out. Don't lose control. But if he touches her, I would tear down every wall in this godforsaken place and burn the lot. The hot fire of rage flooded through me, startling in its intensity. It burned brighter, building and building, until I could barely see the man standing in front of me.
"You've left me no choice, Stavrok."
Magnik inclined his head, regarding me with narrowed eyes. When I opened my mouth, it was the dragon within me who framed the words on my lips.
"Neither have you. King Magnik, I challenge you in combat. No armies to protect you. No more of your men will fall at my hand."
I straightened and swung my sword in a circle through the air, the metal blade flashing in the flickering torchlight.
"Just you against me."
Magnik's expression flickered as he absorbed my words. I held firm. My gaze was sure and steady, but already I could feel adrenaline thrumming through my veins. I spared a thought for my parents. I knew in the depths of my heart that it was their legacy I was protecting. For the first time since I took the throne, I saw the path ahead of me with perfect clarity. And Lucy. I had put her in grave peril. She had been right all along. I had been too blind and selfish to see it before. This wasn't her world, and she would never be safe here. It had been madness to ask her to stay. I couldn't dwell on my pending heartbreak. I had to focus on the task at hand. For the first time in 100 years, a dragon king in this land of fire and ice had drawn his sword against another. Magnik stepped forward. His eyes were steely, and when he spoke, his voice was cold.
"Very well. I accept your challenge."
Chapter 20. Lucy. I continued to struggle against the bonds that held me tight against the marble column, listing every curse I knew until they became a soothing rhythmic chant in the back of my mind. Fighting the bindings was pointless, but I couldn't just wait here and do nothing while Stavrok threw himself into this fight. This wasn't some courtyard sparring match. There was an odd glitter in Magnik's eye, and something about the way he tilted his head as he and Stavrok circled each other made my blood run cold. Nobody had to tell me. I knew the truth. He won't stop fighting. Not until Stavrok is dead. A flash of terror passed through me when I pictured Stavrok's lifeless body lying on the marble floor. I feared for my own life, too, held at the mercy of such a tyrant. But that fear was soon eclipsed by the realization that had been haunting me ever since I'd found out I held Stavrok's heirs inside me. If I were to live, I would surely be kept as a prisoner here. And sooner or later, I would begin to show. Magnik will never allow Stavrok's bloodline to survive. I narrowed my eyes and focused on drawing deep, cleansing breaths. From my position, I had a clear view of both kings as they circled each other, swords drawn. This is insane. This is totally insane. I chanced a glance at Marienne, whose throne lay a few feet to my left. I could only see the outline of her profile, but she was hunched over and, from the looks of her, badly hurt. What had that bastard done to her? Had he caught her visiting me in the dungeon? Delivering food and a hint of kindness? I wished I could somehow communicate with her. I was certain that she didn't support her husband's plan to kill Stavrok. More than that, I knew, deep down, that she was just as afraid of him as I was. At the sound of metal crashing against metal, my gaze snapped back to the jewel at the centre of the throne room. The two men had moved closer to the platform, allowing me to get a good look at Stavrok. His chest glistened with effort as he drove Magnik back into the far corner, sword swinging through the air. There was a fresh cut on his arm, and he was grunting with exertion. His words from earlier came back to me. "No more of your men will fall at my hand." It seemed that Magnik had taken the coward's route, hiding in the shadows while his guardsmen took on Stavrok. He's exhausted already. Despite his injuries, Stavrok was clearly the better fighter. He stayed on the attack, forcing Magnik to parry a volley of savage blows in quick succession. Frustrated, I bit down on the cloth that gagged me and craned my neck back, trying to work the material free against the column. I was powerless to help, but if I was going to die, I didn't want to be without my voice. I wouldn't give Magnik the satisfaction of killing me in silence. I huffed with the effort of my task, and my heart thrummed in my chest when someone gave a loud shout of pain and fury. The harsh panting of the two kings filled the hall. Magnik toppled to his knees like a puppet whose strings had been cut. His sword clattered to the floor beside him. He clutched his right arm against his body, holding it while dark crimson seeped through the sleeve. Stavrok staggered backwards. He kicked the sword away from Magnik and wiped a hand over his mouth. Over Magnik's kneeling form, he caught my gaze. Up until this moment, the dragon warrior was all I had seen. He was the one who had come to rescue me. Aggressive, domineering, driven by fury and power, the beast lit him up from within with unearthly force. But for a single heart-wrenching moment, all I could see was the man beneath, Stavrok. He held the sword high, poised to strike in cold blood. One blow, that was all it would take. His eyes were wide, filled with adrenaline and something else I couldn't decipher. Those icy blue eyes that only a few days ago had been so mysterious. They pierced through me and I froze to the spot. Stavrok seemed unsure, watching my face like he was transfixed. Magnik reached for something strapped to his calf, and I caught the flash of a silver dagger as he slid it into his hand. With a sharp jerk of my head, the cloth tied around my mouth loosened, and I managed to shimmy it down to my neck. Magnik, still on his knees, lunged forward like a snake. I screamed, "Look out!" Stavrok whirled backwards. The dagger sliced through thin air, half a second too late. Magnik hissed with anger. "A cheap trick," Stavrok spat. "I should have known you would resort to low tactics, Magnik. You won't fool me again." Magnik scrambled to his feet. He sliced upwards with the dagger, twisting the hilt of Stavrok's blade with his own. "You gave me the chance to strike. You had the chance to kill me, but you didn't." His face twisted, and a taunting smile slid across his face. "You're weak. Soft. Just like your parents. What exactly happened to them again?" Stavrok gave a snarl, and his attack intensified, the speed of his thrusts increasing. Magnik stumbled a little against the brute force of his onslaught. Both men were struggling to gain the upper hand. The air felt thick and heavy. It crackled with tension. I wanted to scream out again, do something to help, but I didn't want to distract Stavrok. "How dare you!" Stavrok roared. His eyes were molten. I could feel his rage even from this distance. It burned like a brazier. "You're not worthy to hold this kingdom. You are no king. Stand aside, Stavrok." Magnik's face split into a leering grin. His skin was pale and clammy from the fight, and his hair fell lankly across his face. I shuddered as his eyes darted to me momentarily.
I'll let you live. You can go free, walk out the door and find a new life, far from here. I'm sure there are other maidens who would have you. Worthy ones, dragonborn, proud and strong.
His grin shifted until he was baring his teeth.
I'll keep the human. She will bring me some amusement.
His eyes crept over me again, taking in my body, lingering in a way that made my skin crawl.
For a night or two, at least.
Stavrok swung at Magnic's weapon, grunting with the effort. Repeatedly, he beat down on the arrogant king. There was a heat in the room, a fire in his eyes. His dragon was close to the surface. I could feel it. Magnic's silver dagger was dislodged from his hand and went flying through the air, landing with a clink against the marble floor. I stared, amazed, as it came to rest just below my feet. Then, with a final, earth-shaking growl, Stavrok raised his sword and drove it through Magnic's heart. Stavrok. The moment Magnic's body hit the floor, Marienne stumbled off her throne. She didn't look grief-stricken, but amazed, like she couldn't quite believe what had just happened. I raised my sword again, turning to face her, but the gesture was half-hearted. The truth was, I had no idea what she was capable of, or if she was truly friend or foe. For all I knew, she was about to kill me right now, with nothing more than a magical incantation or a flicker of her fingers. Slowly, her hands came up. She held them out in front of her in a gesture of peace, her one good eye fixed on me, her face drawn. "Stavrok, please. This wasn't my doing." Her good eye swirled with colour, blue mingling with deep purple and almost matching the bruises on her face. "You have to believe me. I never wanted any part of this. My husband
was an evil man."
I found my voice at last. Magnic's body lay between us where he'd fallen. Around him, scorch marks were burned into the marble, forming a crater. The death of a dragon king was a rare event indeed. The marks proved what I already knew. His fire had gone out for good. He was truly an evil man. One who has kept me as a slave and a prisoner for years. Marienne inclined her head. "Thank you for freeing me. At last. Your mate, she would quite like to be untied now, thank you very much," Lucy called out. My gaze snapped to Lucy, who was struggling against her restraints. I hurried over to her and broke the ties one by one. She stretched, rotating her shoulders and groaning. "God, of course you can break them with your bare hands, Stavrok." She rolled her eyes and my heart swelled. "Lucy," I said simply. I reached out. I wanted to pull her close to me, kiss her deeply. We had been separated for what felt like an eternity. Her mere presence was intoxicating. I closed my eyes, steadying myself against the pulse of want that surged through me. I'd never believed people when they'd said my father died of a broken heart the day my mother died. It didn't seem possible that a man as strong as he could die so easily, so quickly. But today, for the first time, I realized that I would not want to live without Lucy. And if such a love grew through the years, then I finally understood how my father could give up on life once his mate died. I settled for running my hands over her arms and then cupping her face. "Are you hurt? Did he—" "Hey, hey!" Her hands found mine, and she wound our fingers together. "Stavrok, I'm fine. I'm absolutely fine. You, on the other hand, are hurt." I spared a glance down at the deep gash that cut into my shoulder. "Never mind that now." She shook her head at me.
I thought you worked in a daycare centre, not a hospital.
I sighed, allowing her to take my arm and wrap the cloth gag around the wound, securing it over my shoulder. She frowned at the makeshift bandage, smoothing it several times before stepping back, satisfied. I can play nurse with the best of them. My eyes searched her face for a heated moment.
I bet you can.
Somewhere behind us, Marienne coughed. Right. There's unfinished business to attend to here. I placed a hand on Lucy's shoulder and turned to regard the sorceress. She wrapped her arms around her middle and glanced at Magnic, whose remains lay at her feet. What happens now? Her eyes dipped, and her voice filled with regret. I can't tell you how sorry I am for all this. I struggled with my warring impulses. On the one hand, this woman was a sorceress, and possibly dangerous. Whether or not it was on purpose, she had started the chain of events that led to Lucy's capture and imprisonment. On the other hand, I closed my eyes. If it hadn't been for her, I never would have known Lucy existed. Stavrok. Lucy laid a hand on my arm, and I turned into her body like a sapling toward the sun. She helped me. She protected me from Magnic as much as she could. And look what he did to her in return. I believe her. I nodded. I couldn't understand what Marienne had gone through living with Magnic for the last 10 years, but if she'd helped Lucy in her hour of need, then the sorceress had earned my mercy.
Very well.
I surveyed Marienne, the once beautiful queen, who appeared right now to be broken.
There remains the small matter of choosing a new king. You have no heirs, my lady.
There was no way of putting it delicately. Magnic's bloodline stopped with him. Some might call that a mercy. No, Marienne said. Magic has given me many things, but no child. As though to prove her point, she lifted her hands and magic began to swirl around her face and torso. She straightened up, and her face began to heal right in front of our eyes. The bruising disappeared first, then her eye opened, and finally she was her usual self again. If you could do that by yourself, why didn't you do it before? Lucy demanded, reaching out to touch Marianne's freshly healed face. A tremble of a smile lifted Marianne's lips. He told me after the beating that if I took away any of my own pain and suffering, he would do the same to you, Lucy. Or worse. She shuddered. He was very cruel. Fresh anger rolled through me at her words.
He was no king,
I growled, wishing I could kill the bastard again.
Marienne, you know that only one of royal blood may anoint a dragon king, I said, primarily for Lucy's benefit.
I could tell that she was listening closely to every word.
I will be in touch. We must find a new king for these lands. One worthy of the name this time.
Marianne's eyes flickered. She bit her lip, her brows drawing together.
What is it?
I asked. There was a boy, an illegitimate half-brother. Magnic told me of him, and a few years ago I secretly sought him out. He lives in the village. Her voice grew soft, dropping to a whisper, even though Lucy and I were the only people in the room. His mother was sent away by Magnic's father when she was pregnant. I don't know much beyond that. I processed the information and gave a final nod to her. She returned the nod, watching me with careful eyes. Lucy murmured a farewell as we swept out of the throne room. Their eyes met with a friendliness that made me wonder what had passed between them while Lucy had been a prisoner here.
Let's get out of here, I said,
sliding my arm around her waist and squeezing. I craved her warmth, her proximity.
Time to return home.
I don't know where the front entrance is. Lucy looked from left to right as we found ourselves at the end of a corridor. I didn't exactly get the grand tour, I'm afraid. I hoped that one day we would return to this castle as honoured guests. I wanted to show Lucy that my world wasn't all darkness and bloodlust. There was laughter to be found here too, and friendship. If all goes to plan, we shall be back.
"We're not leaving by the front door," I said, drawing away from her to pull open the door that led out onto a narrow rooftop.
"We're not?" Lucy wrapped her arms around herself, shivering from the rush of cold air. She had to shout to be heard over the howling wind. "Then how are— Oh!" I strode a few paces away from her and shook out my limbs. Deep within my chest, the dragon unfurled its wings. It was ready to go, fired from the fight and the joy of reuniting with Lucy. My claws emerged. My scales rippled smooth and dark, and my wings beat the air, making the snowdrifts swirl. Lucy tipped back her head and laughed, and in my mind's eye I saw the night we met. The first time she had seen my dragon. We had been strangers to each other then. She had been nothing but terrified. Now there was a warmth in her face, genuine affection in her eyes. I didn't allow myself to believe it could be anything more than that. If you really love her, you will let her go. Without prompting, she clambered onto my back, throwing her arms around my neck, apparently having forgotten all about the cold. Together, we took off into the snow-filled sky. Chapter 21. Lucy. After our exhilarating ride home, Stavrok swept me into the entrance hall, cradled in his arms, and demanded a warm cloak, which was duly provided. The heavy garment lay across my shoulders as I sat on a large chair in the hallway. Stavrok paced up and down the marble floors. It was unsettling to watch, to say the least. His eyes flashed, and he kept glancing back at me, over and over, like he was certain I would disappear right in front of him. I wanted him to stop pacing the hallway. It was making me nervous. The longer the silence stretched out, the less certain I became. There was so much I wanted to say, but for the first time I wasn't sure where we stood. He had been all fire and rage from the moment he'd stepped into the throne room, but his behaviour toward me had been different, even once he'd defeated Magnek. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was holding me at arm's length somehow. He's just killed a rival king, and you're wondering why he hasn't taken you to bed already? Geez, Lucy. My face heated, and I went back to flicking stray snowflakes from my hair. As much as the pacing annoyed me, I felt sure that it was the only thing keeping him from shifting into his dragon form and wreaking havoc. "You could have been hurt, Lucy," he burst out, dragging his hands over his face. I gaped, at a loss. I had never seen him like this. The stoicism that I'd come to expect from him had vanished. He looked terrified. "You could have been killed," he said, "and it would have been my fault." I reached out and put a hand on his arm. The motion stilled him. I pitched my voice so that it came out soft and soothing. "I'm fine, Stavrok." I cupped his cheek and turned his face, looking deep into those mesmerizing eyes. "Look at me. You saved me." After the darkness of Magnek's realm, this castle felt somehow lighter and airier than before. The light shafted through the windows, shading Stavrok's face with gold. I felt warmed just by being near him. Stavrok shook his head, even as he drew me closer. He slid one hand up my back, burying it in my hair. "I'd rather be apart from you, if it would keep you safe," he murmured, dropping a kiss onto my forehead. "The human world carries far less dangers. It would be better for you to return there and be safe than to stay here and risk your life in such a way again." I gasped at his rejection. He wanted me to go home. "No. You want me to leave?" I whispered, struggling to say the words through the pain of my heart breaking in my chest. There was nothing for me back there. My future lay right here.
Of course not.
His voice rumbled through my chest, and I leaned into his solid frame with a sigh.
It would be the greatest pain imaginable to let you out of my sight. But I know now how much you mean to me. How precious you are. I can't risk you like that again, Lucy.
My heart skipped. "Oh," was all I managed to say. He's willing to let me go back. I should be happy. Why aren't I? A couple of days ago, the prospect of freedom would have filled me with joy. Now, all I felt was a sharp ache at the thought of leaving this place.
I'm so sorry for all the distress that I've caused you, my love.
He stroked my cheek, cupping my chin with his broad hand.
More than I can say.
I clasped his hand with both of mine and brought it up to my mouth, pressing a kiss to his palm. His eyes widened, but he didn't pull away. "I'm not." My voice was bold and steady. Suddenly, I knew exactly what I wanted to say. Once upon a time, I would have chosen the safer option. But I had a lot of time to think when I was locked up in that dungeon. I took a deep, shuddering breath. Being here has made me realize what love is, Stavrok. What loyalty is. I don't want to stay because some magic vision says so. I want to stay because we belong together. My life is here now. I belong by your side, as your queen.
You want to stay?
I do. He eyed me for several heart-stopping moments before his face broke into the sunniest grin I had ever seen. I grinned back, buoyed up by his joy.
In the castle? In this land?
Yes! Before I knew what was happening, he had me in a tight bear hug. My feet lifted off the floor, and I giggled, pressing my face into his chest. "It's probably for the best that I stay here anyway," I added when he set me down. My grin softened into a loving smile, and I pressed a hand to my belly. His gaze turned quizzical. "I don't think human doctors know that much about shapeshifter babies," I said. He looked at me stunned before he let out a sharp, delighted burst of laughter.
"You're—"
"I am." I grabbed one of his hands, putting it on my stomach. There was nothing to feel, not yet, but the warmth of his hand felt good against my skin. I imagined the sensations that would follow in the coming months, the tiny growing life I held inside of me. When he finally spoke, his voice was soft and wondering.
"You are incredible."
"I know," I replied cheekily. "You're not so bad yourself."
"I suppose I have no choice but to keep you by my side now."
He swept me in, kissing me hard until we both pulled back, breathless. "How terrible for me," I said, running my hands over his arms and giggling. "However shall I cope?" Stavrok's gaze turned serious.
"Come with me."
Not like I had a choice, but I held tight to his neck as he swept me up into his arms and charged down the hall and into his bedroom. He placed me on the bed and went straight for the dresser near the door. He opened a drawer, took something out, then turned to me with a bashful smile. He came straight back and reached out for my hand.
"Lucy."
He knelt gracefully in front of me. My heart started hammering. If I hadn't already been flushed from his kiss, I was certain I would be glowing red.
"I have to ask. Officially, that is. Will you stay here with me? Will you be my queen, now and always?"
"What about Daphne?" I whispered. He'd said she lied, but the pain of that moment still sat badly within me. He growled.
"How would you like her punished for lying to you so maliciously?"
I swallowed hard. I didn't want her punished. I wanted her gone. Can we move her? I don't really want her in the castle anymore. He nodded.
Done. She will be reassigned to a job at the other end of the village. You will never see her in our home again.
I took a breath and let it out slowly. That was better. I smiled this time. Then my answer is... I put my hands on either side of his face, drawing him up until his lips met mine. I will. Of course. His eyes glowed adoringly before they heated, darkened. He straightened fully before hitching me up like I weighed nothing at all. I squealed. Damn, I'm never going to get used to that. I laughed freely as I wrapped my legs around his waist, uncaring of the fact that the door to the hallway was still open. I had missed him. I wanted him. I whispered a formless, breathy plea into his ear, and he pressed his hot mouth into my neck, growling when I gave a full-body shudder. I could feel his hardness pressing into my core. Soon there would be nothing between us. I wanted to feel all of him against me. Every inch of his powerful form. My king, I thought, before he lay me down on the bed. All mine. Epilogue. Stavrok.
We're going to be late, I called through the open door of our bedchamber. I can make excuses if you would rather stay, my love.
Lucy bobbed up into the doorway, face flushed with exertion. My impatience melted away at the sight of my beautiful wife, and I swept into the room behind her, wrapping my arms around her shoulders. Help me with my dress. She looked over her shoulder, and I obliged, buttoning each of the tiny buttons from her waist to her neckline. Some maid or other would surely have to struggle with those later. I peered over her shoulder at the finely carved trio of cribs that clustered around the wide arched window, positioned to catch the best of the sunlight. Or rather, I peered at what lay inside them. Our babies nestled in their soft blankets. The girls, Jessa and Vanya, were fast asleep. My son, Anselm, blinked up at me. His sleepy eyes were fringed with soft, downy lashes. They were wide and the same guileless shade of blue as his mother's. I leaned down to press a kiss onto the fluffy head of hair before drawing away reluctantly, smiling when he gave a gurgle. Our brood was strong and healthy. Human and dragon blood flowed through their veins, and they were no weaker for it. They had the fair colouring of their mother, but already they had a glimmer in their eyes, that telltale spark of light. A light that told me one day they would be powerful shapeshifters. I chanced a glance back at them before I drew my arm around my wife's waist and escorted her out of the room. "They're in good hands," Lucy murmured, leaning up to press a palm against my cheek. I grimaced at the fact she could read me so easily, and she laughed. "Maddie will be with them the whole time." I know, I said, tugging at the formal collar of my jacket a little as we descended the wide central staircase. "I'm not worried." She levelled me with a smirk. I could read the disbelief in her eyes. "I'm picturing your dragon curled up around them like nest eggs," she joked. "Or a pile of golden treasure." She had told me about some of the legends of our kind, fanciful stories that humans had been passing down to each other for generations. They amused me on the cold winter nights, when Lucy and I would sit beside a roaring fire and talk into the small hours. "They are my treasures," I replied, simple and honest. "As are you, my Lucy." She took my hand and squeezed it, before reaching up to straighten my crooked collar. "I can't have you going to my first coronation looking so unkempt," she said, though her eyes were dancing. "Where's Cass, anyway? I thought she would be waiting for us." As if summoned by the sound of her name, Cass skidded into view, buttoning her jacket up as she went. "I'm ready." "I wondered if you were joining us, cousin," Lucy said. "What, and pass up the chance to witness the coronation of the bastard son?" The mysterious King Bravadik. I wouldn't miss this for the world, Cass shot back with a grin. She sounded a bit out of breath. I gave her a once-over, telegraphing my disapproval. First my wife, now my cousin. Am I the only one who wants to be on time for this thing? Lucy and Cass shared a smirk. Cass elbowed me in the ribs, none too gently. Definitely, cousin! What do you think he's like, anyway? Lucy leaned close, her fair head beside Cass's dark one. I've heard rumours he didn't even know his true parentage. It must be a shock to the system, becoming a king when you're not expecting it. Maybe I should have a chat with him. I became a queen by surprise, after all. I've heard so many things. They can't possibly all be true, Cass replied. Maybe he'll be handsome. Lucy's eyes twinkled playfully. How would you like a crown of your own, Cass? Cass scoffed and rolled her eyes, although a slight flush settled on her cheeks. I guess we'll have to wait and see. She clapped her hands together. Now let's get a move on. You're going to make us late, Stavrok. Ignoring my splutter of indignation, she slid her arm through Lucy's. They strode out of the front doors together into the bright sunshine, leaving me to trail in their wake. A wide grin had lodged itself firmly onto my face, quite against my will. I couldn't shake it off all the way down the long, winding drive to the castle gates, where the carriages were waiting for us. A King for the Sorceress. The Dragon Kings of Fire and Ice, Book 2, by Amelia Shaw. Narrated by Catherine Bilson. Chapter 1. Erik. I knelt with my head bowed, every word the elder spoke placing the weight of the world on my shoulders. Bravadik Arman, son of Sigmus, king of the Black Mountains. I anoint you and bestow upon you the kingdom and clan of your father. In your hands I place responsibility, duty, and power. May this crown grow into a symbol of your strength. May you rise to be the leader your blood right destines you to become. I suppressed the shudder that passed through me. I'd dreaded this moment since the day my mother told me the name of my true sire. He had been the last person in the kingdom I expected. The king. Arise, King Bravadik, the elder said, startling me out of my reflections. I took a long, deep breath before pushing to my feet and turning to face the room full of courtiers and honoured guests, people who had travelled for the coronation ceremony of the new king. Me. Cheers and applause rang through the room. The guests were on their feet, shouting for me, praising me. They were all people I'd never seen before. People I didn't know. My mother was gone. She had died the past winter, having been ill for many years. Pain squeezed my chest at the thought of her, as though someone had reached inside my ribs and grasped hold of my heart. If I tried, I could picture her standing in the crowd, looking up at me, her eyes shining with devotion and love. She would have been so proud to see me take the throne. Despite the fact I never wanted it. I still didn't. Not the throne, nor the castle. And especially not the kingdom. Hordes of well-wishers surged forward to congratulate me, and despite my misgivings, I held my head high as I made my way down the stairs, clasping hands with the first man to step forward. King Bravadik, it is an honour, the man said, smiling broadly. He had a kind, open face, and I couldn't help but smile back. I made my way through the crowd, greeting people here and there as they waved to me. Disappointment surged through me when I realized that my half-brother's queen wasn't here. Queen Marienne. 5 years ago, I laid eyes on her for the first time. The first and the last. The crowds before me parted, and a man emerged. With one look, I straightened my spine and lifted my chin to look him in the eye. All of my dragon-shifter kinsmen were tall and broad, but there was no mistaking this man for a mere courtier. "Your Highness," I said, bowing my head, at least until the man's laugh rolled through his chest, coming out deep and loud.
"You're a king now. You bow to no one."
I raised my head. It would take time to get used to the fact that I was now a leader. He reached out, offering me his hand. I recognized the strength in his grip for the test that it was, and squeezed back, hard. "Thank you for coming to the coronation," I said. He grinned at me and pulled the woman next to him closer. Her breasts were so big and round they were practically toppling over the edge of her bodice.
"I'm Stavrok, King of Bravdok."
His grin widened.
"And this is my wife, Queen Lucy."
"Lucy," I said, repeating the strange name. She smiled, and her whole face lit up. "I'm not from around here." My gaze slid back to Stavrok, and I raised an eyebrow in question.
"I stole her."
Stavrok grinned mischievously.
"Out of the local village."
"The local human village?" I was shocked by how casual they sounded.
"Yes,"
he said, puffing out his chest.
"She'd never seen a dragon before me."
Lucy rolled her eyes, her expression fond. "It's very nice to meet you, Bravadik." I scowled at the sound of my formal name.
"My friends call me Erik."
Stavrok lifted his chin. A smirk tugged at his lips.
"You have some of your father in you."
I took a step closer. "You knew him?" Stavrok nodded.
"Very well. Come to our castle for dinner one evening and we will discuss it at length. I've got plenty of old stories if you wish to hear them."
"I would appreciate that," I said, my voice rough with emotion. "Thank you." "Come tomorrow night," Lucy said. "Bring Marienne with you. It has been too long since we've seen Mari. How is she?" I made some low sound deep in the back of my throat, and for some reason my dragon surged within my chest. The mood shifted. Stavrok grabbed his wife and shoved her behind him, all the while rumbling out a growl that made my hackles rise and every muscle in my body clench to keep from shifting then and there. What the hell? My dragon was ferocious, sure, but my control was better than this.
"Get yourself together, or you're going to force me to shift,"
Stavrok hissed through gritted teeth. I caught a glimpse of his dragon in the way his nostrils flared, and the fire that burned in the depths of his gaze, and fought my own dragon's need to rise. I clenched my fists until the knuckles whitened, trying to regain control. Stavrok summoned a nearby male servant who snapped to attention.
"A large glass of whiskey for King Bravadik. Now."
The servant dashed away. I forced myself to keep breathing in deep, even inhales and exhales. Stavrok continued to hold Lucy back. The gorgeous little human fought against his arms, resolutely trying to peek around his barrel-like chest to get a look at me. When the servant reappeared with the glass and a bottle, I ignored the glass and drank straight from the bottle, down in gulps. The whiskey burned my throat, all the way to my gut. I swigged some more, and when that too reached my empty stomach, the need to shift finally began to subside. My vision cleared and my shifter relaxed, yawning and curling up to sleep inside me. Stupid thing. We're trying to make a good impression, and you almost started a fight with our neighbouring kingdom. My self-anger must have shown on my face, because the servant took a couple of steps back, like I was going to take a swing at him any moment. "Thank you," I said belatedly. The servant continued to stare at me with startled, wide eyes, not looking reassured in the slightest. "Please, just—" I clutched the now half-empty bottle and waved him off. "You should leave." I looked over at Stavrok, who allowed his little wife back around his huge body so that she could stare up at me with barely disguised curiosity. "Did I say something wrong?" Lucy asked, then bit her lip in the sweetest way. "I'm still not sure about all the customs. Forgive me if I offended you." I was too embarrassed to even look at her. "You did nothing wrong," I said stiffly, staring over her shoulder. Then I met Stavrok's gaze and inclined my head. "Thank you. That drink helped a lot." Stavrok reached out and squeezed my shoulder. "We need to have that dinner sooner rather than later. Come tomorrow night, with or without Mari. No arguments." "But—" Lucy began. Stavrok gripped her hand and shook his head. "Marianne is the childless widow of the old king. She will not have a role in this kingdom unless the new king wishes it." His eyes found mine, narrowing. "If I were in his shoes, I would build a house somewhere at the edge of town and put her in it." Stavrok's gaze intensified. I nodded and hummed as though agreeing. Part of me could see his point. Marianne was part of the old court, the old ways. Her presence might divide loyalties. Yes, sending her away would be the logical thing to do. But the idea didn't sit right with me for a number of reasons, none of which, unfortunately, I could share in my present company. "Where is Mari, by the way?" Lucy asked as she glanced around, scanning the crowd as if the woman might appear at any moment. "You haven't shipped her off already, have you?" Mari. I liked the sound of the shortened name. Stavrok and Lucy obviously held an affection for my half-brother's widow, despite the fact that Stavrok had just urged me to ship her off. I shook my head and lifted the bottle of whiskey, taking another sip to calm the way my frame was going rigid again. "No." I looked down into the bottle, swirling around the liquid inside to avoid her gaze. "I wouldn't do such a thing." "In that case—" Lucy's glare burned into the side of my head. I could feel it. "Where is she?" I looked over towards Stavrok for support. I would have assumed a human woman would be more malleable. Stavrok's bark of laughter was so loud, most of the people in the throne room turned to stare at us. Lucy whacked him, and he calmed down a little, though nothing could pull the grin from his lips. "No, Lucy is all fire." He looked down at her with pride. "Especially since giving birth to our triplets. She is the perfect mother dragon for my heirs." Triplets? Wow. My regard for the little human went up. Beauty, brains, and breeding. Stavrok had hit the perfect trifecta. "Babies, Stavrok. We've talked about this. They are not simply heirs." Lucy rolled her eyes. "Our son will inherit the kingdom one day, my love." I glanced between them with amusement. So, there seemed to be some cultural adjustments necessary when it came to human-dragon relationships. Lucy huffed and puffed, apparently not having an argument for that one. Then she turned that icy stare back on me. "You didn't answer my question. Where's Marianne?" I released a deep sigh. "I don't know," I admitted. "When I arrived, the staff said she was in mourning and would not be attending my coronation. So—" I turned away from them a little, pretending intense interest in a nearby marble column. "I've left her alone. But I have to assume she's still in the castle somewhere. Hiding from me, it would seem." I neglected to mention that I was hiding from her as well. Nothing would have stopped me from chasing her down if I'd truly wanted to know where she was. "Maybe she's in the dungeons," Lucy said under her breath, casting a sidelong look at her husband. Did she just say dungeons? Why would my half-brother's queen be in the dungeons? Stavrok shook his head. "That's a long story, my friend. We'll have to tell it to you some other time." He glanced over his shoulder at the line of people waiting for me. I suppressed another sigh. "We will see you tomorrow night, Erik," Stavrok said. 8 o'clock. Bring your appetite." I shook the king's hand again. This time his grip seemed friendlier. "Thank you again for your help." I lifted the bottle to indicate the alcohol, giving him a sheepish smile. My head was slightly buzzing and my stomach burned with liquor. But my control was back, intact. "I apologize if my behavior scared you or your lovely wife." Stavrok chortled, a growly laugh that set my dragon on edge. "Erik, the only reason I didn't take your damn head off was because you obviously don't have much experience controlling your emotions. That has to change, and I'll be happy to help." I gave the king a small smile, trying to remain calm. Rumour was that Stavrok had killed my half-brother in hand-to-hand combat. He was a tough warrior. Not one to cross, that was for sure. "No hard feelings, then?" I asked. As the king, I needed allies. And despite his ferocity and loud, bombastic manner, I sensed that Stavrok had a good heart underneath. Stavrok grinned. "As long as you stop staring at my wife's, we're all good." "Oh, of course." Had I been looking there? My mind was still on Marienne, or Mari as they had called her, and whether I should insist she came out of hiding. Inadvertent staring at Stavrok's wife. Chapter 2. Marienne. I watched my husband, King Magnic of the Black Mountains, die at the hand of another dragon king in mortal combat. It was by far the most traumatic day of my life. It was also the most liberating. From the moment my magic began to show itself, my destiny had been set in stone. I'd been all of 16 at the time. I didn't know how to control my powers, and I couldn't hide them. The power that stirred within me made me a worthy prize. I was to be a royal bride. My parents had fought to make the king wait until I was 18 to claim me. For 10 long years, I'd been the queen of a clan ruled by a tyrant. In the town below us, the distant chime of bells rang out. They were still celebrating, ringing in their new king. The day of Magnic's half-brother's coronation had been a long time coming. Hope was in the air, and the entire kingdom felt it. The servants carried the rumours all the way to my tower. This king would be different. Not capricious and power-hungry like the last, and the one before that. A shiver coursed through my body at the mere thought of Bravadic. Erik. I whispered the more familiar name into the silence. Only the wind answered me. The silken curtains fluttered, billowing outwards. I collapsed onto the nearby couch, revelling in the soft velvet cushions that surrounded me. This place was my oasis. It sheltered me from the pain of the world outside. But I couldn't stay in here forever. Sooner or later, these walls would come crashing down, and reality would intrude. I had to be ready. I had to think. With a small sigh, I rose from the couch and paced around my room. It was a cosy space, full of books and plush decorations. Colourful rugs covered the floor, and a large lantern hung from the ceiling, casting the furniture with a warm glow. Magnic himself had told me of Bravadic many years ago. His father's bastard son, and the only true challenger for the throne. He was low-born, the child of some village woman, and known in his hometown as Erik. He had been raised down in the valley, far away from court, and that was likely the only reason Magnic had not had him killed. I'd seen Bravadic only once on a royal tour 5 years into my marriage. The moment stood out sharply in my memory. Even now, the thought of that day filled me with a cacophony of feelings. Happiness, love, and terror. From the moment I lay eyes on Bravadic, I knew. He was my fated mate. It had been more than 5 years since that day. The day my heart broke in my chest, when I knew we would never have the chance to be together. The original joy I had felt when I saw Erik had been crushed mere seconds later. I could never know him, nor love him. I'd been forced to marry a man who had claimed me for my magical power. Magnic was a distant, cold husband. He neither desired nor loved me. I was a tool to him, just another weapon in his arsenal. The fates had cursed our union. My barren womb and untouched heart were a true testament to the emptiness of our marriage. I turned my head toward the banging on the door and called to whoever was on the other side. "I gave instructions that I don't wish to be disturbed."
Queen Marienne.
My stomach dropped at the sound of the voice. I had never heard it before, and yet I knew it. Somewhere deep inside, the familiarity called to me. In my dreams, like an echo carried on the wind. I raced to the door and bolted it with trembling hands. Then I pressed my forehead against the solid wood and took deep, steadying breaths.
"I know you're in there."
The voice was low and smooth. Cautious, but not unfriendly. I took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. "What do you want?" I forced the words out even as my defensive magic began to swirl around me. Purple infusions of light glimmered around the dim chamber, and I struggled to retain control.
"It's King Bravadic."
Even muffled through the thick wood, I could hear the discomfort when he announced himself. The title didn't exactly roll off his tongue. A reluctant smile tugged at my lips. What had become of the young man I'd seen in town all those years ago? What sort of man was he now? How strong? How beautiful? I ached to know, but I had no right. I was the former king's barren widow, and as such, of little use to Bravadic, other than as a reminder of a past he might not want to remember. "Sire," I swallowed. "How can I be of service?"
"Well," he said, "you could open the door for a start."
I closed my eyes. Goddess, if he only knew how much I wanted to. I can't." I cast around for an excuse. "I'm undressed and I am unwell, Your Majesty."
"I see."
An awkward pause ensued.
"I have come to ask if you'd join me for dinner at Stavrok and Lucy's castle tonight. They attended my coronation and invited us both."
I couldn't help smiling again at his use of the king and queen's real names. It made sense that Erik wouldn't follow political protocol, given his upbringing. He would be a breath of fresh air in noble circles, and I wished, more than anything, to be there to see him flourish. But it would break my heart all over again to be so close to my intended mate and yet be unable to touch him. I turned and pressed my back against the door. A deep ache was building inside my belly for the man who stood on the other side.
"If you are unwell, however."
His voice fell silent. "You must go to dinner," I forced myself to say. "Stavrok is everything a king should be. Strong and kind, a true father to his people. And Lucy is a beautiful soul. She's a worthy queen and a perfect match for him. You could not wish for better mentors, Erik." There was a heavy silence. Then I realized my mistake. My eyes squeezed shut. Damn.
"Erik, how do you know my name?"
I swallowed hard and wrapped my arms across my chest. "I saw you once," I said. Years ago. Magnic pointed you out in the crowd. I cleared my throat at the silence from the other side of the door. I confess, I kept tabs on you through the years. I hoped one day you would find the way to your rightful position here at court. He didn't answer for a long moment.
You're the one who told them where to find me.
I blinked rapidly as tears formed in my eyes. I wanted to hold him so much, kiss away the frown that was surely pulling at his perfect skin. But I had no right. I must lie down now, sire. Please go to dinner. Give them my apologies. My eyes fluttered closed. Send my blessings to Lucy and the new babies. They will be breathtaking, I know it. This time I lost the battle, and hot tears slid down my cheeks. To have a baby of my own, it was a long-held dream. A fruitless one, of course, but that didn't stop the need from rising up on occasion.
I will, Queen Marienne.
There was a drawn-out pause from the other side of the door. I pictured him there, waiting, lingering.
Thank you.
I turned back and touched my palm to the wood. I am no longer the Queen, Your Majesty. You can call me Marienne. My husband is dead, and you will soon find your own bride who will be queen and rule alongside you. I heard a soft, light scraping sound against the door, as though he too had pressed his hand against the wood.
You'll always be a queen, Marienne,
he said, and I moved my hand to my mouth to contain the sob that threatened to escape. Eventually, I sensed him moving away from the door.
Good night.
I held my breath as his footsteps retreated down the stone hallway. Once nothing but silence remained, I collapsed onto my bed and began to cry. My destined lover, my fated mate. He had walked away from me. And my heart broke all over again because I knew it was for the best. Erik.
What's the fastest way to Stavrok's castle? I asked Thomas, the head of the house.
I still hadn't quite worked it all out, but he seemed like someone I could trust.
The fastest, sire?
A smile lit up his face.
Technically, that would be flight.
I grinned. I liked that idea. It would certainly make a statement. Though the lack of clothing on arrival might be a problem. Thomas smiled even wider, as if he knew where my thoughts had gone. He obviously had a wicked sense of humour, and I liked that about him.
Perhaps, since this is your first visit, sire, you could take the carriage.
I frowned, disappointed.
Flying would be more fun.
Thomas snapped his fingers, and several maids arrived holding clothes in their outstretched arms.
I thought you might say that, so perhaps you would take the carriage today and take along a few changes of clothes, so that next time you wish to visit, you will have something to change into when you arrive.
I slapped him on the back.
You're a genius.
He checked his wristwatch.
And you will soon be late, sire. The carriage has been prepared. It is waiting for you at the castle gates. So please, my king, enjoy your evening, and we will see you later tonight. Or tomorrow, if you so choose.
I flicked up my eyebrows.
Tomorrow? Yes. King Stavrok may invite you to stay. If he does, please take the opportunity to view his kingdom in the daylight. There are many changes he has implemented that, if I'm allowed to be frank. Always, I told him. That perhaps your highness would look at implementing here. In our clan. For our people.
Thomas tilted his head, looking at me thoughtfully.
There is a lot of good you can do, sire.
I nodded. I was under no illusions about being able to rule the kingdom without support from others. This role was new to me, and I welcomed his guidance.
I will certainly take that advice. Thank you, Thomas.
He smiled and indicated the stairs behind me.
You must go. The maids will follow you and pack your clothes for you.
I glanced over at the little blonde woman, who was eyeing me as though she would like to do more than lay out my clothes for me. Perhaps she would accompany me for the drive.
"How long is this carriage ride, Thomas?"
Thomas frowned, catching my drift. His eyes flickered over to the maidservant, and he dismissed her with a wave of his hand.
"Not long enough, sire."
I heaved a sigh and headed toward the stairs.
"All right. See you when I see you."
I walked out to the carriage and climbed in, alone, and we set off. My gut ached, my balls throbbed, and my veins pumped with a fire that was only associated with the need to shift or fuck. I needed a woman. It hadn't mattered that a door stood between us. Even speaking to Marienne had left me hard and wanting. I needed some relief from the pain. I wasn't sure what it was about that woman. The sound of her voice, so sweet, made my head spin. Even hearing her name spoken, as Lucy had done at the coronation, seemed to set me off. But she was my half-brother's widow, and a sorceress to boot. She was off limits. Yet she stirred my dragon like no other, and I wasn't sure why. If I ever got my hands on her, I was afraid I may never let her go. Not that she would want me, I reminded myself, as I always did whenever my thoughts wandered to Marienne. She'd been wed to my older brother, the king. Surely, compared to him, I was a low-rate, pathetic bastard. Queen Marienne would never look on me with anything but pity. Chapter 3. Arriving at Stavrok's kingdom was like driving through another dimension. The streets were clean, the houses were all brightly lit, and smoke billowed from the chimneys. His people were obviously wealthy, and it made my stomach churn to think of how my mother and I had lived for so long. The struggle of our friends and neighbours. The taxes on the people. My people now. When the carriage rolled to a stop outside the actual castle, I got out and stared up at the incredible monument in front of me. Wow. The idea that I was invited as a guest to such a place still felt like a dream. "This way, sire." A servant took my clothes and walked ahead, up the stairs before me. I followed him, looking around and absorbing the atmosphere of the place. And once we stepped inside and the warm air hit my face, I sighed. This was heaven. There were expensive tapestries on the walls, lush carpets beneath my feet, and from the sound of the general chatter and laughter in the castle, happy people around me. The servant turned toward me. "I believe the main throne room is ahead, sire. I will take these clothes to King Stavrok's staff." The servant headed off, and I stared ahead at the well-lit doorway.
"Erik, is that you?"
Stavrok called from the end of the hallway. I inhaled deeply and squared my shoulders. Time to be a king. I strode forward, entering the room and realizing it was a large sitting room. A huge fireplace was stoked with wood and welcoming flame, and in front, a set of large leather chairs seemed to beckon. Stavrok stood by with a bottle of alcohol. I grinned at the huge man and walked forward to greet him. I clasped Stavrok's hand, giving it a firm shake, and smiled in greeting at his wife, who stood nearby.
"Thank you so much for having me."
"We're excited to have you here," Lucy said. She had a baby on each broad hip, and she juggled them with seeming ease. "But where's Marienne?" I reached out a hand to the baby boy, who grabbed my finger and smiled a toothless, gummy grin at me.
"She was unwell," I said shortly. "She sent her apologies and told me to come along and learn all I could from you two."
Stavrok chuckled.
"Well, she knows best. Come, follow me."
Lucy hoisted the babies on her hips. "I need to put these two back in their cribs. I'll meet you both in the dining room." She headed off toward the broad staircase at the centre of the hall. I watched her large swinging hips as she left, then realized I was staring and pulled my gaze back to the king before me.
I apologize. Your family is everything I could ever want. I couldn't express the thought without sounding odd, but it hung in the air between us. Stavrok acknowledged my unspoken compliment with a broad, knowing smile. He led me into a huge dining room and poured us both a whiskey. The amber liquid sloshed in the glasses as he picked them up. I agree, he said. I'm a lucky man. We clinked glasses. To a successful alliance between our two great houses, he said. I nodded. Hear, hear. I took a sip and enjoyed the burn that rolled down my throat. So, from what I gather, you and my half-brother were not on friendly terms. Stavrok let out a booming laugh. Because I killed him, you mean? So, it's true. I absorbed the information, careful not to let the shock show on my face. Stavrok had been nothing but friendly to me, but I couldn't let myself forget that this man was powerful as hell. This man had killed the previous ruler of my kingdom. I simply nodded. Stavrok's smile softened, and he led me over to the dining table. It was huge and elaborately laid out with crystal glasses, white linen and sparkling silverware. Seeming to pick up on my uncertainty, he indicated the chair to the left of him. I sat and nodded in gratitude. He took his place at the head of the table, confident and stately. A true king. There was a place setting to my left. A wave of sadness passed over me that Marienne would not be here to sit in what I saw as her rightful spot. Magnic wanted more than he had, Stavrok said. I put aside my bleak thoughts about Marienne and refocused. Always. He craved power, wealth, and domination over the other dragon kingdoms. When he saw a way to force me to hand over my lands and the mining rights that come with them, he took it. What did he do? I asked. He kidnapped Lucy. My mouth dropped open. Excuse me? I placed my drink on the pristine white tablecloth so that I didn't spill it everywhere. He what? He kidnapped me, held me in the dungeon, and threatened to kill me if Stavrok didn't agree to his ransom conditions, Lucy said as she walked back into the room. Her tone was surprisingly breezy, given the horror of her tale. I wondered if all humans were this nonchalant, or if this one was unusual in that regard. She sat down on the right side of her husband and laid a hand over his. Are our babes sleeping? He asked her, in a gentle tone that I was surprised to hear from such a strong man. She nodded, smiling. Like little angels. Then she turned her gaze back on me just as I lifted my drink to my lips. So, Erik, I assume you have a temper. She smirked at Stavrok. It seems to be a feature in the bloodline of dragon kings. I choked on the whiskey, which shot up my nose and out of my mouth, making a general mess of everything around me. Servants hurried over from every corner to clean up the spill, handing me napkin after napkin. I am sorry, I said, annoyed at myself and embarrassed more than anything. Could I make it any more obvious that I wasn't raised to be anything other than a street urchin? Stavrok grinned. My wife has a wicked tongue. I should be the one apologizing to you. Lucy glared at him. I was just asking a question. Question. What had she asked again? Oh, that was right. I bowed my head for a moment, gathering my thoughts. Well, yes, I answered eventually. I struggled with my temper a lot when I was younger, especially through my growth years when I was first shifting. I set the town alight one too many times. I winced. The people named me Rage, but my mother called me Erik. And you prefer it over your longer name? Lucy asked. I inhaled sharply, not sure if I should admit to such a thing. But I didn't wish to answer to Bravadic for the rest of my life, so I spoke honestly. Yes.
Bravadic, my royal name, still threw me off balance every time I heard it. My father had told my mother what to call me when I was born, and it had always stuck in my craw that she had allowed him to have such a say over my life as to actually name me. I never even met the man. He hadn't sent me so much as a letter. My hosts didn't ask why I preferred the name Erik, however, and the conversation soon turned toward the running of the kingdom. Stavrok was aware that I didn't know the first thing about statecraft, but he didn't seem to hold it against me. My father considered the happiness of the people to be the most important part of running a kingdom, Stavrok said. If the townsfolk are warm and well-fed, then the whole land will prosper. That advice hasn't failed me yet. I cast my mind back to the hardships I had faced, growing up in a humble village, far away from any finery. The long, dark winters. The famine. The cold nights where my mother had no kindling to keep us warm. Everything you told me about King Magnic. I stared down at my plate. I knew I had to choose my words carefully. Kings did not barrel through conversations like these. I had to be smart. And everything I experienced in the past as one of his subjects. He is not a ruler I wish to emulate. Lucy snorted. But I don't know the kingdom. Not as I should. Not as a king would. I wavered. There has to be a better way of doing things. I vowed to do right by my people when they placed the crown on my head. I want to honor that vow. Stavrok studied me, as if sizing me up. I looked back, not breaking eye contact. The huge open fireplace behind us flickered, casting golden light over the table and filling me with a sense of peace I hadn't felt in years. Lucy opened her mouth as if she was going to say something. But before she could, however, the fireplace roared, flaring with light and heat. Flames shot upward and sparked out of the grate. The room filled with the sound of cutlery clattering against plates as Stavrok, Lucy and I looked around with astonishment. "What?" Stavrok began. At the other end of the room, the double doors opened with a boom. A female figure stood in the doorway, flanked by 2 servants. "Your Majesty, Dowager Queen Marienne of the Black Mountains." I froze in my seat. Stavrok and Lucy stood up from the table. "Marienne!" Lucy swept toward the visitor, pleasure visible on her face. "Erik said you were ill. I'm so glad you made it." Stavrok murmured something to me, but I couldn't understand his words. My head was buzzing. Panic and adrenaline flooded through me, and my heart thundered in my chest. Marienne stood in the doorway for what felt like an eternity. I watched, transfixed, as she began to move toward us. Everything else in the room grew dimmer as she approached, as though she was giving off her own source of light. Her long dress shimmered and rippled, hugging her gorgeous frame, and her dark hair flowed loosely across her shoulders. I had never seen anyone more beautiful. Her eyes captivated me the most. They were a deep indigo, so dark they could have been black. When they caught the light, they glowed with magic and mystery. My heart clenched at the sight of those eyes. Something inside me snapped. The barrier that held back my dragon broke, and it thundered to life. My dragon roared, more powerful than ever before, and in that moment I knew I'd lost all vestiges of control. I didn't have time to shout a warning. My vision blurred, and the roaring inside my mind grew louder and louder as I slid off my chair, dropped to my knees, and succumbed to the inevitable. The dragon would not be silenced. It had seen Marienne, and in that split second, I was no longer the one calling the shots. It had been years since I had shifted like this. Wild, spontaneous, and 100% animal instinct. I couldn't do anything but cling on for the ride. Already my claws were lengthening, my ribcage expanding. My blurred vision sharpened as the dragon took over, and I let out a roar as my wings unfurled from my back. I beat them through the air, causing the fireplace to flicker and cutlery and glassware to fall to the floor with a clatter and crash. I twisted around, trying to get my bearings. My human mind screamed out, but it was locked deep within the scaly hide of the dragon. The dragon was on a mission. It had zeroed in on Marienne. She stood, pale and unmoving, staring up at me with those beautiful eyes. She was everything I wanted. Everything I needed. Stavrok inched into my peripheral vision. He had circled around me in a wide arc, careful not to place himself between me and Marienne. Lucy was nowhere to be seen. He shouted something. With a heroic amount of effort, I wrenched my gaze off the woman in front of me and onto Stavrok. My claws dragged along the floor as I moved toward him, and I growled, but he didn't back down. He was still yelling. What was he yelling?
"The windows! Get them open now!"
I knew, the part of me that was still a man anyway, that I didn't want to hurt anyone. But the dragon in me would rip this place apart if anyone tried to stop me from taking Marienne. The woman herself, in contrast to the chaos around her, stayed remarkably composed. She gazed up at me like she was waiting for something. I extended my wings out to their full capacity, and the rush of air swept her hair back from her face. It fluttered and resettled around her shoulders, and I caught the hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. Why was she not afraid of my dragon? The wind picked up, cold and strong, and my head snapped up. The dragon was more alert than me, and I scanned the room, noting that the row of wide, floor-to-ceiling windows had been thrown open. The curtains billowed out like the sails of a ship, and the starlit sky glittered beyond. While I focused on Marienne, Stavrok had shifted too. His dragon form loomed in the shadows, just as powerful and imposing as the man himself. A tiny figure pressed up close against his dark, scaly side. Lucy. Stavrok roared. A tongue of flame shot out through his open jaw. I roared back, then stepped closer to Marienne. I crouched low, inviting her to climb onto my back. She came willingly, sliding over my shoulder and settling between my wings. I shuddered in delight as her tiny hands scrambled for purchase against my scales. I spared a final glance at Stavrok. Our eyes met, and an understanding passed between us. Then I leapt to the closest open window and launched with Marienne up and into the night. Chapter 4. Marienne. The harsh winter winds rushed around me, tearing at my hair and gown. If I were fully human, I would have been half frozen by now. But I wasn't just a woman. My magic shimmered and pulsed through the air, sending trails of heat through my core. Erik's huge shoulders shifted beneath me, and I moaned at the wonderful sensation of touching him. Could he feel my warmth spreading through his back as he flew? My legs clenched tight around him, and his wings beat the air with renewed force. Power simmered in my veins. In that moment, I could have moved mountains if I had to. I needed Erik, and I was hopeful that nothing would stand in our way tonight. I was so caught up in my musings, I barely registered when his feet hit the stony parapet of the high north tower. I let out a breathless laugh when his wings brushed against my back, preventing me from falling off during the abrupt landing. Such a gentleman. He released me, and I slid off his back, moving away so he had space to shift back to human when he was ready. He staggered back from me. The air was already shimmering, and before my eyes the dragon dissolved away, leaving the man, naked and panting, in its place. This moment, here and now, felt like our first true meeting. There wasn't anything between us any longer. No husband, no ceremony, no court protocol to follow. We were completely alone. Erik was tall and lean, with shaggy hair that fell to his sharp jawline. His stature was powerful. Anyone could see at a glance that he was a true dragon king. He was trembling. His eyes were shadowed, and his face turned away. He wouldn't look at me. Was he afraid? Had he felt my magic as we were flying back to the castle? A shock wave of pain seared through my chest at the possibility of his rejection. Did he think I would hurt him? I reached out a hand toward him, and he flinched. "Don't," he said, his voice low and gravelly. The words shot right to my core, and warmth spread through my belly, even as a sob caught in my throat. He didn't want my touch. Slowly, I retracted my hand. We stood on the castle rooftop, at a stalemate. Neither of us moved. I was pretty sure neither of us breathed. Then his gaze slid to meet mine, just for a second, before darting away. Oh. He wasn't trembling out of fear. He was holding himself back. I could see it now, the tightness in his strong frame. The way the muscles bunched together in his forearms as he squeezed his hands into white-knuckled fists. It had been 5 long years since anyone had touched me. The day I'd seen Erik, everything changed. From the moment I realized he was my fated mate, I knew I could never give myself to the king again. Magnic declared me barren when I said, "No more." I hadn't been able to give Magnic heirs, but I could give him the power he sought. He valued the latter far more than anything else. He agreed to the physical separation happily enough. Our marriage bed had been cold ever since. With Magnic there had been no intimacy, and for years I had convinced myself I didn't need such things in my life. But I was wrong. So wrong. And standing here in front of Erik, the longing for him drowned me, flooding my senses until I couldn't think about anything else. I needed him. Slowly, so as not to startle him, I crept forward. My steps were feather-light against the flagstones. I could move soundlessly when I wanted to, and I kept my stance loose and relaxed. I wasn't afraid. He wouldn't hurt me. We were so close now that I could feel the body heat coming off him in waves. It warmed the air around us and intensified my own desire. Gently I reached out and cupped his forearm, encouraging it toward my body. His trembling increased. I placed his large, hot hand against my skin, over the neck of my low-cut gown. My chest heaved beneath his touch, and ripples of warmth spread through me, undercutting the coldness of the night. The ripples became waves, lapping into every corner of my mind and body. Like a prism, the world exploded with light and colour. The images came to me in flashes. A silk canopy. A cheering crowd, flower petals thrown into a blue sky. Vows, an altar. Laughter, wine glasses sparkling in the sunlight. My hands trailing over his bare chest. His arms encircling me, protecting me. A kingdom, our kingdom, bright and thriving. Life renewing, fruit trees blossoming. Our children running alongside us as we walked together, unhurried. Free, happy, fulfilled. The visions vanished as quickly as they had come, slipping away into the darkness. All that remained was Erik. Chapter 5. Erik. I don't know how long I lay there in the darkness, holding Marienne in my arms. Even though I was exhausted, every muscle in my body wrung out and sated, my mind buzzed. In sleep, Marienne burrowed into my chest, and my heart melted. I brushed her long, dark hair off her bare shoulder and smiled to myself as I tucked her closer against me. I couldn't make sense of what had just happened. My shifter was a powerful one, my royal bloodline made sure of that. I had always been stronger than the other men in my village, and my dragon could fly great distances without tiring. Sure, I had a reputation for losing my temper. But uncontrollable shifting and then claiming my half-brother's wife, that was on a different level. In truth, the lack of control scared me. There seemed to be one common denominator, one factor that set my dragon off like no other. And I was currently sharing a bed with her. As it was, I couldn't bring myself to worry too much. The evening had taken an unexpected turn, but not an unwelcome one. I should probably send Stavrok and Lucy a thank-you gift basket. I almost laughed aloud at the thought, but managed to keep in the sound, fearful I would wake my lover. I ran a hand over Marienne's soft hair and drifted into sleep. Marienne. My eyes, still blurry with sleep, took a couple of seconds to adjust when I opened them. Unless I was mistaken, I was in King Erik's bedchamber. The room was large and beautiful, and through an archway I spied a small sitting area with a vista through the window that overlooked the snowy mountains. The silk canopy over the bed exactly matched the one I had seen in my vision. These rooms at the top of the North Tower had stood empty for years. Magnic and I had never slept here. He preferred to sleep nearer the heart of the castle, where the bank vaults lay filled with gold coins and other treasures. My old rooms in the East Tower had been at the other end of the castle from Magnic, as far away from him as possible. Erik didn't know about any of that. To him, these rooms likely meant nothing. They were simply the king's rooms, prepared for him as befitted the man who currently sat upon the throne. The servants had removed dust sheets, polished the candelabra, and swept back the curtains to reveal the rolling hills of the valley below us. Glowing coals slumbered in the grate, and the bearskin rug spread out before the fire looked soft and inviting. On a whim, I slipped out from between the sheets and padded over to sink my bare feet into the rug. I had always thought of this castle as gloomy and oppressive, but with Erik by my side, I was starting to appreciate its beauty. A grumble came from the bed. Erik had flung out an arm into the empty space. His face was buried in the pillow, but I could already picture his furrowed, displeased brow. He was no good at hiding his emotions, even in sleep. With a smile, I crept back to bed. He enveloped me with his long limbs, and I sighed with contentment and relaxed against him, readily submitting to the cuddling. The king's bed in the royal suite. I never thought I'd actually end up here. It was ironic, given I had been Magnic's wife, but somehow I felt more like a queen right now than ever before. I fell asleep again wrapped in Erik's arms, with a smile lifting my lips. When I woke, warm, golden sunlight poured into the bedchamber. I was no longer within the tangle of his limbs. I lay curled up on my own side of the bed. I could feel the indentation of his weight behind me, but we must have separated at some point. I suppressed my disappointment and rolled over to face him. He was already awake. His gaze slid away from mine, his expression guilty, like I'd caught him out on something. Had he been watching me sleep? My lips quirked into a smile. After a minute, he grinned back. There was a hint of hesitation, but his expression was warm and genuine all the same. Marienne. His eyes roved over my face, dipping lower before snapping up again. I suppressed a giggle. He had seen much more than my bare shoulders, after all. Last night, I must apologize. I tilted my head, confused. I wanted nothing more than to curl into him once more, run my hands over his chest, and press my mouth against his. But I resisted. I wasn't aware there was anything to apologise for, I said, keeping my tone gentle. Unless. The room was still toasty warm, but a shiver ran up my spine. Did you not wish to have me, sire?
No.
My mouth dropped open and I met his gaze with wide eyes. He didn't want me. I didn't know what to say, but he shook his head.
I mean, yes. I did, Marienne.
He swallowed.
I do.
Relief and pleasure thrummed through me. Then, sire...
Please, he interrupted. Don't call me that.
You're my king, I said carefully. I will do as you wish, of course. Somehow he looked even more miserable. My heart sank. I wanted him, and he clearly wanted me. So why did the space between us in this bed feel as though a chasm lay between us?
Marienne, I just meant, call me Erik. Please.
He reached out to lay a hand over mine. The touch was sweet and simple, a mile away from everything that had occurred last night. I stared down at the bed sheets. His fingers over mine were light, as though he was afraid I might throw him off any second. He had big hands, and my smooth, pale fingers fluttered under his roughened palm. Then the visions came. It happened without warning. Usually I got a couple of seconds to prepare before a premonition took over, but this one hit me like a sledgehammer, pulling me under, drowning me in its intensity. I gasped before reality ripped away from me, and I was flung out into the darkness. The world reformed, solidified. I found myself outside, on my knees, looking up at the castle. The sky overhead was black, but the castle was brighter than I had ever seen. Every turret, every window, everything burned. Hot tongues of flame shot into the sky, lighting up the night, and thick clouds of acrid smoke filled the air. I choked, coughing. I couldn't speak. My throat was raw from screaming. All I knew was heat and destruction. The castle melted away. I was in a busy street. A town marketplace. I recognized it with a jolt. This was the village where I first saw Erik. That day had been bright. The sky was blue, the trees laden with apple blossom, and the crowds cheered for their new young queen. Me. This time, however, the sky thundered overhead. People ran screaming past me. I skittered backwards, but they didn't notice. I was a ghost, powerless to help them or to stop it. Death hung in the air. It was then that I realized the flashes in the sky weren't lightning, but dragonfire. The image changed again. I was back in the castle, on the rooftop. I knelt, cradling a man in my arms. Erik gazed up at me. Despite the blood and dirt that covered his face, he looked peaceful. Serene, even. A smattering of raindrops fell against his cheek. It took me a second to realize that they weren't raindrops. They were tears. Mine. He reached up and touched my cheek. The motion clearly hurt him, and with horror I saw the wound in his chest. Beyond healing, even with magic. "Erik," I whispered, stricken. He just smiled. His face was close to mine, and I bent so I could catch his soft words. "Our baby," he breathed. "Get as far away from here as you can." My breath hitched on a sob, and the vision melted away. I tumbled through darkness for what felt like forever, until I registered arms around me. Strong, solid, and real.
"Marienne!"
Erik, whole, uninjured, and frowning deeply, cradled my face, wiping away the tears that tracked down my cheeks with his thumbs.
"Marienne, what is it? What's wrong?"
I gasped, trying to get a hold of myself. I ran my hands up and down his arms, feeling his warm skin beneath my palms to reassure myself he was there, that he was alive. All the distance between us was gone. We were tangled together again in the bedsheets like one body, one being. I pressed my forehead against his, allowing myself a couple of heartbeats to recover from the vision. I breathed Erik in, feeling him against me, warm and solid. He was safe, unharmed. He held me against him. It felt so good. I couldn't afford to become distracted. Something bad was coming this way, and I needed time to gather my thoughts and work out what the visions had meant. Reluctantly, I slid off the bed in search of some clothes. The ones I'd worn last night weren't in a state to be worn again. There wasn't anything in the walk-in wardrobe except large robes, so I slid one around my shoulders and tied the strap around the middle. It was awkward. When I reappeared in the main room, Erik lay exactly where I had left him in the middle of the bed. He looked like a lost puppy. I walked toward the door. "Wait." I froze, one hand on the door handle. When I turned, his gaze was steady. I looked away, cheeks burning with the knowledge that he had just witnessed me in such a state. "Tell me." Even from his position on the bed, he still commanded my attention. "Are you okay, Marienne?" I managed to nod. In the face of everything I'd just seen, his concern warmed me straight to the core. "Yes." I bit my lip. I wanted to explain myself, but I needed to make sense of it all first. "See you later." I stepped out of the room before he could reply. Chapter 6. Erik. I'd been called into a meeting with the elders, and I was so out of my depth I could barely breathe. Important matters were being discussed. Matters of state, matters that I had to attend to now as the king. I couldn't concentrate on any of it for a single stupid reason. I felt underdressed in my own damned council meeting. I eyed the thick gold chain that hung around the neck of Elder Kilgrave. It glinted as he turned, winking at me as if to say, "Look at all this finery. Where's yours, boy?" That chain could have fed my mother and me for a year. Longer, probably. The elder caught my eye, raising his brow, and I flushed, glaring down at the table. It wasn't that I wanted a similar decoration for myself. I couldn't imagine anything worse than parading around in such a wasteful thing, in fact. But maybe that was because I was too roughshod, too unsophisticated. A mere boy, playing at being a king. "Sire?" My head snapped up at the address. The other advisor, Elder Slater, pressed his lips into a thin, disapproving line as he stared at me. He wasn't much friendlier than his counterpart. Every time I had to ask for clarification on a point of business, he gave an impatient tut, like I hadn't been paying attention or was too stupid to understand matters of grave importance. I wanted to call an end to the whole meeting and fly out to find a grassy field where I could spend the time roaming around and exploring the countryside like I used to do. Maybe I could take Marienne with me. The image of her laid out naked in a field somewhere filled my mind, and I grinned to myself. Maybe we could go for round 2. I coughed loudly, forcing myself back into the present. "Sorry, what was the question?" "We need to decide how to allocate our spending for the next quarter, sire. The old king raised taxes on the townsfolk last year, and now we have—" The elder paused, a smirk sliding over his face. "We have something of a surplus, it seems." "That's excellent news." I spread out my hands. I've been doing some thinking on that subject myself. "Is that so?" Elder Slater interjected. He added, Your Majesty, when I turned toward him and speared him with a look. Somehow the way he said it made the phrase sound like a question rather than the statement of fact it was.
Yes.
I straightened up. I refused to be cowed by either of these men. I was now their king, whether they or I liked it or not. I knew my own instincts well enough, and they'd rarely let me down before. What I was about to say felt right. I want to issue a decree, I announced. Our people shall have free heating and water and electricity. All of the costs will be covered by the crown.
But, sire!
I held up a hand, interrupting Elder Slater.
You won't change my mind.
I've spoken to Stavrok about this, I continued, ignoring the matching glowers I received from both of the elders. I don't see why the system that works so well for his kingdom can't also work for ours. Elder Kilgrave clutched a hand over his heavy chain, like I was about to rip it off his neck at any moment and hand it over to the poor.
Your Majesty, those funds are needed for castle upkeep.
He pursed his mouth.
Not the trivial plight of the common folk.
I refrained from pointing out that, until very recently, I had been one of the common folk of whom he spoke with such disdain. A single pointed glance around the high-ceilinged chamber told me the whole story. The grand fireplace, the gilt mirrors, the sparkling gilded ceiling. This was where the money was spent. On excessive luxuries that were not necessary, nor had any function. Perhaps I should consider taking that necklace of his and using it to feed the hungry. I can't see any urgent repairs that need doing. I tilted my head and narrowed my eyes, daring them to disagree. Please, feel free to point out anything I might have missed.
What Elder Kilgrave means, sire,
Elder Slater began, rolling up the documents spread out over the table in front of us,
is that the royal funds are a serious matter. Frivolous spending such as this, it would not be a good start to your reign. Please trust that we are trying to help you.
The way he said it left no room for debate. He spoke as though I were an ignorant child who needed to be taught a lesson instead of a full-grown man. Their leader. I clenched my jaw, tight. The room, so cosy and elegant only moments before, felt stuffy and restrictive. The walls pressed in on me, and a wave of crushing claustrophobia sent me reeling. It wasn't in my nature to back away from a fight, but I couldn't let my temper rise. Now that I was king, I needed to wield far more control over my emotions than I ever had before. This was a battle I didn't know how to win. This wasn't some bar fight. This was politics. I didn't have the right weapons, and the rulebook was a total mystery to me. I was forced to retreat. My heart pounding, I yanked open the door and left the council chamber before they could patronize me further, and before my rage could fully ignite. I was totally out of my depth. I may have forestalled my temper for today, but what about tomorrow? Or the next day? Or next week? What did I know about statecraft? Or leadership? I was playing pretend, a dragon king in name only. It was merely a matter of time before everyone in the whole kingdom would come to realize it. Marienne. I spent the better part of the morning walking around my suite in the East Tower out of sheer force of habit. I knew every nook and cranny, every pile of books, every cushion and candle. This was my domain, my sanctuary. Nobody was allowed inside without my express permission. When Magnic had been alive, I wasn't queen of much. But this space, right here in the tower, this was my tiny little kingdom. My small tower room where I worked my magic far away from the prying eyes of the court. Now I knew what I needed to do. I steeled my nerves and set about pulling various herbs off the shelves and rifling through my library until I found the small leather-bound volume I sought right at the top of one of my bookshelves. In silver letters the title read, Psychic Projection. I carried the book over to my desk, laid it carefully next to the small bowl I used for spell work, and leafed through the pages. Projection was not a field of magic in which I had much experience. There were other sorcerers in the realm who specialised in the art of travelling to far-off places in their mind's eye, all while remaining physically safe inside their own territory. Magnic had tried to force me to learn the art on more than one occasion so I could spy on neighbouring kingdoms for him, but I had never mastered it. Now that he was dead, I could admit the truth to myself. I'd never really wanted to master it. Not for him. I'd always wanted to help people with my magic, not spy on them. However, this was different. This time, it felt like I had no choice. I had to know. I needed to find the source of the horrifying images that flashed to the forefront of my mind every time I closed my eyes. The visions had splintered my happiness into tiny shards. I couldn't wait any longer. There was too much at stake to sit passively and wait for my kingdom to fall into ruin. I murmured an incantation, and a small ball of blue flame hovered over the palm of my hand. Slowly, I lowered it into the bowl and set fire to the bundle of herbs. A thick blue smoke rose from the bowl. I forced myself to lean in closer, breathing in the bitter fumes and trying not to cough. This was the tricky part. I had to clear my mind totally and focus. It was normally a challenge to shut my brain down and induce the visions, but this time they were all I could think about. My vision began to swirl. The world dissolved, melting away into blackness. I concentrated on what I had seen before. The castle burning. People screaming. I flinched, but forced myself to look deeper, beyond the pain and suffering. I need to find the source. In a flash, the world turned white. I gasped in shock as phantom snow drifted against my face, settling on my cheeks and eyelashes. Cold air raked my skin, and I whirled, trying to get my bearings in the frozen Iceland. A castle loomed through the blizzard, with towering turrets and a heavy iron drawbridge, built to withstand 1,000 winters. Shock sent me reeling as I perceived the truth. Damon. The Loner King. The Dragon of Winter. He had many names. In truth, I knew more of those than I had memories of seeing him in person. He rarely ventured south. He preferred to stay in his icy domain, and usually stayed out of the politics and petty rivalries of the other kingdoms. His people occasionally travelled south to trade. They were a distinctive sight, wearing thick, heavy furs draped across their shoulders, adding bulk and wildness to their broad, solid frames. Their rough-hewn weapons always looked as if they had seen their fair share of use. Even Damon's shifters were unique. The northern dragons were pale shades of grey and white. They blended perfectly with their landscape, flying unseen through ice storms and nesting on snowy mountain tops. The fire they breathed was different, not orange, but a luminous, icy blue. As I stared up at those spiky, foreboding towers, a chill of dread settled in the pit of my stomach. In that moment, I knew I didn't need to look any further. The threat would come from the north. Chapter 7. Erik. I managed to release my anger about my doomed meeting with the elders by pacing up and down the corridor outside the council room, practically wearing a hole in the stones underfoot. After that, I wandered aimlessly through the castle hallways. Soon enough, I ended up totally disorientated. It began to dawn on me all over again. I didn't know this place. I hadn't yet had a chance to become familiar with the layout. I had no bolt holes, no secret corners, nowhere I could go to lick my wounds. This was my domain, my literal castle, and I was lost. All the servants I passed along the way inclined their heads with deference, but from the sideways looks on their faces, it was clear they saw me for what I was. A total stranger. Worthy of respect, sure. I was their king now. But they didn't know me, and I didn't know them. Perhaps they hated me. How could I live up to the legacy of my half-brother, even if he had been disliked for actions such as kidnapping Stavrok's mate? At least he'd been a true-born king. I was, at best, an interloper. Eventually I found my way back to a section of the castle I recognised. In the end I returned to my office in the council chambers, out of a lack of a better idea on where to go. The space was empty. The elders presumably gave up the meeting as a lost cause. It was just as well. A headache was building behind my eyes, and I wanted nothing more than a stiff drink and a fuck, in whichever order they came to me. That was where Marienne found me half an hour later, with my head resting on my arms as I sat at my desk, surrounded by dozens of law codes, balance sheets and tax bills. I must have been a pathetic sight. There was a tentative touch on my shoulder, and I knew instantly it was her. I tried not to sink into her touch, though her hand was as light as a feather and strangely comforting. When I lifted my head, there was nothing of the fiery temptress who had shared my bed last night. In the mid-morning light, she was wan and frail, flitting around the side of the desk like a butterfly and settling into the unoccupied chair. She truly is like no woman I've ever met. And yet, there was something off about her today. She wasn't meeting my eyes. Something had happened earlier, while we were in bed. Something that had shaken her to the core. She had rushed off without explaining, and instinct had told me not to stop her, but I sensed I was about to find out what had occurred. To what do I owe the pleasure? I kept my voice light, trying not to show any hint of the anxiety that stirred within me. She lay her hands palm side down on the desktop and finally met my gaze. I owe you an apology, she said. My chin snapped up. Something churned in the pit of my stomach. Does she regret what happened between us? I raised an eyebrow. For what? For rushing off like that after. She bit her lip, looking embarrassed. I forced myself not to stare at the way she caught her full lower lip between her teeth. Oh. It was my turn to feel uncomfortable. There's no need to apologize, Marienne. You were under no obligation to stay. She seemed disappointed to hear that. My confusion grew by the second. Wait, is that why you're here? I asked. Simply to apologize. She sighed. No, not entirely. I could sense that she was stalling, but I couldn't guess why. I raised my eyebrows, waiting. You know that I have magic. The words rushed out of her so fast I almost didn't catch them. Of course. She flushed, tucking a long strand of hair behind her ear. So, I'm a sorceress. That's why Magnic chose me to become his queen. Because he wanted access to my magic. For himself. At the mention of the previous king, my stomach sank. Why do you ask? Sometimes She swallowed. Sometimes I have visions. And when we were together this morning, her eyes darted away again. I saw something, Erik. A vision. That's what happened. I had a vision and I ran. I exhaled, relief washing over me. She hadn't run because she regretted our coupling. I thought back to the moment she'd left. In truth, she'd looked scared and vulnerable. like she was 1,000 miles away, not safe with me in our bed.
"Does it hurt?" I asked.
Marienne seemed thrown by the question. "What?"
"When you have your visions."
A strange look crossed her face. "No one's ever asked me that before. I suppose I'm used to them. I've always had visions, ever since I can remember."
"That doesn't answer my question."
My voice was gentle, but I couldn't hide my curiosity. "It's not a physical pain," she said. "But it's like the world around me disappears. Sometimes I can't trust that what I'm seeing is really real." On impulse, I reached out across the desk and clasped her hand.
"There," I said simply. "That's real."
Her face softened, and her thumb stroked across the back of my hand. "It is indeed." She contemplated our joined hands for a moment, then raised her beautiful eyes to mine. "But, Erik, I must tell you what I saw." Her expression was grave. She grew even paler than when she'd first entered the room. "I came to warn you." I frowned.
"Of what?"
"Something's coming. A darkness." She broke off, her eyes wide and distressed. "King Damon is planning to attack. I saw the castle burn. Our people, dead in the streets. I watched you die in my arms, Erik." A tear fell down her cheek, glinting silver in the sunlight. I stared at the open book in front of me without really seeing it. She saw me die. My gaze drifted to our joined hands.
"In your vision. We were together."
Warmth bloomed in my chest when I said the words out loud. They felt right. Marienne and me. Together. Her eyes slid away from me. Gently she disentangled her fingers from mine and withdrew, leaving me oddly bereft. Yes. Those lovely eyes refused to meet mine. My surprise hung in the air between us. "Surely you've already noticed," she said. "You must feel it." My heart hammered in my chest. She sounded resigned, regretful.
"Noticed what?"
I tried to hold back the harsh tone, but I was getting frustrated.
"Feel what?"
"Our connection." Finally, she looked up.
"Of course I have."
My heart rate increased when I stared as if hypnotized into her eyes. They swirled and shimmered like depthless pools. The bond between us. The moment we laid eyes on one another, everything changed. She bit her lip and I suppressed a sigh of longing. "Your dragon knows me, doesn't it? Why do you think it stirs every time you see me? Every time you hear my name? We were meant for each other, Erik. We are soulmates." Soulmates. Fated to be together. It was like a final puzzle piece falling into place. That was why she had hidden from me when I first came to the castle. All these years she must have known. And I hadn't had a clue. Something had drawn us toward each other, binding us together. Like a thread running through our lives, winding us closer and closer. Right from the moment we'd seen each other, all those years ago. My mind was blank with shock. Soulmates. Fated mates.
"You knew about this," I whispered. "The whole time. Why didn't you say anything earlier?"
She looked utterly miserable. My chest tightened as realization struck. She doesn't want this. Us. Why would she? Marienne was powerful, beautiful, and strong in her own right. Anyone who laid eyes on her could see that she was in a different league to me. Apparently, the fates had shackled her to me, a low-born lout who was only here by sheer dumb luck. "It's complicated," she said. Last night. My skin prickled as I remembered the way I had held her in my arms. The passion, the lust, the inescapable desire. It was all due to the fated mate bond. My chair scraped back from the desk as I stood. My movements were abrupt and jerky. It took a second for me to realize I was shaking with anger.
"You don't have to explain yourself to me," I said, turning away. "I understand now." She didn't want me, but had no choice except to follow fate's design. The magic had forced her into it. Was that the problem? I didn't want to see the disgust in her expression. Or worse, the pity. It wasn't my choice, Erik. Her voice was closer now, and when I turned my head, she stood right in front of me. Neither of us have a choice in this. I'm sorry. Her eyes flashed with repressed emotion. I ached to pull her against me with every fibre of my being, but I resisted. I couldn't bear to face her inevitable rejection. Our bond was inescapable, inevitable. I was still reeling from the truth, but I couldn't deny it. We were bonded. Worst of all, some part of me had already known ever since that first day when we were worlds apart. When she hung on the arm of King Magnic, her husband, radiant in the sunlight, waving out at the cheering crowds. I closed my eyes. "It seems that the fates have a sick sense of humour," I said. "Shackling you to your husband's low-born half-brother. You wanted the king, and you got the bastard."
As soon as I uttered the words, I regretted them. I knew I was being unfair. Marienne had already told me Magnic had chosen her, not the other way around. How could anyone say no to a king? But pain made me harsh. The barbs that had twisted themselves into my heart tightened as her eyes filled with tears. Since you arrived in the castle, I wondered about you. Who you were, what kind of man you have become since that day I saw you in the street. Her strong tone belied the tears that spilled over, tracking down her flushed cheeks. I think I finally have my answer.
"I guess you do," I snarled. "I am truly sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty."
I made sure to imbue the title with the same disdain I had received from the elders this morning. Her eyes widened and then narrowed. "So am I," she said. "Your Majesty." We breathed in tandem, inches apart. I fought back the desire that pumped through my veins, the warmth I could feel radiating between us. It didn't matter what our bodies wanted for us. I would never be good enough for her, and we both knew it. At least we were on the same page. My status in life might have changed, but one thing was certain: last night had been a huge mistake. She had just made that abundantly clear. I wasn't worthy of touching her, and I never would be. Chapter 8. Marienne. I stared up at Erik. His tall, lean body was stiff with tension, and his arms were crossed over his chest. His whole frame, which had been such a comforting haven to me only a few short hours ago, was now as impenetrable as a brick wall. Hopelessness threatened to crush me. I scrubbed the tears off my cheeks and whirled around, determined to put some distance between the two of us. I took a few deep breaths to stop the panic from rising up and choking me. If my fated mate truly didn't want me, without Erik, my life would be pure loneliness. My magic simmered in my veins, an ever-present reminder of the reason why I would always be an outcast. It was the one thing that truly set me apart from others. I'd spent my life gifted and cursed in equal measure. I knew all the stories. Terrible things happened to sorcerers who were rejected by their mates because their magic could never be accepted. When I was a child, the villagers had whispered tales of madness and destruction wrought by those wielding magic when they had been abandoned by the ones who should have loved them. I heard of sorceresses who flung themselves off high towers out of despair or levelled entire towns with their magic. At best, if Erik fully rejected me, I could end up powerless. At worst, I could die. Still, he had every reason to be upset. I was hardly a desirable choice. Men had always lusted after my magic, but they feared it too. Whatever kindness Erik had shown me, it was clear he was no exception. He didn't see me as a woman, a true partner. He just saw a powerful sorceress who could pose a threat to his reign. To add insult to injury, I had been Magnic's queen for years, without ever conceiving a child. The castle physicians had all concluded I was barren. Tears pricked my eyes. It was almost too much to bear. But I couldn't let his rejection overwhelm me. I had to focus. Erik and his kingdom needed help. I steadied myself and turned around. Erik was watching me with an unreadable expression. I forced my features to remain neutral in the face of his indifference. Internally, my heart was close to breaking. "King Damon." I circled the table, drawing closer to Erik. "There's no time to waste." It didn't matter how he felt about me right now. I could tell he was still angry, but we had to put aside our differences. We were still allies, first and foremost. I might not be the queen any longer, but this kingdom is mine as well as his. He gave a short nod.
"How much time do we have?"
I shrugged. "I'm afraid the visions aren't precise, but—" I bit my lip, thinking hard. "It was snowing pretty heavily, which means it will still be winter when they attack."
"Very soon, then."
He furrowed his brow as he leaned over the desk, sweeping papers and books aside.
"The Northern Territories are 3 days' journey from here, correct?"
I adjusted to the swift change of tone in our conversation. He was addressing me in short, clipped phrases, like I was a member of his council. Very well. I could keep this meeting professional. Maybe he would even let me stay in the castle in my suite. Could I learn to live like that, knowing my fated mate was so close by? Sooner or later, he would take a wife. And on that day, my heart would truly break. I inclined my head. "By carriage ride, yes." I looked away, shamefaced. "It would be much faster to fly, but I have no shifting ability, sire."
"Really?" he asked, his eyebrows lifting high on his forehead.
"It's the price of my magic." I shrugged. "You can't miss something you never had." He opened his mouth, then closed it again.
"I could carry you," he said, "as long as we keep you warm enough."
I shook my head again. "Damon's mountains are dangerously cold. I'm not sure I would survive a long flight in that weather, even with my magic to keep me warm. Plus, it may be smarter to move with stealth. We would not be inconspicuous if we arrived by flight. Your dragon would be too obvious." Erik nodded slowly, as though thinking over my words.
"I will lead an expedition to the Northern Territories."
He stood upright, his jaw set and his eyes firm.
"We'll gather what intel we can, and then go from there."
A flush of warmth rose in my chest as I looked at him. This man was a natural-born leader. He would make a wonderful king. "Okay." I lifted my chin, meeting his gaze with more confidence than I felt. "When do we leave?" Confusion filled his expression.
"What?"
I tilted my head. "Sooner rather than later, I should think. Today or tomorrow?"
"Marienne."
He shook his head at me. A frown fell over his face.
You can't really want to come with me, surely. It's too dangerous.
I bristled. Excuse me? He swept a hand over his face, his features wrinkling as if with stress.
It's the far north, Marienne. We don't know what we're up against yet, what kind of danger could be waiting for us. I'm not putting you, He shook his head. Thank you for your help, but I can take it from here.
Ugh. Erik. I fought to keep my voice steady. I'm a sorceress. I can take care of myself perfectly well, I assure you.
I don't doubt it, he replied, sounding frustrated. Are you always this stubborn?
I stared at him, saying nothing. A confusing mixture of pleasure and irritation flooded through me when I locked eyes with him. I stayed cool, patient. He clenched his jaw, his gaze heated. I held on until he gave a huff of defeat and threw up his hands, glaring at the opposite wall.
Fine, he muttered.
Fine, I echoed, pleased. It looked like I had won that round. So what if he didn't want me for a wife? I could be useful to him in other ways. I ignored the stab of pain at the thought that I would serve this king just as I had my late husband, as a tool to further the betterment of the kingdom. Nothing more. Erik stalked out of the room. I watched him leave in my peripheral vision. Presumably, he was off to find somewhere to brood until it was time to leave. I sighed internally and sank down into the nearest chair. My victory lasted all of 10 seconds before it occurred to me precisely what I'd signed up for, a carriage journey across a frozen tundra. Alone, for days on end, with the man I craved with every fibre of my being. This should be interesting. Erik.
Stavrok, I have reason to believe that my clan is in grave danger. Marienne had a vision, our castle burning, our people dead in the streets. She believes that King Damon is planning an attack. Whatever we discover, I'm sure you can appreciate the urgency of the situation. I'm determined to get to the heart of it, otherwise I'm afraid my reign might be over before it has even started. Marienne and I are travelling north to assess the situation. We want to scout Damon's kingdom before taking any action. I have instructed Magnic's army, my army, to remain on standby until our return. This isn't your fight. But if you meant what you said the last time we met, about our alliance, I thought it best that you know what's coming. I pray we meet again under better circumstances. Erik.
Conscious of our time constraints, I'd written the letter while sitting in the carriage, so the handwriting wasn't great, but I think I got the message across. I scanned the letter several times until I was satisfied that I'd said everything I wanted. With a grunt, I pulled the signet ring off my finger and pressed it into the ink pad that lay beside the paper. My signature was marked with my family seal, the royal crest emblazoned on the thick parchment. The ring was a heavy silver thing. It had been Magnic's and my father's before him. And his father's. And on and on. In moments of boredom or distraction, I often found myself twisting it back and forth, uncomfortable with its presence on my finger. After stamping the letter, I wiped the ink off the ring and slipped it back on, making a fist while I waited for the bright ink to dry. Then I folded the letter into quarters and rapped on the closed carriage door. The door opened, and my butler Thomas hovered outside.
"Sire?"
I placed the letter into his hand.
"See that this gets to Stavrok,"
I said, and he gave a short nod. The cold blast of air into the carriage made a shiver run down my spine, and I yanked the door closed again. The wind was picking up in earnest, and I wanted to get as far as possible before nightfall. I rapped on the roof of the carriage, and the driver shouted a reply. The horses whinnied as the wheels began to turn, and soon we were well on our way, trundling through the castle grounds at speed. We had a procession behind us. A sleigh with our possessions and 2 additional carriages for my men. A small contingent of my army. I chanced a glance at the seat opposite me. Marienne sat with her hands folded in her lap. She was staring out at the changing scenery as it passed, dark mountains, trees, the small twinkling lights of the town below us. We weren't going that way, however. We were taking the road that wound up the rock face. The track was narrow and uneven, seldom used by travellers. It wasn't well maintained, and the carriage wheels jolted over every pothole and lump of gravel. Perhaps the kingdom should have paid to repair this road, rather than furnish gold chains around the elders' necks. Marienne didn't seem uncomfortable to be sharing a carriage in dead silence. Her face appeared smooth and peaceful. I left her alone with her thoughts. I couldn't think what to say. An apology might be a good start. A guilty prickle travelled up the back of my neck. It wasn't her fault she was saddled with me, after all. The carriage was silent save for the whistling wind and the occasional distant rockfall. Unable to help myself, I continued to steal glances at her. Something in my chest tightened when my eyes tracked over her long black hair. It was glossy and looked almost blue in the shadows, like raven's wings. I remembered how soft it was to touch. A lock fell over her face, framing her jewel-bright eyes. "Can I help you?" Her voice startled me, and my cheeks heated with the realization I'd been caught out. I was too dazed to think up a good excuse.
"I was just hoping you packed for the weather."
I gestured lamely to the white skin showing above her low-necked blouse. She arched a delicate eyebrow, and I huffed, looking away. What was I doing? We were going to be stuck like this for days. Still, I was struck with a desire to fill the silence. If we couldn't be civil, we could at least use this time to talk tactics.
"We should be smart about this."
I ran a hand over my jaw and noted absently that her eyes tracked the movement.
"There's no point going in half-cocked. Just in case your visions."
"They're not wrong," she snapped. "I know what I saw."
"I'm not saying they're wrong,"
I said, before brushing a hand through my hair.
"We are mounting this expedition up north based on your visions, after all."
Her lips pressed together before she finally nodded. "All right, I'll give you that."
"Look," I said, "there's too much at stake here."
"You think I don't know what's at stake? If we don't act now, it will be too late."
"Unless we get the full picture, we won't even know who our enemy is," I growled, narrowing my eyes. Opposite me, Marienne mirrored my posture. We both leaned in close, getting right into each other's space. The air between us simmered with heat. Outside, the wind picked up. It was howling now, and large white flakes thudded against the glass of the carriage windows, building a thick white layer over the ledge. Snarling, I yanked the velvet curtain across the window to keep in some of the heat. Marienne's flimsy sleeves didn't look like they would provide much protection. We lapsed back into prickly silence. The carriage thundered on for a few more miles. The sky outside was dark with snowfall, and I found myself worrying about the remainder of the journey. I'd never travelled so far north before. I'd heard tales, of course, but I had no idea what to expect. Ravenous wolves. Frostbite, culminating in a slow, icy death. Death at the end of a thick iron broadsword. I wasn't afraid for myself as much as the woman sitting opposite me. Though we were now merely allies, and even that label seemed to be hanging by a thread, the thought that I was unknowingly leading her into danger was too much to bear. For all I knew, we were playing right into Damon's hands. The carriage wheels ground to a halt,
wrenching me from my thoughts. I made eye contact with Marienne when she looked up at the delay. Our gazes darted away from each other, but it was clear her puzzlement equalled mine. Why have we stopped? The plan was to travel until we lost the daylight, then make camp. Unless... I knocked a couple of times on the roof of the carriage, then slid over and opened the door a crack. The blizzard outside raged, and a few stray snowflakes snuck through the gap. I craned my neck, squinting up at the driver. He dismounted and hurried toward the horses. I called out to him. "What's going on?" "The carriage won't make it any further in this, sire." He indicated the snow that was piling up against the wheels. "I'm afraid you and the Queen will have to travel to your camp another way." My alarm increased with every word he spoke. "What do you mean, another way?" "The wheels won't make it through the pass in these conditions. You'll have to make the rest of the journey by sleigh." Through the swirling whiteness that half blinded me, I looked in the direction he was pointing. The snow was getting deeper by the minute. Behind us, the small retinue of men that had followed us in a second and third carriage began unfastening the ropes of the sleigh that carried our meagre belongings behind the procession. The horses were led around and harnessed to the sleigh, and I glared out at the howling wilderness before ducking my head back into the carriage. My eyes widened. From somewhere, Marienne had produced a thick cloak with a high fur collar, complete with a muff. She drew the garments around her small frame and gave me a short nod. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I murmured. "You could still turn back." She shook her head. Her eyes betrayed no hint of nervousness, but her face was paler than usual. Without thinking, I reached out and took the small hand that extended from her thick cloak. She clutched at me tightly, betraying her concern as clearly as her pale cheeks. Without another word, I led us out into the storm. Chapter 9. Marienne. The snow outside fell continuously. I pressed myself up against Eric's side, using his body to shield myself from the worst of the wind as we hurried toward the sleigh. The conveyance was much smaller than our carriage, but the men had lit the lanterns that hung inside the compartment, giving it a coziness that I gravitated toward. Golden light spilled out over the snowdrift when Erik opened the door of the sleigh carriage. His hands found my waist, boosting me up, and I clambered inside, glad to be out of the elements. Erik lingered outside. I listened to him exchange a few words with the men in a low, urgent voice, and then he slipped in behind me and fastened the door. The crimson cushions inside were comfortable enough, but I came to the awkward realization we would have to share the bench. It was about the size of a love seat, and Eric's large frame crowded up against mine, no matter how we positioned ourselves. He grunted, and his large hands curled around the horse's reins. He gave them a sharp tug, and we were on the move once more. "The men will rejoin us once the snow starts easing up," Erik muttered. He stared ahead, his jaw tight and his eyes like flint. We travelled in silence. Dark, craggy rocks loomed on either side as we approached the pass, and I shivered, grateful for my thick furs. He huffed, eyes flicking over my form. "Are you cold?" I shook my head. The little nook had already warmed up due to our shared body heat. Erik didn't say anything. His eyes were fixed on the road ahead, but I thought I felt him press a little closer. "You keep asking me that," I whispered eventually. I couldn't help myself. Despite his obvious lack of interest in me, he still showed the decency to ask if I was all right. "No one ever asked me things like that before you came along." He shifted in his seat. "It's common courtesy." "Well, I've lived a very uncommon life." My voice was soft, quiet, but I got the sense that he was hanging on every word. as if he cared.
Yeah?
I'm not used to people asking about me, I said. Usually they want something from me. Magnic. His name hung in the air between us. I gave a deep sigh, relaxing into the cushions and the warmth of Eric's body. I was useful to him. I bit my lip. But he never trusted me. Not completely. Even when I was a girl, the townsfolk always knew that I was different. Erik was silent. My heart thudded in my chest. Had I read the situation wrong? Then he reached out, and I found myself lifted and rearranged, so my back pressed against his torso, firm even through all the layers separating us. He tucked his huge arms around me, taking the reins up in his free hand. Well then. He gave my shoulders a gentle squeeze. I guess we have that in common, Your Majesty. The tension that had built up between us started to thaw. Your Majesty. That title again, which he had said so scornfully the day before, now it fell from his lips like a pet name. Something shifted. Despite the storm and the great shadowy unknown that loomed from the other side of the mountain range, I felt a kernel of warmth spark inside my chest. Lulled by the rhythmic sway of the sleigh ride, the thump of Eric's heart beneath my ear, and the whistle of the wind outside, I drifted off into sleep. I woke to Eric's murmuring voice. My face was pressed against something firm and warm, and I curved in closer, sighing happily. Once I realized what I was doing in my half-conscious state, I froze. Blinking rapidly, I withdrew, brushing my tangled hair off my cheeks. The sleigh had stopped moving, and Erik turned to me. A smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Ah, Sleeping Beauty is back with us. I scowled and rubbed at my eyes, straightening up. How long was I out? About 30 minutes. He paused, his eyes lingering over my face. We've made it to camp. Camp, I deduced as I peered out of the window, was a small log cabin built into the mountainside. The snow had thankfully stopped for the time being, but it was over a foot deep in some places. Erik held out his arms. I'll carry you if you wish. It'll save you from getting those dainty little shoes of yours damp. I shook my head, cheeks heating up. I'm sure I'll manage. With a boyish grin, he flung open the door and pulled me out of the sleigh, his large hands curving around my waist. Before I could protest, he threw me over one shoulder and began wading through the snow toward the cabin. Erik! I closed my fingers around the hair at the nape of his neck and gave it a sharp tug to express my displeasure. He let out a yelp before bursting into laughter. Despite the depth of the snow, Erik got the door to the cabin open, and we tumbled through the doorway in a flurry of snow and tangled limbs. I righted myself and gave him a shove, and he held his hands up, still smiling at me with that crooked, unrepentant smile of his. See, your feet are still dry. He pointed down, and I huffed, unable to deny that he was right. I'll see to the horses and get them under shelter, and then let's get this place warmed up, shall we? While he strode off, I took stock of our surroundings. The cabin was a simple one-room dwelling with an adjoining bathroom and a lean-to at the side where Erik would presumably lead the horses. A heavy iron stove crouched in the corner, and snowshoes hung in the rafters over the one tiny bed. Hanging in the corner was a rough-hewn wooden cradle. I kept away from it, focusing my attention on the narrow bed and the rocking chair with the patchwork quilt thrown over it. When Erik returned with kindling, he quickly started a fire for the stove while I set one in the hearth. In no time, the room began to warm up. Erik. I turned from the fireplace to see him poking at the stove, which now flickered and glowed. He handed me a piece of bread, and I took it. Whoever chose this place didn't think very hard about our sleeping arrangements," I said wryly. His eyes followed my gaze to the tiny bed. It was barely big enough for one person, let alone someone of Eric's size. He chewed on his piece of bread for a beat or two before swallowing.
"I'll take the chair."
"Oh." Something inside my chest curled. "No. You can't." There was that crooked grin again. The one that made my heart turn over in my chest.
"Marienne."
He reached out and put a hand on my shoulder.
"It's not a discussion."
We stared at each other. Eventually I sighed. "Very well." We ate in companionable silence, positioned close to the stove. Erik even made me a hot coffee which warmed me as we sat there. The crackling logs filled the cabin with the smoky smell, and I relaxed into it. How was it that here, in the middle of nowhere with a man I barely knew, I felt safer than I had in forever? I laughed when Erik gathered up the quilt and draped it around his shoulders, posing in a mock heroic stance, his arms crossed over his broad chest. "Your Highness." I bowed low, accepting his outstretched hand. He pressed a kiss to the back of my knuckles. For a moment I forgot we were play-acting, and my breath caught as his mouth touched my skin. He dropped my hand, and the laughter died from his eyes as he slumped back into the chair. I perched on the end of the bed, studying him. In the low light, all traces of the stoic warrior I had travelled with vanished. He looked like the young man he was, his hair rumpled, his shoulders set with unease.
"What you said earlier."
He looked up at me and my gaze dropped.
"About growing up. It was like that for me too. I was always the strongest. The first boy my age to shift. My village didn't know who I truly was, but they could tell I was different."
"It wasn't right," I whispered. "Your father should have raised you in the castle. You were his son, his blood. It was your birthright." He ran a hand through his hair and shrugged.
"If that were the case, Magnik wouldn't have allowed me to live."
As much as I hated hearing that, I knew he was likely right. His eyes met mine, his gaze lit by and reflecting the heat of the flames.
"All I'm saying is, I know how it feels, Mari. To be misunderstood. To have people look at you like—"
He waved a hand. He called me Mari. I liked the sound of the nickname Lucy had given me on Eric's lips. I smiled at him and finished the sentence he'd started. "Like you're a powder keg waiting to explode." He looked at me sharply.
"Exactly."
His serious expression melted away. "I guess it's about finding the balance, right?" I wrapped my hands around the warm mug, breathing in the steam.
"How do you mean?"
"Well," I paused, listening to the fire crackle. "I'm a sorceress, but I'm also a woman." His eyes flickered over my face. I saw what he was imagining clear enough, and a heat rose in my cheeks. "I don't mean like that. I just mean—" I bit my lip. "My power doesn't mean I'm some kind of heartless force. It's part of me, but I'm not driven by it. I want things just like any other woman. Love, companionship, children." I trailed off once I realized what I was about to admit. Erik gazed at me, his expression unreadable. I shook my head, letting the hair fall over my face to hide my blush. "The way I see it, your shifter is the same as my magic." I inhaled deeply, breathing in the intoxicating combination of wood smoke and the heady scent of Erik next to me. "It's part of you, so close that you couldn't imagine life without it. But you're more than just the dragon, Erik. And I'm so much more than my magic." He huffed, dropping his head down. My eyes traced over the broad span of his shoulders. In the firelight, the muscles of his back were particularly defined. They showed through his thin undershirt in a manner I found distracting.
Never thought that you and I could have so much in common.
He lifted his head and stared at me. My breath hitched at the look in his eyes. I wanted him so badly. It would be easy, too easy, to lean in and kiss him. But I had to respect his wishes. The bond between us was undeniable, but I could ignore it. I had to. I couldn't tempt him into losing control again, no matter how hungrily he was gazing at me. "I guess there's a lot we don't know about each other," I said eventually, glancing up at him through my eyelashes.
"I guess so."
We laughed a little, our eyes lingering over each other, soft and warm. Heat coiled in my stomach. It was a far cry from where we had started out that morning. Being away from the castle changed everything. All the tension and insecurity had fallen away, dropped somewhere along the road that lay behind us. In some ways I wanted it to go on like this forever. Nevertheless, I couldn't suppress a yawn when it came. I pressed the back of my hand against my open mouth, but Erik wasn't fooled. His voice softened, low and quiet against the roar of the wind outside.
"You should get some rest."
I got up and lit the lantern, then carried it to the bedside. "You're sure you don't want to take the bed?" He shrugged the quilt over his shoulders and nodded.
"I'm used to roughing it, Majesty. Besides, I wouldn't fit in that thing in a million years."
I shook my head at him, but I couldn't argue with his logic. The bed was pretty small. I slipped out of my shoes and pulled my long stockings down, folding them neatly and hanging them over the foot of the bed. Erik turned his face away, staring at the flames. Ridiculous behaviour, given the fact that he'd seen everything already. I slid between the sheets, too tired to bother with night clothes. I curled up on my side, my mind drifting already. I studied his large frame in silhouette against the glow from the stove. It made for a comforting picture. The image of Erik grew more and more hazy as my eyelids fought to stay open. I was exhausted, but I didn't care. Now that he was here in my life, I wanted to look at him for as long as possible. It was stupid and irrational, but I couldn't shake the feeling that, if I closed my eyes and fell asleep, he might disappear forever. Chapter 10. Erik. I woke to a sore back and a crick in my neck. Groaning, I pulled myself up out of the rocking chair that had been my bed for the night, and grimaced as I folded the quilt. I'd had worse nights. Marienne was stretched out on the little cot, fast asleep. Her dark hair feathered out over the pillow, framing her peaceful face. I had a crazy impulse to lean down and place a kiss on her sleeping mouth, like a prince in a fairy tale. After a minute, I snorted to myself and shook away the thought, moving to the window. Last night had been strange, to say the least. I was glad we were on friendly terms again, even if my heart wouldn't stop racing every time she came near. Now I knew about the bond between us, I could rationalize it to myself. It must be the dragon that slumbered under my skin that hungered for her, not me. Every urge I had, every impulse to wrap my hands around her hips and pull her against me, it was all down to him, my dragon. I glanced at her sleeping form. I had to admit, though, our relationship was more complicated now. It wasn't lust crowding everything else out of my mind. I actually liked her. Gods, I had to focus. Like it or not, we had more pressing things to deal with than my idiotic feelings. Outside, the world was a bright, sparkling white. Mercifully, it hadn't snowed much more in the night, which would ease our journey considerably. Sleepy murmurs sounded from across the room, and I looked over my shoulder to find Marienne staring at me shyly. "Good morning." Her mouth curled upwards, sweet, pink, and tempting as sin. I mumbled something in reply as I fumbled for my jacket and boots and shoved them on. She watched me as I trudged out the door, but I didn't look back. Everything in me wanted to sweep her up into my arms and ravish her completely. I had to get out of there before I did something I wasn't certain she wanted. The horses whinnied in greeting as I checked them over, tending to them in preparation for the day ahead. If we made good progress, we should reach our destination by nightfall. I stroked my hand down a horse's flank, gentling it. Truth be told, I was more at home out here than I was in the castle. This was the life in which I had been raised. It might be simple, but it was what I knew. I glanced back toward the mountain pass. Behind us lay my castle. More council meetings, more jargon I couldn't get my head around. More petty power struggles and diplomatic entanglements. I looked the other way, down the road we were travelling. I had no idea what lay around the corner, but it couldn't be good. Marienne appeared at my side. She had changed into a thick fur coat and hat, and her hair hung in a long braid over her shoulder. Her eyes travelled to my hands as I went over the horse's tack again. "You're good at that." She nodded in the direction of the horse, fiddling with the end of her braid. I smiled. "It's what I know." Animals have always been nervous around me. Despite her words, she drew closer, like she couldn't help herself. "It's because of my magic, I think. They can sense it." The horse huffed when Marienne came up alongside me. I hushed it until it calmed down and held out my hand. Her eyes flicked up at me, long lashes shadowing her cheeks. I wiggled my fingers, and with a sigh she slid her palm against mine. Gently I turned her hand around and shadowed it with mine. We approached the horse together. "If you're scared," I said, my voice ruffling the soft strands of hair around her ear, "they can tell. But if you're nice and calm, there, see?" Her hand stroked along the horse's mane. The horse shuffled its feet a little but remained calm, allowing her to pet it without complaint. Marienne breathed out in amazement and my heart swelled in my chest. Eventually she drew away and gazed up at me. Her eyes were even more striking in contrast with the snow, but it was her expression that made her truly radiant. She looked so happy all of a sudden. "Thank you." She reached out and squeezed my hand, and I squeezed back before I could think better of it. "We should make a move," I muttered, pulling away from her and heading back to the cabin to grab our supplies. She bobbed along by my side. "Not before I get some food into you." She nudged me out of the way at the door, batting her eyelashes at me over her shoulder. "Sire?" "Has anyone ever told you?" I called after her. "For a royal subject, you're quite cheeky." "I think you'd be the first, Your Highness." I laughed, shaking my head. "I find that hard to believe." The buoyant mood drained away once we were on the road again. Once the snowstorm cleared, we made good progress, but the further we journeyed, the closer we were to enemy territory. Around mid-morning, we made it through the mountains. They loomed up behind us, stretching into the pale sky. For the first time, I sensed how truly vulnerable we were, just two people heading into the vast unknown. The procession would catch up with us once they found a way through the snow, but they were probably half a day behind us. Marienne's hand found mine in the space between us, and our fingers tangled together. Just yesterday, I had been terrified for her safety. I couldn't help but be glad she was here now. Whatever we found at Winter Castle, we would face it together. Small farmsteads appeared on the horizon. The landscape was flat and sparse, and the settlements were bleak places without trees or crops, or even signs of fire or life. I shuddered to think of the life of pure survival the people in this place must live. Dragon shifters were a tall, proud people, and they needed a lot of food to survive. How does this clan manage? The snow drifted around us as we trundled through the frozen wasteland. We were nearing our checkpoint, where we would meet with the members of the expedition we had been forced to abandon in yesterday's snowstorm. There was a rocky ridge up ahead. The back of my neck prickled as I drew the sleigh to a standstill. Beside me, Marienne tensed. We exchanged glances and emerged from the sleigh together, sticking close to each other as we inched forward through the snow. I didn't bother telling her to stay put. I would be wasting my breath. I glanced up, something glinting in the sunlight on the ridge catching my eye. It was the shiny edge of an axe. The blood froze in my veins. These weren't our men. This was an ambush. A raven wheeled in the sky overhead. Its sharp cry pierced through my chest. My heart thumped and my head filled with white noise. Marienne whispered something to me in an urgent voice, but I didn't catch it. I had failed before the game had even started. I'd led us both into a trap, and we were about to pay the price. "Put up your hands," a male voice from behind me sounded low and guttural. "Both of you." Slowly, I raised my hands. One glance via my peripheral vision told me that there were more soldiers behind us, bristling with weapons. We were surrounded by the toughest men I'd ever seen. They were all huge, wearing long coats of fur suitable for their weather, and they carried large weapons. Axes and swords aplenty. Beside me, Marienne's eyes glowed with magic. I knew she was waiting for my signal. One look from me, and she would start throwing fireballs. Some buried instinct told me to wait. They haven't attacked us. There's a reason for that. There has to be. Instead, the men simply stood, tensed for action. But still they didn't approach. "I am King Bravadik of the Black Mountains. I've come here with Dowager Queen Marienne," I said, with all the confidence I didn't feel. "I wish to speak with King Damon." If they so much as looked sideways at Marienne, I would transform into my dragon and fight our way out of here. But at the moment, my instincts were telling me to go along with the guards and find out exactly what was going on in this strange kingdom to the north. Only time would tell if I'd been right to follow those instincts or not. Marienne. For the rest of the journey to Damon's castle, we travelled under armed guard. Or, as I'd tried to think of it, a royal escort. I held my head high, pretending for all the world that we'd been expecting this. If my years as Magnic's queen had taught me one thing, it was never to show fear in front of your enemy. My response didn't seem to matter either way. Our captors barely glanced at me. They surrounded us on all sides, stone-faced, their focus purely on Erik. They were covered in thick furs, and their massive hulking frames made it difficult for me to see the castle up ahead as we approached it. By my side, Erik's profile was firm, unmoving, but his jaw was clenched tight. I could tell that it was taking every ounce of his concentration not to shift and fly us both out of there. My magic simmered through my veins, sensing the threat that dragged us further and further into dangerous territory. But I knew better than to strike out at our captors. If I lost control, it would spell disaster for us all. War would break out between our clans, and all my visions, all the fire, bloodshed, and death, would come true. And it would all be my fault. A huge black shape loomed out of the snowdrifts, dominating the skyline. Tall towers spiked upward, and the heavy iron gates of the drawbridge clanked open as we approached. Ravens perched along the high stone walls. They watched our progress with beady, inquisitive eyes. I shivered. I could feel it in my bones. The birds were a bad omen. As we trundled over the drawbridge, I caught flickers of movement from the parapets. How many people were hidden beyond these high walls? An army? More to the point, the guards were totally silent. Almost sullen. Not what I had expected from men who had captured such a powerful enemy. As we climbed the uneven steps up to the entrance, Erik offered me his arm. I took it, half amused that he was finally remembering court etiquette at a time like this, half grateful I wouldn't slip and lose my footing on the icy stone. We entered a huge, dark hallway. I shook the snow from my hair, glad to be out of the elements. My eyes struggled to adjust to the gloom. The man who seemed to lead the others held up a lantern, and in the soft light I could make out vague, dark shapes. There were long, jagged cracks in the wooden beams that held up the ceiling. Cobwebs trailed from heavy candelabras above our heads, and all along the wall, pale squares suggested that paintings and tapestries had been torn down. All in all, it wasn't that different from our castle or Stavrok's, but this one looked abandoned, lifeless. I frowned as we were led deeper inside the castle, through a high archway into a smaller antechamber. The lack of any sign of life didn't make sense. All the fireplaces were dark and empty, and a chilling wind howled through them, giving the place a desolate air. I shuddered. I was no warmer now that we were inside. I puffed out a few breaths, noting the white clouds that formed. "Something's wrong," I murmured to Erik. He tilted his head down so I could whisper directly into his ear. "Why is it so dark?" We reached a set of ornately carved doors. Wolves and dragons intertwined in the dark grain, and I leaned in, impressed by the beauty of the artwork. But even here, once I got closer, I noted the scratches and cuts that marred the surface of the wood. Dragon claws? Erik pressed me further into his side, and I tried to muffle the automatic sigh of relief at the feel of his strong body against mine. Even now, when we were literally about to brave the lair of the beast, it felt so right to be with Erik. Without a word or a backward glance at us, the guard strode forward and knocked on the door. "Your Majesty, you have guests. King Bravardic of the Black Mountains and Dowager Queen Marienne." My chest tingled at the sound of our names. Spoken together like that, they sounded good. I hung my head, feeling foolish for having such a thought at a time like this. "Enter." The voice behind the door was low, but it pierced through the wooden door clear as crystal. The fear that I had managed to quell rose again, stronger than ever. We were nudged forward by the guards, and the doors opened on either side of us, revealing a small room. Thankfully, this one had a small fire burning in the grate. If we're about to be murdered, at least it'll be somewhere marginally warm. Erik and I inched forward. The doors shut behind us with a final rush of cold air. We were both on high alert for any sign of sudden movement. But none came. The room was just a perfectly ordinary room. Half office, half sitting room, with a large oil painting over the fireplace and messy stacks of paperwork scattered over every available surface. A lived-in room, unlike the rest of the castle. We glanced at each other. Erik looked as puzzled as I did. "Hello?" I called out, cautiously. Something stirred at the large desk behind stacks of paper. As one, we whirled to face it. Erik closed his hand over my arm, firm and protective. Damon sat in a chair by the desk. I'd met him at several King's Council dinners, but never truly spoken to him. He was tall and broad like Erik, and his eyes were like ice. He wasn't old, and yet his hair was threaded with silver. King Damon stared at us, and we stared back, too much in shock at his ravaged appearance to speak. This was the man who had haunted my nightmares for days. And yet, he didn't look like someone planning an attack. Dark shadows circled his eyes, and his huge frame was bowed inwards like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. He looked exhausted, almost ill. What was going on here?
Marienne.
His voice was gravelly, like he didn't use it all that much these days.
It's nice to see you again.
I chose my words carefully. Even if it didn't seem like we were in immediate danger, we couldn't relax. I had lived through my entire marriage to Magnic on the edge of a tightrope. The threat of the dungeons always lurked in the back of my mind. I knew how to play the game. Inclining my head, I emerged slightly from Erik's side so I could address Damon properly. Your Majesty, it's been too long.
And you decided to pay me a visit, it seems.
Damon's eyes flicked to Erik.
With your new king. You're Magnic's half-brother. That's right.
Erik spoke evenly, but the forearm I was still gripping was tense.
They crowned me a week ago. Congratulations.
Damon bowed his head. When he looked up, his pale eyes regarded us with an unreadable expression.
I'm sorry I couldn't make it to the ceremony.
I won't hold it against you, Erik said, indicating the mess spread over the desk.
It looks like you have your hands full here.
His voice was conversational, diplomatic. I was impressed. This was a strange and unsettling place, and the odds were not stacked in our favour, but Erik was leading the conversation like we were chatting with friends over dinner. The ghost of a smile crept over Damon's face. He looked down at the chaos and then back up to us, arching a brow.
You're not much like him, are you?
Erik took half a step forward.
Who? Your brother, Magnic.
Damon glanced at me, then returned his gaze to Erik.
You don't seem very much like your father either.
I wouldn't know, Erik said.
I never met either of them, beyond having them pointed out to me by my mother.
King Damon circled around the desk, moving toward us with his hands behind his back. He walked slowly, casually, like we'd been invited here. Like we hadn't been marched to this room under guard. I couldn't let myself forget that fact, no matter how friendly his manner. I squeezed Erik's arm, and he flicked a glance my way. His mouth was tight, and he gave me a tiny nod. Chapter 11. Marienne.
I wish I could say I'd never met my father.
Damon trailed off with a sigh. I followed the line of his gaze up to the painting that hung over the fireplace. A fearsome-looking man stared back. He had Damon's pale, ice-blue eyes, but that was where the resemblance ended. His face was longer and his jawline narrower. His expression was pinched, and his mouth had been painted with a cruel, foreboding twist. The Northern kings were known to be reclusive. They kept to themselves all year round. Nobody thought anything of it. When Damon inherited the throne, none of the other clans had been present. Were Erik and I the first outsiders to visit his court? Erik strode forward, moving to stand beside Damon in front of the fireplace. Subtly, I crept away so I could study the documents that lay on the desk. At a glance, they looked normal enough. Balance sheets. Payment notices.
Did you not get along with your father? Erik asked.
There was a long pause as Damon seemed to ponder his answer.
My father ruled this clan like the tyrant he was.
He spoke into the fireplace, gazing at the flames like they might reveal their secrets to him.
He drove my mother into an early grave. He cut off our clan from all outside influences. In his eyes, every other kingdom was a threat to his power.
Damon's words made me shiver. Memories of all the long years I'd spent at Magnic's side, helpless to stop his cruel nature, stirred up inside me. I may have been his wife, but to all intents and purposes, I had been a prisoner in a gilded cage in my tower, subject like all of us in the kingdom to the whims of a power-hungry king. Had Magnic been a tyrant like Damon's father? Not quite, perhaps, but certainly close enough.
Toward the end, his gambling got worse and worse.
Damon practically spat out the words.
We lost so much. The castle fell to ruin, as you've probably already noticed, but even that wasn't enough for him. He raised taxes and drained the wealth from our land, all to feed his addiction.
He whirled around and strode over to the window, looking out at the barren, wintry landscape.
But all the money in the north couldn't settle the debts he racked up. Our whole clan is starving. Debtors took our entire crop yield, and it wasn't enough. They want blood and will be back for our heads by the end of the month. We are done for. The whole clan. There is nothing left.
My mind spiraled with the shock of his words. I stared blankly at the whirling snowflakes outside, a new realization dawning. The visions hadn't been wrong, but they hadn't shown the full picture. A burning castle. People dead in the street. All this time, I had thought that it was our castle under siege. Our people in mortal danger. I had been given fragments of a puzzle and put the pieces together as best I could. But I'd been wrong. And I had led Erik here, right into the heart of the danger. Damon turned, standing framed in the window. From this angle, he looked like a young, grim reflection of his father's painting.
When my guards spotted you in the distance, I thought the other kingdoms had heard of our misfortune. We feared you had sent spies to check our defences for weaknesses before sending in your army.
He spread out his hands.
Imagine my surprise when I was told it was the king and queen themselves, in the flesh.
Why are you telling us this? Erik asked, uncertainty in his tone. Damon shrugged, his eyes hollow and blank.
Why not? I don't know why you've come, but it doesn't matter much to me either way. Our clan is finished.
His mouth twisted as he looked up at his father's portrait.
My father never thought much of my chances after I took the throne. It seems he was right. I'll forever be known as the king who destroyed the royal line of ice dragons.
But, I burst out. The two men turned to look at me, and my cheeks heated. With respect, Your Majesty, I said, we are only here because we thought you were planning to wage war on us. Damon's brow furrowed.
Why would you...
His face cleared as comprehension dawned.
The Sorceress of the Black Mountains. The rumours of your skill at sorcery were not exaggerated then.
They weren't, Erik said. He spared a glance at me, then moved to stand beside me so he could also study the documents on the desk. I stepped away from him, drawing Damon's attention, and drew my arms around my waist, suddenly self-conscious. I don't know about that. The visions, they're not always under my control. A few days ago I saw you. I glanced around at the desolate room, then out at the snowstorm. I saw horrors I can't even explain. I thought. The memory of Erik in my arms, the life leaving his body, filled me with a wave of grief that almost choked me. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I said. I thought you were responsible. We travelled here because we had to know for sure. We had to at least try to avert war, if we could.
It was brave of you to come all this way.
Damon's eyes softened as he stared between us.
So far from everything you know. The southern clans don't usually bother themselves with us. It's a rare thing to venture this far north beyond the mountains.
All these years, the Northern Kingdom had been the stuff of legend. spoken about in whispers, in dark tales full of ice monsters with sharp claws and sharper teeth. I now saw the loner king in a different light. Up close, he was just another young man thrust under the burden of leadership, trying to follow in the footsteps of a tyrant. Damon and Erik had more in common than any of us had realized.
Well,
Damon clapped his hands together, interrupting my train of thought.
Now that you know the truth, I expect you'll want to begin the journey home.
I frowned and glanced at Erik, who was looking determined and resolute. Home, I repeated. Damon looked uncertain.
It's a long way, if I'm not mistaken. You'll want to set off before dark so that you may put as much distance between yourselves and my kingdom as possible. Damon.
Erik cleared his throat.
With respect, I think I speak for both of us when I say that we'd like to stay here a little longer.
I nodded, moving back to stand beside Erik. Outside, the wind picked up again, howling so loudly it almost drowned out my words. We won't abandon you to your fate, I said. Your people don't deserve to suffer for the sins of the past, and neither do you. Damon's eyes widened as Erik approached him, moving with authority and grace. If I didn't know better, I would have thought he'd spent his whole life doing this. He didn't seem to know it, but Erik had stepped into the role of king quickly and already presented as a natural-born ruler. Erik placed a hand over his heart and inclined his head.
I pledge allegiance to the Northern Dragon clan. I will send for my army at once. You won't fight this battle against your debtors alone.
Damon's mouth flattened into a hard line, and his jaw tightened as he considered the proposal. Then he reached out and grabbed Erik by the forearm. Erik grabbed Damon's arm, and they shook on it in the way of dragon kings, sealing the pact between our kingdoms. A smile played at the corners of my mouth as I regarded them. This trip had taken an unexpected turn, but the terror that had plagued me for days melted away with the look on Erik's face. He was capable, confident, righteous, and sexy as hell. I bit my lip, my thoughts veering off in a direction wholly inappropriate to the situation. Damon and Erik conversed in low voices, and I struggled to keep my thoughts on track when I heard my name. I blinked, coming back to the world to find the two men regarding me with amusement.
We've been travelling for days.
Erik turned to Damon.
My Marienne is a little tired.
I glared at him, and he threw me a smirk the moment Damon turned away. I'm listening.
I was saying that we should go to Stavrok too. There's strength in numbers.
Erik paced over the worn carpet.
I'm certain he will help your cause, Damon.
King Damon looked awestruck. His mouth was open, his eyes wide, and he was barely blinking. Then he started to shake his head as though Erik's plan was flawed. Stavrok is a good man, I added gently. He spared my life once. He will do what's right. I know it. Damon sighed and ran a frazzled hand through his hair.
In that case, your journey will be longer by some distance.
Damon glanced out the window.
And the weather will only get worse, I'm afraid.
Oh. Erik sauntered toward me, and I couldn't help but grin back.
We won't be travelling back the way we came.
Right, Mari. We'd taken the carriage to hide from Damon, assuming he was the one responsible for the devastation I saw in my vision. We didn't need to hide Erik's dragon any longer. My heart raced as I absorbed his use of the nickname Lucy had given me and the confident way he held himself. Something smouldered behind his eyes, blazing through his body. I felt the pull toward him, always there just under the surface, intensify even further. My grin widened, and I nodded. I wouldn't miss this experience for anything. Erik's dragon was waking up, and I was about to ride him. Chapter 12. Erik. It was a whole new experience flying through a storm like this. The snow pelted against my wings as we flew hard against the force of the wind. Marienne gripped tight onto my back, and the warmth of her magic spread through my scales and tingled across my chest. I threw back my head and roared, sending a jet stream of fire into the cold air, and I heard snatches of her delighted laughter before the gale whipped the sound away. Despite the blizzard, we covered the barren ground in a matter of hours and approached the mountains. I was strong even for a dragon shifter, and my broad wingspan cast long shadows as we moved over the earth below. I dove low over the mountain range, banking in the air and swooping down into the valley. We passed over our castle, which looked like a child's toy nestled among the black, hulking rocks. Before long, Stavrok's castle emerged from the mists. As we passed through the snowstorm, shafts of sunlight pierced the clouds above us as I flew down toward our destination. Mari leapt down off my back as I landed, her steps sure and confident, as if we had been flying together for years. As I shifted back to human, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. The woman I had by my side, she was truly extraordinary. She had journeyed with me to the edge of our world and braved the long flight home with no hesitation whatsoever. She smiled back at me when she caught me looking. Her gaze lingered, trailing lower, and I realized with a jolt why her smile became a smirk. I didn't have time to do anything about my naked and obviously hardening cock, however, because a group of guards were already approaching us. One was carrying an armful of fabric, which I took gratefully. Once I was robed, we followed them inside, down a maze of hallways and corridors, until we found ourselves in a small courtyard. "Sire," the guard called out to the king as we approached. "You have visitors." Stavrok turned, grinning broadly at us. I felt less underdressed when I realized he was shirtless, sweaty and dishevelled. We'd interrupted his sparring practice. "Erik," he boomed, throwing out his arms and striding toward us. "And Marienne, too. I assume you're here about the letter." He reached out and swept Marienne into a tight hug, his broad arms around her slim waist. She looked taken aback, but accepted the hug with a peal of soft laughter. A sharp wave of irrational anger flooded through me. I itched to pry his hands off her, drag her away from him. It didn't make any sense. Stavrok was a friend, and I knew he wasn't a threat. He'd never hurt Marienne. So why was I glaring a hole in the side of his head? Before I could think on it further, Stavrok pulled back and barked with laughter at the look on my face. "Don't worry, Erik." He clapped a broad hand on my shoulder. "You can tell your dragon to stand down. I'm happily married." I shuffled on my feet, awkward in his presence. Up until now, I had been certain of myself and my instincts, but standing here, I was thrown. The whole journey to the north already felt like a lifetime ago. Mari's small, soft hand slipped into mine and squeezed. I looked down. She smiled up at me softly. I smiled back. Just having her by my side was enough to cool the protective instincts that threatened to swallow me whole. I turned to Stavrok, my gaze sobering. "Marienne and I have just returned from the north. I decided to come straight here and meet with you in person." Stavrok's face was grave. It wasn't an expression I associated with such a jovial man. "I read your letter. You were right to reach out to me. Whatever Marienne's visions mean, they likely concern all of us." He picked up a heavy-looking broadsword that he'd been training with and slung it over his shoulder. "Come on, this isn't a conversation to be had in the yard. Let's find my wife." With a glance at Marienne, I inclined my head, and we followed Stavrok through the courtyard to the open doors. Before we could go much further, however, Lucy found us. "Mari!" She barreled forward, her blonde waves bouncing behind her. The two women hugged tightly. "Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you!" "It's been too long." Marienne pulled back, her face shining with affection. "I'm sorry our visit was cut so short last time." She pointedly did not look at me, but my face heated anyway. I pretended intense interest in the blank stone wall in front of me while Lucy giggled. "I understand. Come, this way." She looped her arm through Stavrok's, and the two led us through the castle corridors, Marienne and I following awkwardly behind. The memory of my shift prickled hot and uncomfortable around the collar of my robe. Marienne seemed to be remembering it too. Small spots of colour appeared on her cheeks, and she wouldn't meet my gaze. Lucy opened a door, and we entered a cosy round room with large floor-length windows. She settled in an armchair and indicated we do the same opposite. "I've called for some food," she said. "You must be hungry." As soon as she said the words, my stomach growled. I smiled at her, relaxing onto a long, low sofa. "Indeed. My dragon flew a long way and I am ravenous." Mari cleared her throat and I glanced at her to find her cheeks fully ablaze with pink. Suddenly, remembering the way her legs had gripped my scales and her hands clung to my dragon form as I flew, I was ravenous for something else altogether. After an awkward moment, broken only by a bark of laughter from Stavrok, I forced my desire for Mari back down and tried to concentrate on the matter at hand. "So," Stavrok began, "what happened on your northern expedition? Tell us everything." Between the two of us, Marienne and I managed to relay everything that had happened on our travels, minus a few details here and there. I hoped that getting captured wouldn't make it into the history books when they talked of my reign. Stavrok and Lucy listened attentively. At some point the food arrived, and we took bites of delicious bread and cheese and drank steaming cups of hot chocolate while we talked. Their eyes grew wider and wider when they heard the truth about Damon, and when Marienne described the state of his kingdom, Lucy laid a hand on Stavrok's arm. "We have to help them," she said. "We will, my love." His brow furrowed as he stared off into the middle distance for a moment. "We must." Lucy shifted, turning to Marienne. "Come and meet our little ones. You haven't had the chance yet, have you?" She stood up, brushing her skirt down, and Marienne took the opportunity to get away after a glance in my direction. I recognized the gesture for what it was. A chance for me and Stavrok to talk, one-on-one. Ruler to ruler. Smart little human, that Lucy. Not much seemed to get past her. She may not have been born in this realm, but she fit into it perfectly. If she can do it, maybe there's hope for me after all. "So," Stavrok leaned forward, "it seems that the loner king is nothing like he's rumoured to be." "I suppose it's easy for a king to be misunderstood," I replied, and Stavrok nodded. "My instincts told me he wasn't a threat. I think he's telling the truth. I met his father once." Stavrok squinted, like he was trying to recall a vague memory. "At a tournament a long time ago. He was a brutish man. He hated the other clans and wanted nothing to do with them. Everyone assumed that all Northerners followed his example. It seems we were wrong. Not all sons turn out like their fathers," I pointed out. Stavrok chuckled. He lifted his mug and I clinked it against mine, grinning. "You've certainly shown that," he said. "I'll fight by your side, Erik. We're allies, and I'm a man of my word." I bowed my head out of respect, but he shook the gesture off, putting his hands on my shoulders and looking me dead in the eye. "You are a king, Erik," he said firmly. "It is your birthright, your bloodline. You bow to no one.
Remember that."
As he spoke, sunlight pierced through the windows behind us and filled the room with a golden glow. Somehow his words gave me a sense of purpose, of peace. I hadn't felt such a thing on the day of my coronation, but I felt it now. I was the king of the Black Mountains. I accepted that role now, and I would defend what was mine until my final dying breath. Marienne. I knew a ruse when I saw one, but I couldn't be annoyed at Lucy for separating me from Erik for the time being. It was clear how much Erik respected Stavrok. Besides, it was good for us to be apart. I needed to get my head straight. Especially if we were going to fight this war that was coming together. "So," Lucy said, and grinned, leading me up the grand staircase. "Tell me everything." "About what?" I asked. "Marienne!" She huffed, slipping her arm through mine as we strode along the hallway. It was sunnier up here, and I tilted my head, grateful to feel the warmth on my face. "Come on! You and Erik!" I bit my lip to stop the smile that threatened to appear. Lucy was as lively as ever. Her brief stint in Magnic's castle dungeons didn't seem to have dampened her spirit one bit. "I don't know what you're talking about." I widened my eyes and batted my eyelashes before breaking into giggles at the look on her face. Okay. "Is he your fated mate?" Lucy asked. "I know you, Marienne. Did you have a vision about him? How long have you known?" "Whoa!" I held up my hands to stop the deluge of questions. "I've known about him for years. Ever since I saw him one day in the street as Magnic and I passed through his town in a procession. As soon as I laid eyes on him, I knew." Lucy's face fell. "Really? That long and you couldn't?" I hunched my shoulders as she trailed off. Her expression was full of pity. I didn't want her pity. And yet I understood it. The thought of the long and lonely years I'd spent as Magnic's queen, knowing my fated mate was out there and I couldn't be with him, still left me hollow inside. Luckily, I didn't have to change the subject. We had come to a standstill beside a high, arched door. Lucy pushed it open, and I gasped as we entered a brightly lit room. 3 cradles clustered around a window. Gauzy golden hangings swayed gently in the wind, and tiny mobiles hung from the ceiling. I drew closer, and my heart softened when I saw that each mobile had tiny dragons hanging from it. Reaching out one finger, I nudged the dragon in the middle, watching it spin around and catch the light. The baby in the cradle cooed, waving tiny, chubby fists at me. "They're so precious." I smiled. Lucy came up alongside me and brushed a hand through the baby's fluffy hair. "This little one is always causing me trouble, aren't you, Anselm? His sisters are as good as gold, mostly." Baby Anselm blinked up at me, and I reached out a hand, swirling a shimmering stream of magic through the air above his head. He gurgled with laughter, reaching up to try and grab the twinkling light before it dissolved. As the light faded away, so did my smile. My hand fell away, and I traced the edge of the crib, lost in thought. Chapter 13. Marienne. "For someone who's finally able to be with their fated mate," Lucy said slowly, "you don't seem very happy." "It isn't that simple." I turned away from the cribs, sighing. "None of it is." "What do you mean?" Lucy put a hand on my arm. "I've seen the way he looks at you, Mari. It's not like that between us." I ran my hands over my face, hating the way my voice caught in my throat. "It shouldn't be. I'm hardly the perfect match, Lucy." Lucy snorted. Well, now you're just talking nonsense. Fated mates are, by definition, perfect for one another. I held up my hands and counted off the reasons. I was married for 10 years to his half-brother. I'm not a dragon shifter. I don't think I'll ever be able to give him children. I was told years ago that I'm barren, Lucy. And sooner or later, he'll realize he wants someone without all this baggage. And of course, he will want an heir one day. I raised my hands and let out a sob as purplish mist swirled around me. Lucy's face softened and she strode forward, sweeping me into a tight hug. She drew back, wiping the tears from my cheeks. But you're forgetting the most important thing. I sniffed. What's that? He wants you, you idiot. It's obvious how crazy you are about each other. As much as I wanted to believe her, I didn't dare. I cast my eyes downward as I mumbled. The night he shifted, we slept together. Lucy's face lit up. And? I groaned, covering my face. It was wonderful. Of course it was. I shook my head, smiling weakly. He's everything I hoped he would be. The grin slid from my face as I thought of the night we'd shared. After all this time, I just can't trust that any of it is real, I said. Lucy looked like she was about to say something else, but we were interrupted by a short knock at the door. Before we could respond, the door opened a crack, and a young woman with a tumble of chestnut-brown curls peered through the gap. "Come on, Luce! Stavrok's looking for you guys. Dinner's ready." The newcomer tossed a grin my way. I smiled back at her, a bit startled at the casual intrusion. "I don't think we've met. You're the Sorceress, right?" the girl said. Lucy rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Marienne, this is Cass. Cass, Marienne." One of the babies began to cry, so Lucy rushed to soothe her. Cass bounded up to me, and she shook my hand within an inch of its life. "I've heard so much about you. I'm Stavrok's cousin. I guess you could say that makes me royalty, but mostly I'm just here for the free food." I chuckled. "Well, I could eat." "Stavrok says you guys have been all the way up north." Cass's eyes glowed with enthusiasm, and I couldn't help but follow her as she led me out of the room. "What's it like? Tell me everything." I turned to Lucy, who now had a red-faced infant in her arms. "You two go along," she said. "I'll stay here for a while. See you later." I smiled at my friend as she sat down in a nearby rocking chair and offered her breast to her babe. "I read that the Northmen all have pointed teeth. Is that true?" Cass asked as she led me from the room. I don't think so. Not that I saw, anyway." I shrugged. "But we weren't there for that long." "Is the Loner King really as fearsome as they say?" "What do they say?" I asked, curious. Cass shrugged. "That he never comes out of his castle in daylight. That he keeps feral wolves for pets. That his dragon is untamable, and many have died fighting it." That didn't square with my impression of King Damon, but I didn't want to disappoint Cass, so I just made a non-committal noise. She didn't seem to mind, and I let her talk 19 to the dozen while we approached the dining room. Lucy's words were running through my head on a loop. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't stay present. They flooded my mind, leaving no room for anything else. "I've seen the way he looks at you, Mari. It's obvious how crazy you are about each other." I wanted so desperately to believe her. But I couldn't let my own feelings cloud my judgment. I was the first to know that simply wanting something didn't necessarily make it true. Erik sat beside me at dinner. I barely registered what I put in my mouth, much less tasted it. I was totally entranced by his mere presence. Everything about him caught my eye, his hair, the way he smiled, the heat radiating from him as the night wore on. Once we brushed hands while reaching for the wine decanter, and the spark that shot through me was so potent I almost gasped out loud. The others talked easily enough, but they seemed to chalk up my silence to exhaustion and left me alone for the most part. That suited me just fine. At some point, underneath the table, Erik's thigh brushed up against mine and stayed there for the rest of the meal. He continued to laugh and joke with Stavrok, looking for all the world like he was none the wiser about what he was doing to me. The singular point of contact was maddening. I ached for him, deep inside my core.
"It seems like Mari's ready to call it a night."
Stavrok winked at me over the top of his wineglass.
"A toast. Without her, we wouldn't be any the wiser about King Damon."
Everyone raised their glasses toward me, and I flushed and looked down. "I've had the servants prepare your rooms," Lucy said. "Please make yourself at home." Hang on, rooms? It occurred to me that I wouldn't be sharing a bed with Erik tonight. Why was that so surprising? We'd agreed it wasn't like that between us. So why does it feel like ice has lodged itself in my chest? Lucy caught my gaze. If I didn't know any better, I would say there was a glint of amusement in her eyes. She knew exactly what I was thinking. I stood up so suddenly my knees knocked against the underside of the table. All the glasses clinked, and everyone looked up at me with surprise. "Excuse me," I mumbled. "Stavrok's right. We have work to do tomorrow. I should get some rest." I pushed back my chair and began to make my way across the dining hall. A clatter behind me echoed off the marble floor. I paused and looked back over my shoulder. Erik was standing, staring after me. He was still at the table, but the look on his face was pure fire. I exhaled softly and turned away, beginning the lonely journey up the steps of the great hall toward my lodgings. Frustration followed me all the way into the lovely bedroom waiting for me, like an ever-present itch beneath the surface of my skin. I fell face first onto the soft mattress with a groan. The release I craved was far beyond my reach. As a matter of fact, he was likely still sitting downstairs, seeming totally in control of his body and his emotions, while I lay here, growing ever more desperate. After a few minutes of silent despairing, I got up and slipped into a sheer nightgown someone had left out for me, then padded around the room in the half-darkness. The excitement of the past couple of days thrummed through me. Sleep felt 1,000,000 miles away. My mind turned over possibility after possibility for what the future could bring. One image still haunted me, Erik lying in my arms, the life draining out of him before my eyes. It couldn't be true. Surely, with knowledge, the future could change. With a huff, I turned and crept over to the bed, sliding between the cool, soft sheets. The castle was quiet around me, dark and still. I didn't know what time it was, but it had to be close to midnight. I lay in the silence, breathing. In, out, in, out. This was no use. I'd never get any sleep tonight with all this uncertainty. I flung a hand above my head to trace the carvings on the headboard. Even in the dark, I could guess their shape by touch alone. Flame, smoke, fury, dragonfire. I sat up and pulled back the sheets. The fabric of my nightgown rustled against my calves as I dropped both feet to the floor and strode over to the door with renewed determination. Erik didn't want me in a permanent way. Of that I was pretty sure. But I had to be certain. The look on his face at dinner tugged at something in my chest. I had no choice but to follow my instincts. I reached out and grasped the heavy bolt on the door, sliding it free. The old oak shifted under my hands, and I pulled it open before I could talk myself out of going to find him. My breath caught in my throat, and I almost jumped back in fright. Standing just beyond the door, with one hand outstretched, as if about to knock, was Erik. I blinked at him. From the way his eyes flickered across my face, I knew a flush had spread across my cheeks. "What I began.
I was just.
We both stopped, hovering on the threshold, waiting for the other to finish their sentence. Without realizing what my body was doing, I swayed closer. His hot breath ghosted over the side of my neck, and I trembled. My hands moved without my permission, grasping the front of his shirt. Beneath my fingers I could feel the hot, firm planes of his chest, rising and falling rapidly, as if he had been running. With a growl he pushed forward, walking me back into the room and tilting up my head. His mouth pressed against mine, and I opened for him with a moan of relief and desire. Chapter 14. Erik. After dozing halfway between sleep and wakefulness for what felt like ages, I finally managed to open my eyes. I sighed deeply, contented. Marienne lay next to me, sound asleep, a warm, comforting weight curled into my side. Having her in my arms was perfect. Just knowing that she felt the same way after the doubt and turmoil of the last few days was all I could ever have wished for. As much as I wanted to stay here forever, we had to face what was coming for us. I couldn't stand aside and let Damon's kingdom fall because of his father's sins. Stavrok felt the same way. I glanced down to find Marienne awake. Her eyes were paler than usual in the morning light. The sun made their purple depths shimmer and sparkle like the surface of a lake. Her expression was soft but unsmiling. It seemed I could now read her thoughts like a book. She was worried about me.
"I'll be fine."
I stroked the side of her face.
"The future can change, right? What you saw in that vision, it isn't set in stone."
She relaxed into my touch, but her eyes were still intent on mine. "I'm going back there with you." She bowed her head, pressing a kiss onto my chest. It felt like a vow. "To the north." Ice filled my veins.
"It's not safe, Marienne."
Even as I spoke, I knew the words wouldn't change anything. It was just like last time. She had already made up her mind. "I can help." Her voice was small but firm. "I want to help." I pulled her close against my chest.
"I know,"
I murmured, cradling her against me.
"I."
The words that I wanted to say were on the tip of my tongue, but I couldn't let them out. It was too soon, too much. But I couldn't help how I felt. I was falling in love with her. So I cut myself off, pushing the words back down and burying my face in her soft, sweet-smelling hair. Taking a few more stolen moments before the world came crashing in again and destroyed our fragile, borrowed peace. By the time we got downstairs, Stavrok and Lucy were waiting for us in the great hall.
"The troops are already on their way,"
Stavrok informed me, glancing at his wife.
"Lucy's staying here with Cass and the babies. We should leave soon."
I nodded. Stavrok was wearing simple clothes, but his armor was piled up behind him. He followed my gaze and put a hand on my shoulder.
"This isn't your fight," he said. "Nor is it mine."
I had never fought in any kind of war before. The memory of what I'd told Marienne last night resurfaced. My dragon tearing through the countryside, burning everything in its path simply because I had spied a woman from afar. My shifter was strong, built for speed and stamina. I could do this.
"I know."
I squared my jaw.
But we can't abandon the North, Stavrok. We can't abandon King Damon.
Stavrok's mouth twitched and he shot me an approving smile.
Spoken like a true king.
He turned his attention to Marienne, who had been watching our exchange with interest.
What about you, Sorceress? Will you be joining us?
Marienne inclined her head and her glance at me was warm. My place is by my king's side, Your Majesty.
Funny.
Stavrok paused.
You used to say that when Magnik was alive. But now you actually sound like you mean it.
Marienne looked up sharply. Something passed between them and I turned away. Stavrok clapped me on the shoulder, hard enough that I almost stumbled, then boomed with laughter.
Better keep your wits about you, Erik.
He winked at me.
There's steel behind those silk skirts, mark my words.
Marienne's eyes flashed and she murmured something to Lucy. They both giggled.
What is it? I asked.
Her voice had been too low, even for my acute shifter hearing. Lucy turned to me, smirking. She said he should know. His wife is much the same after all. Stavrok scooped Lucy up by the waist with one massive arm, peppering her face with kisses while she squealed and tried half-heartedly to bat him away. Something about their display of easy domesticity made me ache. Marienne met my eye, and in a flash I could see that she was thinking the same thing. The urge to lift her up and crush her against my chest in an embrace rose. I tried hard to tamp it down. I needed to concentrate on saving my energy for the coming flight. The sun had already risen high in the sky by the time we set off. My shifter uncoiled itself lazily, sated after last night's activities, but ready to fly nonetheless. When I stretched out my wings, feeling Marienne's now familiar weight settle onto my back, I almost relaxed. It felt like we'd done this 1,000 times, her flying with me this way. Stavrok flew by my side, dipping lower to skim through the cloud layer as we approached the Black Mountains. As I'd observed before, his dragon was bulkier than mine, with darker scales and piercing blue eyes as he turned his head back toward me. I made up for his bulk in wingspan, though, and I'd outpaced him by the time we flew over the mountain range into the Northern Territories. We glided along, finding warmer air currents whenever we could, and I scanned the ground as we looked for signs of invasion. There was nothing amiss. Same sparse trees, same isolated little farmsteads, same snowdrifts. Marienne's legs clamped tight against my back as she jerked. I turned my head, and my heart plummeted. The small town outside the gates of Damon's castle was engulfed in flames. Up ahead, dragons circled above the spires and turrets, locked in battle in the snowy sky. The enemy had already arrived. The castle itself appeared to be unharmed so far. Its high stone walls and heavy drawbridge must have prevented the raiders from entering on foot. Though by the ferocity of that attack, King Damon wouldn't be able to hold off the marauders forever. I snapped out of my shock and refocused. There wasn't time for distractions. I had to stick to the plan. Soaring high above the castle, I circled, spotting a walkway where I could land safely. The moment my feet touched the battlements, Marienne slipped down off my scaly back. She turned to look at me. Her eyes were full of unspoken promises. There were 1,000 things I wanted to say, but I couldn't shift back and speak to her. There wasn't time. "Go," she mouthed at me. I didn't need telling twice. With one final look in which I poured everything I was feeling but couldn't say, I pushed off from the wall and soared into the air, ready to join the fray. Marienne. That look. Even in his dragon form, I almost melted at the heat and promise in Erik's eyes. But there was no time to dwell on it. I sprinted down the narrow, twisting hallway as fast as my legs could carry me, glancing out of every window I passed to see if the raiders had breached the walls. So far, Damon's people seemed to be holding strong, for now. I followed the corridors until I heard people, dozens and dozens of frightened voices, and then I followed those sounds, dashing past suits of armour and old tapestries until I reached a dimly lit, musty hall. A group of people huddled in a corner close to the small fire. All of them looked up when I rushed in. As far as I could tell, the group mostly consisted of women and children. Every face held an identical expression of complete terror. "Have you come to help us?" A sharp voice rang through the crowd. I craned my neck until I identified the source, a young woman with the same pale, ice-blue eyes as King Damon. I nodded. "I'm Marienne." The woman visibly relaxed. She moved through the crowd, which parted easily to let her past. "Eric's queen. Damon said you'd come." "Eric's queen?" I didn't correct her. Didn't want to. It sounded wonderful, even if it wasn't true. "I'm Lenora, Damon's sister," the woman added. "Nice to meet you." I glanced around, taking stock of the huddled mass of refugees. "Is this everyone from the town?" Lenora looked grim. "Yes. All the women and children, at least. We managed to get as many people out as possible before they came." A shadow fell over her face. "But there are more people coming from further afield. Farmers and such. They don't have anywhere else to go, but—" She bit her lip, looking anguished. "I don't know how they'll make it through the battle and the raging fires outside and get safely into the castle. Leave it to me." I spread my fingers, letting a shimmer of my magic swirl out into the open air. Several people gasped. Children hid behind their mothers and peeked at me, half frightened, half awed. This was what I knew. The curse I was born with. The terrible gift that I could never escape. I would turn it around and use it to help these people who were staring at me with little hope in their eyes. Without another word, I whirled around and stalked to the huge window overlooking the outer walls of the castle. I murmured incantations and spread my arms wide. The magic flowed out, glimmering, sinking into the stonework, trickling down every nook and cranny. Protective enchantments. I had plenty of practice with them. Under Magnic's orders, I'd covered every inch of our castle with binding spells. It wouldn't keep out raiders forever, but it should at least slow them down. A roar outside trembled the glass in the window opposite, and a jet of flame rushed past. Several people screamed. I turned around, finding Lenora in the crowd, and beckoned her over. "Keep everyone in here. Make sure they stay away from the walls, okay?" "What?" Her eyes widened. "You're leaving?" "You said there were people beyond the gates." I kept my voice soft and even and placed a hand on her shoulder. "I'll help them if I can. You'll be safest in here. Bar the doors until you get my signal." Lenora looked lost, but she nodded. There was a glint in her gaze, a semblance of steel behind the terror. Good. "Signal?" she asked. "What signal?" I gave her a smile, and instead of answering, held out my palm and let the magic shimmer and dance across it. "You really are a witch?" Her eyes were round with amazement. "I prefer sorceress." I shrugged. "And I'm going to use my magic to help as many of your people as I can." I didn't wait to hear her response. I hadn't come all this way to sit around in hiding. I had a job to do. Chapter 15. Erik. I flew higher and higher, touching the misty underside of clouds as I banked and turned. Below me, the castle shrunk in size. I circled it, assessing the high walls for signs of weakness. The battle raged below. Outside the burning town, our armies clashed with a ravenous mass of raiders. There were fewer of them in number, but they made up for it in ferocity and skill. The air was thick with the clash of swords and the cries of the wounded. I skimmed lower, spread my wings, and soared down to take a closer look. The enemy hordes were like something out of a nightmare. Vicious and bloodthirsty, they hacked through our armies with battle axes wielded with deadly precision. In amongst them were huge, deadly wolves. They fought alongside the raiders like attack dogs, tearing into anyone they could get their jaws on. I spotted Stavrok in the thick of the battle, wielding a broadsword. I couldn't fight like him. It was safer for me to stay in dragon form and help those of Damon's men in the sky. Stavrok was in his element, though, if the fire in his eyes was anything to go by. I pushed higher, rolling in the air, and flew to the top of the castle where 2 dragons scorched the skies with their fury. As I watched, a paler one, which I assumed was King Damon, released an icy blue stream of fire, hitting his opponent square on the wing. The opponent roared with fury. My stomach dropped as the other dragon barreled forward, catching Damon's wing in its claws and dragging him down toward the earth. Damon struggled, but it was no use. He was plummeting to the ground at a speed impossible to survive if they impacted. I didn't think twice. I shot through the air and crashed into the side of the enemy, hard enough to force him to release Damon, and sent the raider hurtling down against the castle wall. Damon twisted in mid-air and recovered himself, shooting upwards to join me. Together, we turned to face our adversary. We didn't need words. One silent glance was all it took. We brought down the dragon together, like we had been fighting side by side for years. Brothers on the battlefield, bound by blood and fire. Below us, the tide of the battle was turning. Our army was beginning to overwhelm the raiders, forcing them back through the burning streets of the town and out into the flat, barren wilderness. I spied one small group of Damon's soldiers near the centre of the fighting. They were cornered, but like trapped animals they were even more ferocious, baring their teeth at anyone who dared to come close. They were guarding the drawbridge. My heart plummeted when I saw the reason why. A huddled group of stragglers stood in the middle of the fray. Women and children. They were trying to head to the castle, but a pack of wolves prevented them from getting past. I roared with fury and spread my wings wide, swooping down, all set to burn the raiders to the ground. But as I flew closer, I realized I couldn't risk the fire spreading or hitting innocent people with the force of my wrath. A small figure appeared on the drawbridge. Slender and fragile against the massive stone walls behind her, she was surrounded by a glowing purple mist. My heart froze. Marienne! Oh gods, she would be harmed if she stayed there. She reached the edge of the drawbridge, moving with slow, delicate purpose. The raiders froze slack-jawed. Like moths drawn to her flame, they stepped closer and closer. The purple clouds wavered and trembled, and the raiders began to twitch, shaking off her enchantment. There were too many of them for Marienne to handle on her own. She began to back away as their large wolves advanced, slavering at the sight of their prey. It was too much. I couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to Mari. My roar split open the sky above us. The ground trembled and everyone looked up. Marienne was in danger, and I would level entire cities before I let any harm come to my mate. The burst of my fire swept through the raiders and wolves, clearing a pathway edged with molten, glowing flames. The group of stragglers rushed toward Marienne, and she quickly ushered them over the bridge. Her magic cocooned them, protecting them from my fire. Her spell melded and fused together, sparking in strange and beautiful patterns. Working together in this strange yet wonderful way, we soon got everyone safely inside the castle. The battlefield faded into the background. All I could see was Marienne, picking her way through the rubble and ruin, casting spell after spell to protect the castle and all those who sheltered inside. I landed on the battlements. My dragon itched to get back into the fray, to burn, to destroy. I wanted to kill every vile raider who had dared to threaten my mate. With difficulty I pulled back, calmed myself, and focused my energy inwards, already feeling the air start to shimmer and morph around me. I knew it was a risk, to walk through the heat of battle as Erik instead of in the safe body of my shifter. But I had to get down to the ground level. I needed to find Stavrok and Damon. Ignoring my nakedness, I grabbed a sword from a fallen soldier and paced along the top of the battlements, eyeing the chaos that continued to rage outside the castle walls. Below me, Stavrok staggered out of the fray. He sported a nasty-looking wound on his shoulder, but other than that appeared unharmed. I raised a hand to get his attention, and his eyes brightened. He climbed up the side of the wall like it was nothing, and I reached down and helped him the final few steps to safety. Together, we stood watching the battle from our elevated vantage point. Stavrok was panting hard.
"Some fight, huh?"
He turned to look at me, grinning. I nodded. I had just opened my mouth to ask him what to do next when he bellowed out a warning, lunging towards something just behind my left shoulder. I didn't have time to react. I felt rather than saw the axe blade that cut deep into my side. The pain was immediate and excruciating. I twisted to face my attacker as he pulled his axe free. His eyes, the hate-filled green. Those were the eyes of the dragon I'd taken down in defending Damon. I should have been more careful with his human half. I should have finished him off. My attacker met the end of Stavrok's sword, but it was too late for me. The damage was already done. Marienne's scream pierced through the air, and then I collapsed to the ground. Marienne. My legs threatened to fold out from under me. By some miracle, I managed to stagger closer to Erik, holding onto the wall for support as I went. "No! No! Erik!" I had been so close. I'd rounded the corner just a half-second too late. Stavrok bellowed out a battle cry, tearing after the group of raiders who had managed to get past the castle walls. The lifeless body of Erik's attacker lay beside him. I ignored the corpse, dropping to my knees, and tugged at Erik until his head was cradled in my lap. This was my vision, and it had come true. Nothing I had done today had changed the course of fate. And now I had to watch the man I loved die right before my eyes.
"Mari."
Erik blinked up at me. His face was pale as ash, and he was clutching his side. He started to say something else, but broke away, coughing. "Shh." I stroked back his hair, swallowing the tears that threatened to fall. "Shh. Erik, we did it. You did it. You were amazing." He just stared up at me. There was a wonder in his eyes, like I was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. I pressed a hand against the crimson spot over his torso. "No," I whispered, mostly to myself. "Not now. You don't get to leave me, Erik, you hear me? I have waited too damn long for you." I squeezed my eyes shut, burning with grief and fury. Something was building inside me. My powers were coalescing, gathering, stronger than ever before. Fate may have brought us together, and I wouldn't let it tear us apart. You don't get to take him from me. He's far too precious. I threw back my head and let the power surge within me. Normally, I would dampen it down, keep it inside, afraid of what my magic would do if I let it free. But not this time. This time I let go of my death grip and released my magic into the ether. Wave upon wave of power pulsed out of me, pouring into the air. There were no incantations or rituals, no herbs or potions, no control. Just sheer raw instinct lighting up the atmosphere around us. The sky rolled with dark, thunderous clouds, and white lightning struck overhead. For an instant I thought the entire castle would come crashing down. I was beyond caring. This was Erik, and he was dying in my arms. I focused on him with every ounce of my willpower. Don't die. I love you. Please, Erik. Please, do not die. The wind lashed at my face, and the magic kept on coming. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the surge was over. I slumped back onto the cold flagstones, completely and utterly spent. Erik. Dying wasn't as painful as I'd once imagined it to be. The world had taken on a dreamlike hazy quality, silver and purple. My vision dimmed at the edges, then brightened and warmed. Marienne appeared, hovering over me like an angel. I must be dreaming. I didn't care. I wanted to reach up and touch her. She was so beautiful, so perfect. But I didn't have the strength to move. I couldn't believe that, for a brief, shining moment in time, she had been mine. Her lovely eyes were full of tears that threatened to spill down her cheeks. No, that's not right. She didn't have to worry about me now. I had given my life to save Damon's kingdom, but I knew I'd made the right choice. I couldn't have done anything else. Mari's beauty pierced my soul. I could barely stand to look directly at her. She was like the sun, haloed by light, almost glowing with radiance. Except there was no almost about it. She was literally glowing. I wanted to raise my hand again, but I still couldn't move. She was so bright, too bright. The light engulfed her completely, and a searing, blinding pain shot through the wound in my side. I grit my teeth to stop from screaming out. The light spread, unfurling in all directions, darkening the sky above us and making the very earth tremble beneath me. At the centre of it all, Marienne's small frame swayed like a reed, right at the heart of the chaos she had somehow unleashed. She looked strikingly vulnerable. It was too much. She was going to hurt herself, but I was powerless to help her. At long last, the light faded, and it was over. I gasped like a landed fish, taking in lungful after lungful of air and marvelling at the lack of pain when I inhaled and exhaled. Marienne slouched beside me. Her dark hair pooled to her waist, obscuring her face. Gently, I tucked a few strands behind her ear. Alarm bells rang in my head. Her skin was pale. Too pale. Her eyes were no longer the luminous, swirling mass of indigo blue-purple I had come to know so well. They were dull and magicless. She looked up and met my gaze, smiling softly. I found her hand and squeezed it, trying not to show my shock at how cold she was to the touch. "You're alive," she whispered. There was wonder in her tone. I sat up, staring down at my side. My wound appeared to be healed. Her magic had put me back together. But what had it done to her? "Can you walk?" I asked. I could hear the worry in my own voice, but she didn't seem to register it. She nodded. I think so." Slowly, I helped her climb to her feet. She stood there, listing slightly to one side, and I darted in to slide a firm hand around her waist before she could keel over. "Marienne." I pulled her close, pressing my fingers to her wrist to check her pulse. It was faint and irregular, but the sound of it reassured me. "What did you do?" She reached up and touched my face. I turned my head and pressed a kiss into her palm, watching her eyelashes flutter at my touch. You saved me, she whispered. I had to save you too. She made it sound so simple. I wanted to yell, to tell her she'd been reckless. The truth was, it frightened me to see her like this. I didn't know what the power drain meant, if she would recover her energy. What if she'd weakened herself too much? What if? I couldn't think it. I focused instead on what I could do, find the others. The sounds of battle had grown fainter in the time we'd spent up here. It sounded like our forces had taken control of the situation. Good. I'd done all I could. Now it was time to take care of my own. I needed to take Marienne home. Chapter 16. Erik. Eerie silence hung in the air around us. The burnt-out shell of the town was utterly still. The blackened ruins of hollowed-out buildings were all that remained, some standing, most of them lying in piles of still smouldering ash. Thin, wispy trails of smoke were all that remained. Most of the raiders were dead. The ones that survived had fled back toward the mountains. Hopefully the raiders had gotten the message. The northern clan is protected. The people will not pay for the old king's mistakes. Damon surveyed the destruction with empty eyes. I could tell that he was thinking of the long road ahead. He would have to rebuild his kingdom from the ground up, repairing and restoring what had been lost. Stavrok, Marienne, and I stood opposite him. Out of the three of us, thanks to Marienne, I was the only one who had emerged unscathed from the fight. Stavrok was gritting his teeth and clutching a nasty shoulder wound. It wasn't life-threatening, thank God. More worryingly, Marienne clung to my side like I was the only thing keeping her standing. Which I likely was. I had to pay my respects to Damon, but I needed to take her away from this place. Soon. I can't express how grateful I am to you, Damon said. All of you. I vow one day to repay your kindness. Let this be a new chapter in our realm's history. Stavrok spoke slowly, letting every word hang in the air. An alliance to last for generations to come. We shook hands, and I gripped Damon's arm when it came to my turn. Any manpower, supplies, building materials you need. I trailed off, surveying the frozen landscape around us. You shall have them. Damon's eyes flickered with gratitude, and he nodded. His attention turned to Marienne. You must get her home, Erik, he said softly. As much as I appreciate your help, don't hang around on my account. I squeezed Marienne's hand, and she gave a faint squeeze in response. I know. I would offer you the use of my castle, but I'm afraid it's not fit for purpose right now. Damon glanced up at the huge mass of stone behind us. My people need me. Can you fly? I asked Stavrok, and he gave me a nod. It's a flesh wound. I've had worse. He shot me a sharp grin and then wandered away. He glanced at us behind his shoulder just before he turned the corner of a nearby, smoke-blackened wall. May we all meet again soon. He shifted into his dragon form and flew away. My mind was already on the logistics of getting Marienne home safely. She couldn't ride on my back. She wasn't strong enough. I'll carry you, I murmured into her hair. We're going home, Marienne. The journey seemed to last a lifetime. I carried Marienne in my talons, imagining the flutter of her heartbeat. She felt impossibly small and fragile. I flew as fast as I dared, but every flap of my wings felt like hours too long. I exhaled in relief when the mountains appeared on the horizon. The sky was clearer than it had been in days. The snow had stopped falling, and a beautiful sunset streaked across the sky. I thought about the raiders in the mountains and the wilderness we had just left behind. Would we ever return? My chest twinged with relief when we passed over the mountains. On the other side, the valleys rolled out in shades of green and blue, warm and inviting. Familiar. We were home. I drifted to the top of the nearest tower, setting Marienne down as gently as possible. The servants ran out to greet us. Thomas took the lead, carrying a robe for me. Good man. I shifted quickly and threw on the robe before hurrying over to Marienne. She was on her feet at least. I took her slender shoulders and gazed down at her. She smiled, her eyes tracking over my face as if she were trying to commit it to memory. Then the last of her energy seemed to leave her. She let out a deep sigh, and her body sagged against mine. Marienne! I held her against me, as tightly as I dared. I slid my hands into her hair and turned her face up to mine. Mari, please! Her eyes were closed. She was so cold. I fell to my knees, pulling her down with me. I could feel the servants hovering around me, but I paid them no mind. Nobody dared to come near us. My shout echoed through the mountains and into the valleys below. Marienne! Marienne. The first thing I registered was warmth and softness. I stirred. In my half-conscious state, confusion filled me. I didn't remember falling asleep. It was all a blur. The last thing I remembered was... Oh. My eyes snapped open. A gauzy canopy filled my vision. I blinked up at it, trying to put the pieces together in my mind. I'm in the master's suite bed again. How did I get here? I shifted. Warm fingers curled around my hand, outstretched across the covers. I turned my head on the pillow and smiled. A chair had been pulled up at the side of the bed. Erik sat, slumped over with his face against the mattress. His hair had fallen over his face. He was dozing. Both of his huge hands cradled mine. Moving slowly, I extracted my hand. My fingers reached out and carded through his hair, brushing it back. He stirred. He sat up, blinking a few times. His eyes were shadowed. He looked like he hadn't slept for a long while. Hey, I whispered, and his face broke into that crooked grin I'd come to love so much. You're awake. Relief flooded his face as he looked over me. How long was I out? Too damn long. He huffed a laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Couple of days. Days? I grimaced and then relaxed back into the pillows. My head still tingled. I sensed that getting up wasn't the best idea right now. Did I miss anything good? He laughed again before glaring at me. Other than me almost losing it because I thought you were dead. Not much. What? I reached out and took his hand, forcing him to look at me. These past 2 days. He broke off, clenching his jaw. It made me picture what it would be like to lose you. I wanted to say something, to interject. I didn't. I don't want to rule, Marienne, Erik said, lowering his gaze. Unless you're by my side. Oh, I breathed. He drew up my hand and pressed a kiss there as he continued. I love you. All of you. I never want you to change, Marienne, and I never want you to leave. Stay with me. He slid to his knees, keeping a gentle grip on my hand as I peered over the bedside, amazed. Marry me. I froze, astounded. After everything we'd been through together, everything he'd seen, Erik still wanted me. He wants to marry me. He didn't care about my past or the strength of my magic. This man, This wonderful, ridiculous man wanted me. For me. I stopped, joy spilling over in my chest. Yes, I'll marry you. His whole expression lit up, and he launched himself onto the bed, careful not to jostle me. His eyes shone with happiness when I cupped his face in my hands.
You will.
He grinned at me.
Say it again.
Yes, I repeated, laughing. Of course I'll marry you. I squealed when he dived in and kissed me, over and over, in spite of my protests. After all, I didn't put up too much of a fight. Epilogue. Marienne. I have been married before, you know, I said to Lucy, as she clucked over me like a mother hen. Behind me, in the mirror of my dressing table, Lucy's eyes rolled in exasperation. We were sitting in my new bedroom. Erik's room. I know, but not to someone you actually... love? I smirked. Exactly! Lucy held up 2 heavily jewelled tiaras, and I turned to face her. I wrinkled my nose at them, and she let out a sigh. These are traditional. I got them out of the treasury. They are meant for a queen. And you are a queen. She brushed a loose strand of hair over my shoulder, and I couldn't help but smile at her. You're going to be the Queen of the Black Mountains, Marienne. For real this time. I eyed the tiaras, trying to keep an open mind. Nope. I was right the first time. They're still hideous. My gaze drifted past Lucy to the elaborate floral arrangement on the table behind her. Sprigs of white flowers clustered together, interspersed with pale lilac and gold. Screw tradition, I said, standing up and arranging my dress behind me. Let's do something different. Lucy raised an eyebrow and then caught on to my train of thought. She smiled broadly. Ah, yes, I think that will work. My hand curled protectively over my belly, and I smiled. It had turned out that conceiving with my fated mate was simpler than I ever thought possible. Whether Magnic was infertile and blamed it on me instead, or he didn't know, none of it mattered now. I'd thought I was the problem, and that my magic refused to allow me to grow a child. But instead, I had just needed the right man. My fated mate. I wasn't showing yet, but that wouldn't last for long. Nobody knew except Erik and I that we were expecting. We planned to announce it at the wedding reception. Things between me and my soon-to-be husband hadn't gone the way everyone expected they would. They'd turned out even better. Erik. I gazed out over the crowd of onlookers, trying not to let the nerves show on my face. The hall was as busy as it had been on my coronation day. I thought back to that moment, standing here in a sea of strangers, with no idea of what lay ahead. The memory made me smile now. Such a short time, and yet so much had changed. The wedding preparations had been simple. Neither of us wanted a huge show. We had other things on our mind. Ruling my own kingdom took priority, but I spent time in the north when I could afford to spare it, travelling up with Stavrok and checking in on Damon to see how the rebuilding efforts were going. His father's debtors had been scared off for good by our alliance. Pride and happiness filled me when I thought of how much we'd achieved in such a short period of time. Speaking of which, I grinned to myself, thinking of the news that Marienne and I had to share later tonight. Something on your mind, my friend? Stavrok's voice startled me out of my thoughts. I glared at him, and he promptly burst out laughing. Stop scowling. You have plenty to smile about. You're marrying your fated mate, Erik. Not many people get to say that. My scowl instantly cleared. I could hardly believe it myself. It had taken me a long time to trust that I was worthy of someone like Marienne. But we fit together, flaws and all.
It could have ended very differently, I reminded Stavrok as well as myself. His face darkened. Indeed. He pointed at me, looking stern. You need some sparring practice, my friend.
Hey, I know. I held up my hands and burst out laughing.
You won't hear any complaints from me on that front.
If I had to go a few rounds in the castle courtyard with a training master to ready myself for battle one day, I would. But I couldn't think about that today. My gaze wandered down the aisle and flicked through the rows of guests, all decked out in their finery. All the kingdoms were here. Cass was sitting in a nearby row and I smiled at her. She grinned back before catching sight of Stavrok and sticking her tongue out at him.
Hey, Stavrok, have you considered taking Cass up to the Northern Kingdom?
Stavrok drew his eyebrows together.
No. Why?
I grinned at him, having heard from Marienne that she'd had a premonition the day she'd shaken Cass's hand. The young girl had been interested in knowing more about the castle to the north, and Marienne believed Cass would do well up there.
Damon's still looking for his fated mate, and Marienne suggested to me that you might want to take Cass along on your next visit up there.
Stavrok's eyes widened a little.
But she's only 19.
I shrugged.
Then wait a year or two. I'm sure Damon's not going anywhere.
Stavrok nodded once, though his jaw was tight with sudden tension and indecision. I'd wanted to impart that knowledge to him for months, and it was a burden I was grateful to now shift onto his shoulders. The Winter King had sent his congratulations, but he'd declined our invitation to attend. I understood. He had his hands full for the foreseeable future. If the Loner King ever did decide to venture south, at least he knew he had friends waiting for him. On the other side of the aisle, my new councillors sat whispering amongst themselves. They included representation from all over the kingdom, both the town and the outlying countryside. One of them, my butler Thomas, caught my eye and nodded his head respectfully. There was not a single gold chain to be seen among them. I smiled to myself. I hope the old elders are keeping themselves warm with their gold, now that they are no longer welcome in my castle. Stavrok leaned in again, and I turned toward him.
Word has it that you're quite the natural statesman, he said. If the rumours from my wife are to be believed. That's all Marienne.
I shrugged.
I can't claim any credit. I couldn't have done it without her. I'm sure she'd say the same about you.
I shot Stavrok a grateful smile. I had chosen the right guy to be my best man today. The hall began to fill with the sounds of soft, ethereal music, and the double doors swung open. My heart clenched with nerves and anticipation. It was finally time. Mari stood there, haloed by sunlight. I couldn't keep the smile off my face. Her dress floated and swirled around her, and her perfect face was framed by dozens and dozens of flowers. She had a whole crown of them. They tumbled through her long hair, their tendrils trailing through her veil, the latter held up by a smiling Lucy. As she walked along the aisle, the whole room seemed to come alive in her wake. I almost forgot to breathe. She looked like a goddess. The tension in my shoulders drained away, and my heart warmed. Meeting Marienne's gaze, all I felt was peace and certainty about the future. This was just the beginning.